Hey, good morning, everyone. Today we're going to be going over a little bit of Micron DDR5. This is a 32 gigabyte kit, 5200. Right. So we do have quite a bit to go over. Quite a bit to go over on this one. Uh, where should we start off? Alright, hopefully everything looks alright here. So, right now, as you can see, I have everything on stock. This is a 12600K, stock settings, stock voltages. Everything, this is on a custom water loop 360. CPU and mono block are water cooled, so the VRMs on the motherboard are cooled. So I don't have to worry about any kind of too much spikage and voltage drop. Everything's fairly stable on this system. Micron is not the greatest overclock though, even though these are still decent kits. Corsair Vengeance, they're not very good. So I think the first thing we'll do is just go straight into the advanced memory settings. Show you what we should do there. Let's put that to 100. Gear mode 2. Memory boot. Disable fast boot. That way we can get our timing set. These are more or less if you're going to be, well, memory timing. If you're going to be overclocking the RAM in the operating system, so your Windows, not really recommended. Advanced memory settings. So this is a gigabyte board. I don't usually put enhanced performance. I usually use mode 2. Just makes things a little more stable. That's what I find, at least. And that's all we're going to do here. We're not going to do any of the timings yet. I'm just going to do that. And we're going to enable the XMP. And you'll see that there'll be 3 XMPs here. And the one is technically the one we're on. But we're going to do the set timing, which is the 5200. And then we'll just guarantee that it's going to set it to the 5200 by typing it down here. Because auto sometimes doesn't work correctly, and then you'll get a weird RAM timing where it's like a 51998. It's kind of odd. So that's what I'll do there. And then just the fan, I'm just going to put the fan speed up just because I want it to stay nice and cool. I'll tune all. And then we'll just save this profile. Because these other ones are for when I do the Hynix MDI. And these are some pretty crazy timings on RAM, and also overclocking on the CPU. So we'll just put it as my tester, redo the tester. So that's all we did. We just set the XMP1, so that will set our basically all of our voltage and timings and that. Before we even go into the timings, because micron, we can't do a whole lot with it. We can tighten it a little bit, but not a whole lot. Plus they don't like a whole lot of voltage. So we'll just do that, and then we'll save exit. It does take a minute when you disable the fast boot, of course, because it's going to go through the timings. For like round trip latencies, we'll be changing that later on probably. So that way it can just save the profiles a little easier. And doesn't have to go through an extra step, basically. Makes things a bit quicker. So hopefully everyone can hear me just fine. Like I said, it does take a minute, so you'll probably get that display port, blah, 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 back and forth. Cause it's like going through its timings, turning off, going back through the timings to make sure they're gonna be correct for the motherboard and all that. XMP is not a guarantee, right? So this is 5200 micron, just XMP. Should be loading up here in a second. Yep, here we go. And we're just gonna do like a couple benchmark tests here just to show the overall speed of it. It's not great, but XMP is not terrible for these micron 5200s. And we'll just go into Benchmate. I like to use Benchmate. Has everything set for you. We'll do 7-zip because I like 7-zip because it will help show the timings. Because if you tighten up the timings, you get more frequency out of it. 7-zip will score go up a crazy amount without changing the overall CPU speed. Our test on HardwareBot for just strictly the performance cores, and then the performance cores and E cores together, and they can vary for different tests. So like your 6-core P core will go to the 6-core benchmark. So you're going against all other 6-core, which is kind of nice. So we'll just open up 7-zip here. We'll just, yeah, we can do real time. It should be just fine. So yeah, we'll just do a couple of tests here on the XMPs. These are strictly XMP stock settings. And the score, I'm going to say, is going to be around like a 90,000, maybe 95,000 for all stock settings on it. I think my best is like 110,000. On the 12600K. Yeah, it looks like the test's going pretty good. No skip outs or anything, that's nice. Again, when you're doing like these kind of benchmarks and you're actually going to be trying to put out scores for HardwareBot, I suggest not having the internet going. So 88,415 is pretty close for the guess. So it's not great. It really is not great. And then we're going to do the XMP next. So I will, should I do, I'll save the result. Yeah, I'll just save the result. So that way I have it set for here, as you can see. And we hit a max of 4.9 gigahertz on the 12600K, which that's actually pretty good. I'm glad I actually hit all that. And we'll exit all this, restart. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I said I was going to be doing the Hynix M die. I figured I'd leave that till a bit later, just show people, because these are more common kits, these Micron 5200 or your Micron 6000 kits. They're basically all the same here. And then not a whole lot of people have Hynix M die, or they think they have Hynix M die and they have Hynix A die. So figured to start off with the micron kit. Can you hear me all right? Because this is the PC that I built on the live there, the i7 3770K and the 1080 Ti. And I just set up all my recording stuff onto it, so I'm hoping it's all right. Again, it does take a minute for it to get back to the BIOS because you did disable the fast boot. And disabling the fast boot helps guarantee that it's going to take the timings and the voltage that you set or the XMP sets. All right, awesome. Yeah, RAM's not fun to do. I've done a lot of DDR3, DDR4, and a crazy amount of DDR5 timing. Like a crazy amount of DDR5. When the 12th gen came out, I got the Z690 ORS Master, and then I got this micron kit. The micron kit, it didn't perform the way I wanted, so I got the Hynix M die kit that I'll be showing. It's not what I would like people to buy at all. It's too expensive for what it is. You can buy cheaper Hynix M die, but I did a lot of timing on DDR5 Hynix M die, and I have gotten some pretty good scores. All on air cooled too, so I'm not going liquid nitrogen or anything like that to get some crazy scores like some people. Yeah, I don't go crazy voltages. Some people say 1.7, 1.8 volts into them. That's crazy, man. That's absolutely crazy. Okay, so we're back at the BIOS. We're just gonna do, again, we're just gonna go through the XMPs right now. So the XMP4. We're not gonna do XMP5 because it's the 4800, 36, 36, 36. That right there, those timings will equal out to the XMP1, 5200, 40, 40, 40. Okay, that's. And I actually maybe I'll go through it just to show people like going up this little bit, this 200 megatransfers is not, it's not good. And the timings are still the same for the different XMP. And a lot of motherboards, and I guess you could say some CPUs, but more or less motherboards cannot handle micron at this speed for some reason. You have to up the voltage to at least 1.3 volts, which is odd. So we'll just do that. Completely just go to, oh, yeah, should switch to 5400, I hope. The hard part about the DDR5 timings is the SA voltage, so your system agent voltage. So that right there will talk to your RAM in that to give how much voltage out to the IMC. So it'd usually be about 1.2 to 1.3 volts. There are some kits that'll kick it up to like 1.4 volts. And you gotta remember, that's just off of one little voltage rail onto your CPU talking to your RAM. So if the more voltage you put up to it, that will warm up, and it won't show. It won't show like in temperatures of the CPU or anything. That's just strictly on its own. And that can make you unstable as well. Just having your SA voltage just way too high. Yeah, DDR5 is not fun. Unless you're doing like AMD. AMD, you can put the timings in that you should be able to put in. You won't be able to, go crazy speeds on them, but you will be able to put the timings in that the RAM kit should be able to do. It's just easier from everyone that I've seen. Not even like the top guys doing it. Like everyone, AM4, AM5 is just, or AM5 is just better. I like Intel though, but it is what it is. Apparently, the 7800 X3D that I was talking about in one of my videos, it was just a leak. Apparently, they have come out, but they're all fakes. So that's kind of funny. Yeah, DeBauer, he bought some 7800 X3Ds thinking that maybe they were the legit ones that might have been from the leak that came out a while ago. And he bought them. He took them apart. Nope, they don't work. They're fakes. That's one thing with DDR5 though is also the voltages. Certain kits only like to go to certain temperatures with a certain voltage, and then once the temperature hits past that temperature with that voltage, it will just crash instantly. Doesn't matter if you how loose of a timings you have. If the voltage is just let's say like 1.4 volts, which isn't crazy on DDR5, but 1.4 volts and the Hynix M die goes over 45 degrees Celsius, it just crashes. Just no good. The timings on Hynix M die are great though. So I gotta reload. Had to restart it. Wow. Yeah, I've been getting some more votes. I've been getting more votes on the community post that I put out. More people want to see some more Hynix, oh not Hynix, sorry, DDR3 cheap kits. I have a lot of cheap kits, ECC and non-CC, 2 GB sticks and 4 GB sticks. Different kits that I could try out. Take her easy. All right, we're back. All right, should be at the speed still, right? Yeah, some people don't like hardware monitor. I like because you can quickly just scroll through, see temperatures and everything, and I put this up against hardware info, and it's the same. As long as you keep it updated. Everything looks good there. Nah, no, we're only at 5200. Actually, let's head back. That's okay. I can rerun the test just to make sure we're still getting around the 88,000. Make sure we're still getting the 88,000 on this one. Run. We'll see how well this works. Again, this 12600K is on stock, so the max boost we might see is 4.9 gigahertz on a single core. Yeah, yeah. So you saw how I overlapped the one just that little bit. Pretty sure it was just a little bit. That's why it got DQ'd. You cannot. You have to make sure you space them out and make sure you don't lap anything. And it makes sense, man. I mean, you gotta make sure everything's legit and looks good. I used to have a certain pattern that I would set everything out on. And if you go to hardwarebot.org and search out my name, you'll see that all my screenshots on the competition, I laid them out a certain way, so that way it looked really good. And it made it easier for the people that had to go through this, because real people have to go through these pictures and timings and all that and make sure they're legit. So you just make it easier for them. Yeah, yeah. I'll make a real detailed video on how to make sure you're following the guidelines a little bit easier. If you just go to the competition though, so yeah, we're still hitting the 88,000, but if you go to like the hardware bot competition and then you just search up the rules, it'll literally tell you word for word how they want it done. And it might not be everything has to be updated to the exact update that's the newest. It's just what they want to see. Yeah, I've done a few. Well, last year I did a competition and I had a couple of times removed due to the fact I didn't have. I thought I did, but I was running off of like I think it was like 12 different systems I was using, and I was trying to make sure I had everything updated. And that one system didn't have CPU Z updated to 207 or 208, 2.08, sorry, which is like close to now. And yeah, I got it removed, which kind of sucks. But I still got some runs in from the other tests that I had everything properly done. Yeah, I'll probably put a like another community post, see if people want to actually go and figure out how to do the hardware bot. It Once you have everything set, it's very easy to do, and anyone can do it. Like you don't have to have top of the line stuff, and you can still technically get a good score, and you could get a gold, you could get a silver, you could be top 10 in the world on your system. You never know. To be honest, I think that's pretty cool. All right, so we're still around 88,000. So let's restart the system. Yeah, so when I got that score DQ'd, like I said in the, in the other live, I put out another post that was another score that was one of the best scores out there. And I made sure everything was done the way they wanted. I was like, man, I didn't want to put it out, but it is what it is. Like the score was over 10,000 points higher than the score I put out. Yeah, yeah, like I'm not sure if you're on like YouTube right now. Well, like another YouTube page, you can search up Lumi, Luumi. A lot of people don't really know him. He does a lot of liquid nitrogen. He's a hoarder. When I say he hoards more stuff than anybody, I'm pretty sure he hoards more dinosaur stuff than anybody. And he loves it. He has to have a certain stepping on a CPU. That CPU has to be a certain CPU of a certain time, and he'll buy as many as he can. And that CPU might be worth maybe $5 of a different variant. That variant's technically better, but he wants that stepping because he can do liquid nitrogen on it. And he'll pay like $100 per CPU when that CPU is like $5. It's funny, but that's what he does. He does a lot of hardcore overclocking. He's a madman. Yeah, Titan XPs are. I would love to get one too. Pretty sure that's the 6 GB variant, right? Yeah, I have a box full of CPUs, drawers full of CPUs, shelves full of CPUs. Alright, we are back in. And because I didn't set the 5400 like I thought. There. Again, these are the XMP at 5400. Yeah, I like my old GPUs. They just look nice. Eventually, we'll be doing overclocking on each one of them. Not sure if I'm gonna do live or make some videos on them. We'll see. See, what I need to get is more motherboards. I would like to get some more DDR4 motherboards because I sold my last one last year. I haven't got a new one. What motherboard was that? Because there were some motherboards that had issues with the RAM channels. Oh, it didn't install proper, or was it the correct BIOS? Because there are some motherboards that look the same and sound the same, but aren't the same. Right. We are back at it. Back to some 7-zip here. wait for everything to settle down. The score should be around the 80,000 mark still. So, like I said, the 200 mega transfer jump, even though the timings technically could be a little bit better on this one, it's still going to be about the same. Just because that 200 is not much. And the actual timings have not been changed that much. Did you keep the board? You should take a picture of it and put it in the Discord. I could probably take pictures of my drawer of shame or just parts drawer. Yeah. So the change, like I said, that's like a 1% change. 88.5, 8,000. So we'll just say 88.3 for those other two tests at 5,200. And now this one's 88.8. So it's like a 1% increase. So not good. But we'll have to save that, and then we'll compare it to actual my timings, my voltages. I do wish going into the BIOS was a lot faster on DDR5, but it's so slow. Yeah, I love just collecting CPUs, motherboards, RAM. My Z87 motherboard I have is another Asus one. It's nice. That's like the way the Z87, Z97, C107 boards. They're nice. They just look nice. The Asus boards. They're good boards. Like their Z97 Pro series. Those are nice. Alright, so now what I'm gonna do is XMP1, or no, XMP there. And we're gonna do 5400. No, we're gonna do 5600. Now the high bandwidth we're gonna disable. Low latency we're gonna disable. And we're gonna go into the actual timings. We're gonna do 38. No, not 48. 38. 40. 40. And we should be able to do 60, but I'm not gonna say that's gonna be perfect for that. Just make sure it's gonna go into command rate 2, TRFI. Do I want to max it? Or do I want to split it? Nah, let's max it. We'll just max it for now. And we'll max this for now. Because when you set these timings with like a Z690 motherboard, Gigabyte, any new good motherboard that has good parameters set for it, when you set these timings, so like a 38, 40, 40, 60, Actually, we'll set that to 80 because I don't think 60 is going to work for micron. It's been a while since I've done them, but we can't go too low with the primaries on micron. That's the sad part about it. Like with the Hynix MDAR A-Day, we could do like 30, yeah, 30, 40, 40, or 42, 42, and then 48, which are pretty good timings. And then our TRC2 and TRC-PB. So that's just technically your TRFC, which it's setting ours to 703. So it's just our lows and high. And I'm just going to keep that auto for now. So I want to see what it does with the actual motherboard timing on it. So those timings that we changed there. It'll set the rest of the timings to what it can work with. And we can go off of some of those timings so that way we're working with the motherboard so we can tighten the timings better because we're going off of what the motherboard prefers. Yeah, these micron kits, you can't go too high with these 50 or these 5200s or the 5600 kits. You can't go very high with them. You can usually only go about 5600 or 6000 on them. Mega transfers. Not that great. I've even tried single stick. Does a single stick I can get 6200. Ooh. Looking at the motherboard. Looking at the motherboard, and it's actually saying it might work. Alright, it's going back through the steps again. Does look like, oh, we're stuck on channel. Nope, whoa, we're working it. It's trying. It's trying. So, because we changed just a certain amount of these timings, especially the mains, like 38, 40, 40, 80. The 38, just changing the cast latency down a bit, it's gonna want to change a lot of parameters on it. We probably should change the actual refresh rate though, the TRFC. So that way it can have more stability. It's trying though, it's trying. Did you put a picture of the motherboard on Discord yet? Oh, I think we made it. We might have done it. Oh, we did it. Awesome. Now, should be good for, yeah, didn't change the voltage, good. It's more or less what I want to see there. So it looks good. Make sure we're at the 56. Yep, we're at the 56 that we set it to. And that worked, all right. We can open up CPU Z just to show the timings, just to make sure the timings are still set. It's been here in spirit. Yeah, alright, so timings are good. 38, 40, 40, 80, 120, T2. Awesome. So this test should be a bit better. So we should be around the 89.5, maybe 90,000 now. Because the timings, when I go back into the actual BIOS, I'll show you what it did with the timings on that. It tightened up a lot of timings just by doing that. Well, yeah, looks like it's pretty good. It'll be around the 90,000 mark. Yep, yep. All right, so we got an increase of almost 700 points. 88.3 we'll say was the average on the other one, so not bad. Okay, we can save that. Now we got 88.89. That was the 5200 at a little bit tighter timings. Or, yeah, that was just at better timings. 5200 at tighter timings. 7 zip right here. The 8845. Oh no, 883 wasn't it? Oh, it was 884. The 884 here was 5200 at XMP. So a little bit of a jump from 5200 XMP to a 5200 tighter timing. And then we went to 5600 tighter timings as well. We're going to change some more timings on that. And we also raised refresh values. So we'll redo this. We'll just we'll tighten this up quite a bit on this one. More or less could be tighten the TRFC on this time. I don't think we can go to 36 cast latency with these microns, but we'll try that later on. I'm just going to tighten the TRFC, which will help. So instead of that 700 max TRFC, we'll put it down to like a 600. 600 should work, and we'll keep the low around the 380, 400 mark. Does take a while to get into the BIOS. More or less, it takes a while to get into the BIOS when you set to slow mode or slow BIOS load, so that way all the timings just work better. We can speed this up too by changing the round trip latency. So it doesn't, well, it's a round trip check. So it's a secondary check. We can change that. BIOS says we are good. We're going to be going into the BIOS here in a second. With my next live, I will be doing Hynix MDI, which could be a little bit more fun because there's a lot more timings we can do on them. Like we can lower the cast latencies and all the primary timings way lower. We can get way more speeds out of them too. I mean, right now we're only at 1.25 volts on the RAM. 5600 at 38, cast latency 38, 40, 40, 80, which, yeah, not terrible, I guess, but I'll show you the secondary timings. The secondary timings are not that great. If it's good, let me into BIOS. Oh, yep, here we go. Okay. Oh. Oh, yeah, that's right. We did, so that timing, we did 5600 And then see how the XMP5, so I'm only enabling the XMP so that way I don't have to mess with the voltages. These voltages kind of work with these sticks, so I'm just trying not to mess with them. Let's see what's set in the SA2. Is it not? It's not going to show me? Yeah, and everything's set. Just stock. We're just doing stock for now. We're not going to be changing any extra voltages or anything like that. Because when you set the XMP, it more or less will give you the voltages on which these the chips on the memory sticks are good at. Only really Hynix A die, and sometimes in some scenarios Hynix M die, you can raise the voltage and it will help stabilize, but not make it stable. Again, reference clock 100, gear mode 2, stable fast boot, so that way it guarantees every time we change these timings and or frequency, it works. We don't need to add any of these right now. This right here is more or less, so not the frequency because you can't do it in OS. You switch this on, you can overclock in the operating system. Not recommended. So we had cast latency 38, 40, 40, 80. Now we're going to keep those the same. And what we're going to change is our TRFC2 and our TRFC PB. This is on gigabyte board. So other ones would be like TRFC1, TRFC2, and TRFC4. And that will be your high. TRFC1 will be your high mode. TRFC2 will be your standardized. So it depends on how your motherboard loads up at the time and what it's looking to do. Just your refresh rate. So the higher the refresh rate, the looser it is. So that way it's more stable technically. The lower is eh. But right now it's like, that's crazy how low that is. That is actually insane. I'm flabbergasted. How is this so low? This is micron. Cool. Alright, well, we're going to change this to... what did I say I was going to do this? 700. No, 600. I said I was going to do 600 on it. 600 for the high. And then keep it around the 400. It says 311. I'm just going to raise it because I want to get as much... so, like, with our primary timings, it will help. And also our frequency. Because I want to try to raise the 5600, which is pretty hard to do with these 5200 kits. I want to raise this up to at least 6,000 by the end of this stream. Maybe 6,400, we'll see. But we'll keep these all the same. Actually, I don't like that. So we'll do 80. It's 84 it wants. Well, it's fine. That's good, that's good, that's good. 16. 18, 17. Keep it 18. So for me, I don't like to have, especially if I'm on command, the timing. So T2, T1 or T2. So whether or not it's gonna go like strictly off of like 1 for 1, or it's gonna split up to 1 for 2 or 2 for 2. So it's your commands. So T2, I like to have all mine to an even number. It just, in my eyes, from what I've been testing, it's better. So like the 17, even though it's lower and maybe it wanted it, I don't want it to be that. I want it to be an even 18. The 115, I'll do 116. I just change all those to make sure it's even. Because if you look, this is what it's set at right now. So actually, these timers aren't half bad. I'm not gonna lie, these timers are not half bad for micron. Like, this motherboard just set almost basically JEDEC speed on all of it. We did raise up the TXS DLL, which is like a load line for it. So I know Hynix M die likes to be around like a high number. We'll see what this does for the micron. And what I'm going to do is just save and exit, let it do its timings on that, and then I'm going to start raising the actual frequency. So I'm not going to go right into the operating system. I'm going to let it do the timings, like what it wants to do for this. So it should be fairly quick for the timings on this. Then I'll just go right back into the BIOS and I'll raise up the frequency up to the mega transfers up to 5800. See how well that is. Should be fairly quick. Oh, I think we're doing it. We are doing it. 4C on this motherboard's just doing its round trip. Going again. We're on the road again. I'm on the road again. Yep, there we go. And 3, 2, 1. Holy, it must be changing a lot of timings, which is good. Which is really good. Usually with like DDR3 and DDR4, you do not have to wait this long. The motherboards or whatever just sets it to a guaranteed work. It goes off of a formula for each. DDR5, you don't have to follow the formula. Like the formula like is just like taking the timings off of like your cast latency and or your primary timings, and you're just gonna like add those up to your secondary timing, so that way it has a baseline. It's usually like a 4 times the amount or twice the amount, or you just add it on your cast latency and another primary timing to get a secondary timing. And that's what the older motherboards more or less did. They just went off of a formula, and you can search it up onto like their pages and that. Like each motherboard will have a certain way of doing certain things, or manufacturers might have a certain way of doing certain things. But yeah, most for RAM, it's all it's math for most of it. But DDR5, for some reason, you don't have to follow it that well. Like you can crank stuff way lower than what it should be, and it works. More or less for Hynix M die though, you can crank stuff so low, and it's like, what? This doesn't even make sense. But it works. Where you can crank stuff so low on Hynix M die that it literally crashes. Well, not crashes. It messes up the BIOS, so it'll change certain timings so to a number that doesn't correspond with the actual timing, and it's set so low that it just works for some reason. Kind of funny. I'll show it on the Hynix M die, what it breaks. It's not like it's breaking. It's not like it's harming anything. It's more or less, yeah. So like I said, all I did was change those couple. So down here, so we got the 600, 418. So all those evens now. Yeah, now everything should be even. It should have made sure everything was even. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I don't lie. I don't lie. Everything is now set to even, which I like. We are not going to be worrying about these primary or secondary timings right now. These timings actually don't look half bad. With Hynix M die, we can go way lower though, of course. Like we're talking like 4.2. 8 works better for these two for Hynix M die. 48 we can go to 48 or 42 sometimes. Depends on other timings though. It still set us around 1792, which is pretty crazy. The T mod for most RAM, the 4640 mark, is going to be where it sets it to. Raising this, you can get a little more stability, but the 46 is fine. So sometimes we can do, so see how I have, this is just max, so you just do the DDR5, you just go 9999, like as high as you can, and then just let it do whatever it is. It's usually 262, 143. What we can do is split this number in half, like split rate in half. So whatever that is, 13, 1 something. But yeah, we're gonna split that number in half. If you split that one, you gotta try to split your TR3X9, and that is it's another refresh, and that will help you if you have like stuttering, some weird stuttering in games and that. What you can do is do that, and generally with RAM, you're gonna set the TRFI to either the max or split in half, and then you're gonna divide that number by 4 generally. It's general, but this is DDR5. Whoops. So what I'm just gonna do, I'm just gonna keep everything it's cranked up. That worked. Everything works. Everything looks good. I like it. So now we'll just make sure everything is set with this. So we'll put in those numbers that are on this side for now. The TFA for micron, we can go maybe 30. We can't go too low with the TFA. So I'll be showing that later on too, probably. Everything looks okay. So the TRC, it was set to 120, which is it's basically going off of adding 2 of these together to get that, if that makes sense. So your primaries, so basic math really. You're just gonna be adding like your cast latency with another number to get your TWR for say, or your TCWL. It's just an add on and then subtract on certain things, which I'll be going through. I have a big notepad set out for all the timings that you need to worry about for more or less DDR3 and DDR4. DDR5 will follow the rule. It's just a rule of thumb, but you can go off of the rule of thumb so far off of it that doesn't even matter about going off of it. It's kind of funny. But yeah, we'll raise this now to the 5800 that I wanted. And now we're still going to be at the 1.25 volts. We might need to raise the voltage. So if we go to advanced voltage, oh, wrong one. So right here and here. And this is the one we need to change. .3, and we're also going to set this just to 1.3. And just leave the VPP mode, or VPP AO voltage, it's just your 1.8 volt. You can raise this with Hynix MDI to help some things, but micron, it doesn't, from what I've found, it doesn't do anything. Now we're just I'm gonna save the profile on this, so that way, I'm pretty sure it might not work the first time around. I can reset stuff faster, and it should work. DDR5 is not fun. Micron is not fun. Hynix MDI is fun, but it's not fun because, yeah, it just doesn't make sense. Like, you're literally putting timings on Hynix MDI, sometimes on Hynix ADI. You're putting the timing so low that it breaks the motherboard's BIOS for the actual timings, and it sets certain parameters so low that it technically doesn't make sense. It works really well though. Like the speed, the bandwidth, the latency that you can get out of Hynix MDI is crazy. At like 1.4 volts. 1.5 volts is not too bad either, but a lot of people are saying, oh, 1.6, 1.7 volts. You're just looking to fry your chips. Because it might not tell you the actual temperature of the chips, it just might be telling you the temperature of the IMC. And IMC can only take so much temperature too. Hynix A die, it's fine. Hynix A die, the temperatures run around 65-70 C on its like minimum. Hynix M die, you can go to like 45 degrees Celsius and that's it. Oh, we're doing timings. It's trying here. Oh, I just hit the retime. Crazy. All right, so we did it. So it should work. So there's 5,800 mega transfers at these timings now. And again, this is all, I put the timings to an all even now. So it should be a little more stable in a way. So with 7-zip, you want everything on your RAM to be as fast as possible, the timings to be as low as possible, and generally that helps. But you also want it to be stable because 7-zip will hit the RAM kinda, not crazy hard. It does hit it kind of hard, but it needs to be stable. Oh, we're on AD. It's not allowing me to restart. It might not like this timing, so that's more. Nope. Yeah, it's not liking the time, so I have to restart. Good old kettle chips. Yeah, so it might not like those timings that time around, so just restarting and let it doing its thing again could change that parameter. Sometimes the motherboard does not set the timings. Again, it's going off of a math formula to set timings. If you're just changing certain timings, it will set the other timings, so the other primary time, sorry, the other secondary timings to match. Just a rule of thumb. And I'll just try to match it so it works for the RAM stick and the motherboard. Some motherboards don't like certain speeds. That's usually because it's a 4-DIMM motherboard versus a 2-DIMM motherboard. What kind of kettle chips you got? Oh, I think it's gonna work this time now. OD, I like seeing that. That means going back around. Yep, 31, back around for 34, 30E. That's good, that's good. And it's sitting at 79, 7A, perfect. Should load up here in about 5 seconds. C3, C2, going through the channel. Good. 4C, sit here for a second for the round trip. Boom, done. And it's final check just to make sure. Oh, Hynix chips. Yeah. Yeah, the Hynix chips are from DDR3. Not really DDR4. DDR4 was okay for Hynix, but the Samsung B die was just the go-to. It's so much easier to overclock and get so much more speed, better timings. But DDR5 Hynix does really good. The Samsung, it's more Samsung kind of got out of the gaming aspect for DDR5, and they're going into more like servers and workstations, going for like the 1 TB per chip at like a 12 nanometer process. Like 1 TB of RAM per stick is crazy. That's what Samsung's doing. They make Samsung B die for DDR5, but it's not that good. is not liking these timings for some reason. Well, it's more or less the frequency. I did change the voltage to 1.3, but it might need more, 1.35 or 1.33. Oh, come on. Nobody likes looking at a black screen. I swear I'm here. Hello. It's trying. It's really trying to get these timings to work. It's trying. Like I said, these micron, especially like the 5200, or like if a lot of people can find the 4800 JDEC speeds too. Basically, 5200 is JDEC speed. 40, 40, 40, 80 or 40, 40, 40, 120 is JDEC. At 4800. So 5800 is a little bit faster. Yeah, did not like that. So I already know what I gotta do. It probably didn't like it due to the fact I changed these voltages, and I'll just set these to 0 and let it do what it wants. Later on we can change those, but we'll also change the VDDQ and the VDD2. That's just for gigabyte, but basically the same. It'll say VDD or VDD 2, not VDDQ and then VDD2. But we'll change those two later on. See if we can get a little more performance. I would like to get these sticks up to over 6,000, which I haven't been able to do. So I just want to make sure. Gear mode, yep, everything looks good. 38, 40, 80. The 80 we might have to raise, but no, it's saying 76. That's alright. 84, put it down to, and split, so split, it's good. Everything looks fine. Might have been because I changed the voltage and it didn't like it. Yeah, it's already going into the quick time, which means it should be loading up in a few seconds here. So probably because I changed the voltage and it didn't. Either the motherboard didn't like it or the sticks didn't like it. DDR5 for some reason, certain memory chips like to have a certain voltage. So either a lower voltage at a certain speed or a higher voltage at a certain speed and certain timings. So it could be a lower mega transfer, but better timings at higher voltage, or a higher frequency at lower timings for a higher voltage. Yep, so we are at 31. Should go through here in a second. I know looking at a black screen's not all great. There we go. It's going back through. Should be good now. Yeah, I don't know. I might have to change the cast latency back up to 40. Guaranteed. Like, should be able to do 36, 36, 36 on these microns, but you have to do 36, 36, 36 at like a maximum of 5,000 mega transfer, which really doesn't give you a whole lot more performance. Because what we want, DDR5 has a lot of bandwidth, so a lot of frequency can help out. The timings are better though, so like 6,000 with way tighter timings than a 7,000. The 6,000 would technically beat it. Done another test too. 32 gigabytes of JDEC speed, so everything was set to 40, 40, 40, 120 on this micron kit, which is 32 gigabyte. in the Hynix MDI kit was a 48 gig, and it's hard to set the timings to like exact, but I was able to do 40, 40, 40, 120 on the primary timings with the Hynix at 4800 megatransfers, same as the micron. I set it to 4800, and it worked pretty good. Like the Hynix was way better, even though it was set to basically the same speeds. The Hynix was better. Oh, come on. There we go. There we go. It's trying. It's trying. I swear, it's trying. I'm gonna make this a bit faster though. Next time I go into the BIOS, I'm gonna change the round trip. So that way it doesn't have to go into it. Yeah, this is really slow for loading. Okay, I just restart so that way I can just go into the BIOS. I want to just change that round trip. So I think that's part of the issue. It's recorrecting itself and it's maybe finding a slight stutter. It also could be the speed, the 5800 mega transfers at 38, cast latency 38. They don't like to go, Micron doesn't like to go fast speeds with tighter primaries. But that's what I want to do. I want to tighten all the primaries. Come on. Okay, there we go. It's trying. The motherboard's going, why are you doing this to me? And I say, cuz we got to learn about Micron and how crappy it is for DDR5. Like Micron does sell some higher kits, but the primaries are not good still. I'm pretty sure the secondary timings you can't tighten them either. There we go. We're doing something. We're doing something. Let's get into the BIOS. Please. There we go. Switch it over. Should go now. I swear. I'm here. I swear. That's why I want to get a capture card. But I don't want to get a cheap one. Capture card makes things so much easier. We're almost there, I think. Come on, please. There we go. Should be pass. I did a round trip. I don't want it. That's why I'm going to go back into the BIOS. It's doing this round trip, which is taking so much more time to go back through all the timings. Yeah, it's going back into the round trip again for some reason. one of the downfalls. I knew I should have taken it off right off the bat. I knew we were gonna have this kind of issue. Yeah, there we go. So it worked. So everything worked, but the round trip latency, which we'll go into. So it's down into your memory training settings if no one knows what that is. So you basically go down to your advanced memory settings, and then we'll go to the training. So you got early command training and all those, right? JDEX, right leveling. So if you have JDEX speeds, there's so many things you could do with this. Oh, did we crash? Yes, we did. And that might have been due to the fact it was going through so many round trips and rechanging the timings that the first time around it would have worked at. But now we have this. So what I'm gonna do. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna hit that. Reset, and we're gonna reset it. Why? Because I'm gonna set the round trip latency to be, or the round trip off, so that way it doesn't kick itself back through the timings. And generally, the first time, anyways, booting on will be it generally work. If not, you'll just get a blue screen when you load on, and it's faster than it going back through over and over and over. So it helps speed things up. I should have done it right off the bat, but of course I didn't. And we're loading back. And BIOS. Yes, I know. Back to advanced mode. We just load up the profile, which was the tester, which is at 5800 there. So what we can do now is go to there, and then training, blah blah blah. Now where is it? Where's the round trip? Oh, late command, we don't need that either. Round trip right there. So your round trip latency, we can disable that. Don't need it. Yeah, that looks good. I'll just make sure this is enabled. And that will help with these. And then again, I'm not changing anything except for I think I have to change the voltage since I have it changed in here. Yeah, we're at 1.3. Actually, I'm gonna keep it 1.3, and we're just gonna leave it because the voltage will help us with the frequencies. Not really the timings, because we can't go that tight with the timings anyways. But this way, to turn off those, we'll just make it so it doesn't go through an extra training session, basically, for the motherboard. It's quick, but if it has, let's say it finds something it doesn't like, that the motherboard doesn't like, it will go through it, and then it'll go through it again and again. This way, it'll go through it, and it should just either load up or go to BIOS and say, that did not work. Instead of it going over and over and over, 10 minutes later, it's still training. Again, Hynix or Micron's not that fun. I'm not even sure what die it is. I just know it's just Micron. Should probably search up what die it is too. Sometimes finding the actual like die name is not easy. It won't tell you exactly on the manufacturer's page. You'll have to go to an actual like forum and then they'll let you know. Or I guess yeah, there are schematics for it too that you can go off of. Because it's also like pin layouts on the chips, right? Or the balling on the chips, not pin layouts. Oh, we hit a 61, which means we should be good. Or are we stuck at 61? Again, this is probably just due to the fact that I changed the voltage. When you have like an XMP set, it usually doesn't like the voltage is changed. So we'll just do another reset on that, and then I'll change the voltage back to the XMP voltage. So again, I'm just trying to go off of the XMP. It'll help certain people just like to enable XMP, and it's good to do because it sets more or less the voltages and all that for you. And then you can just slightly change the frequency and primary timings. Again, micron can't do a whole lot. But after I'm done this, I'm gonna do my own timing. So take off the XMP, put my own timings in, and then put my own voltage. I'll probably start off at like 1.4 or 1.45 volts on it. These chips can handle it just fine. Yeah, really, they did not like that. So it's fine though. It's going. It's nice that it's passing the round trip. Yeah, it's just gonna do its thing again. I'll be right back. Sorry, man. Yeah, it's going through timings. I know, not very. It's not very funny. No, it's going. It's passing the round trip. So I changed some settings so it passes the round trip. It's still doing timings on the secondary. Like it hasn't stopped anywhere. The motherboard's still doing its thing. Sometimes it can take a while though. With the round trip though, you'll get more or less it stops. It stops trying to do any kind of timings in that. But if you watch, if you have a motherboard that like has an actual, display for codes, you can just watch it. If it continuously goes through some things, um, and then it will stop and it won't change for a few minutes, then you know it's stuck on the round trip. Guess I might have to. Try not to fall while doing it. There we go. Yeah, you're talking about your A dies, your Nanyas. And again, we'll just go back to here. Oh, here. Load my profile and take away the voltage, which is guaranteed it's the voltage. Timings look good. Yep. We gotta go back into here though. And trip, disable, late command, disable. And I do wanna enable that. 5800 should work though. If anything, I change this to 40. For some reason it does like that. And we could set this to 120, which will actually help a bit. Yeah, right now it is 6 a.m. So what time are you thinking? 4 hours, in 4 or 5 hours, or later. All right, sounds good. Oh, micron's just so does not like anything. Like 5800 megatransfers is not much. Yeah, zero plans, eh? Yep. Oh, come on. Alright, I'm gonna turn the internal VCCSA, so the system agent voltage, up. Guaranteed it's probably only at like 1.1 or 1.2. The 1.3 might make it work. And this is just micron, so I'm trying to get 6,000 at least for this stream. The timings we're at are crap, but what we're gonna do is go 48, 54, 54. That 120 is fine. The TRC should set itself. So if we do like 170, should be 8. Again, loosening the timings a little bit more, so hopefully we can get some frequency out of it. Because once we can start seeing that, it'll actually handle the mega transfers, so the 5800 on the chips with the motherboard. It's not really the CPU, just the motherboard and the RAM, more or less the RAM. And hopefully we can take away some of the timings and keep the actual speed. Better timings beat speed on DDR5 because DDR5 already has high bandwidth. It's going, it's going, it's trying, it's trying. Not really liking it. So maybe we'll go back down to the 5600 for now. That way we can just do some more timings on it. This 5600 seems to be okay, but 5800's a no-go. Yeah, but it looks like 5800 might be a no-go. So I'd loosen those timings quite a bit. Again, nothing. Just going back through one check. If anyone's new to the stream here, just let me know what kind of RAM kits you're using. If it's micron. It doesn't matter if you don't know the chip as well. You can tell me just the brand, the timings that it's at, and the speed. I can generally figure it out from there. Nope, I did not like it. I'm resetting that. And we're gonna go back off of the 5600. I'm gonna try to tighten some of the timings. Micron can handle like a 36, 80 roughly, but you'd have to do it at a really low frequency, really low mega transfer. Which is no fun. We need some more speed than 4800 or 5000. No, definitely not. Yeah, definitely not pre-recorded. I'm sorry you're looking at a black screen, by the way. I don't have a capture card right now, so I have a camera set up to record my main PC screen. And another live that I did the other day, I built this streaming dash recording PC so I can do this. It's more or less so I can do the Hynix MDI though. Yeah, live. It just I'm sorry you're looking at a black screen. You gotta reset the BIOS again. Yeah, these micron chips are not fun to overclock. So I'm trying to get some decent timings, and I guess you can't do a whole lot of mega transfer, a lot of speed out of them. The 5600 seems to be the max, so I'm gonna go back to 5600 and tighten up the timings. Yeah, I was watching a video earlier about Twitch versus YouTube streaming. Twitch is gaining, but Twitch still doesn't have as much viewers or hours of live streaming. On YouTube's like 15 billion hours, and Twitch has like 5 billion, which is pretty crazy. There we go. Go to the BIOS now. It's actually why I stopped watching any of like those pro players for gamers and that. A lot of their stuff is pre-recorded and it's just on a loop, which is kind of lame if you ask me. So I'm gonna load the same profile, but I'm just gonna lower the. It's back to 5600. And we got to go back and change the, oh, not that. Gotta change the training. Enable that. Down here. Round trip, disable. Or late command training, and round trip, disable. 5600. Should be good for timing. Yep. Actually, I'm gonna try 36. 38. 38. 80. Oh, I know what else I gotta do on this, and I gotta resave a profile. So that way I don't have to change these again. Oops. 0. 0. Tweaker. Save. Save. Yeah, I can redo that one. Yeah, Twitch is good. I'm not saying Twitch is bad. There's so many streamers. I mean, and they don't so over on Twitch apparently they don't what do they call? They don't care who you are, how big you are. You will always get like a decent placement or people will always be seeing your streams unlike YouTube. And YouTube, yeah, man, like I streamed for like a lot of hours a day. Like back in April and March, April, March, I streamed a lot of hours per day. Zero views for months. And then I made one video on YouTube about doing a hard mod on a 1070, EVG 1070, just a hard mod for no power limit. And I started getting some views on videos, and then I started getting views on lives. And then starting to take off from there. But if I switched over to Twitch, I would have a way bigger, platform, like more viewers. It's okay though. YouTube is still better for the videos itself. And I try to make like videos off of some live streams sometimes, or I'll just try to make different kind of videos for YouTube and not make it a live. Give variety. You live on Twitch, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of people that prefer Twitch, and that's just more or less because they're more easily found. YouTube's kind of back in the dark age for live stuff. And we should be loading up this time around. Everything, it just reset the PC, which is a good sign on my end. And this time around it should load. Yeah, I was thinking about switching to Twitch, but I don't know. I don't know. I have a decent amount of followers so far on YouTube, and I got enough that I just need the hours now to be monetized. So if I can just keep streaming on YouTube and keep making videos, that's all I'll need. Oh, I did not like, yeah. Oh no. So I'm gonna say they didn't like those timings. That's okay. The 36 is kind of low. So we'll do 38, 38, 38. And we'll just keep all those. Again, sorry for looking at a black screen. I should have set up another camera. I do have my phone, but for a camera, but I'm trying to look at the live stream as well, so I can keep up with the chat. I don't like to use the OBS live chat thing. It's delayed, like more delayed than what it should be. Yeah, we got a load up. That's good. This is a 12600K. It's got a 32 gigabyte, so 2x16 sticks of micron memory. And I got a 3070 Ti in the system. This is what you're looking at, the black screen. See my hand? This is the black screen right now. That is what it is. 12600K, all on stock. And then I'm trying to get better timings on micron. Micron is not fun to overclock at all. Maybe later on today, probably tomorrow though, I'm gonna be doing Hynix MDI, and I'm currently making a more advanced or from beginner to advanced for tuning Hynix A-die and M-die. But yeah, this is what we're on, 12600K. I'll show in the BIOS. So BIOS, everything as you can see is on auto. We're still on stock on the CPU, 100%. So we're going to stay 100% stock on the CPU and that. Again, it did not like these timings, and more or less it didn't like 5600 megatransfers with your TRCD at 30 below 40. So I find if you go above 5,000 megatransfers on these sticks, below 40 is very hard to achieve for timings for your TRCD and TRP. TRAS, the 80's just fine. Cast latency, you can probably get 36, but 38 is what I'm going to be doing. So your TRFC2 and your TRFC PB, that's only on gigabyte boards. So like other boards would be like TRFC 1, TRFC 2, and TRFC 4, and that just is your low and high refresh rates. And this micron can handle that just fine. Like your TRP, other chips like Hynix or even Samsung, you can lower this. Like Samsung's B-die DDR5, you can lower the T5 and the TRP a little lower, but still not as low as Hynix, which you can do 16 and 16 on them. And we went to TREFI, maxed it out, just maxed it out. TREFI X9, which is its other refresh, 255, just maxed. This right here will help in game for like stability. More or less, if this does not work, you're maxing it out. You can split this number in half. So whatever the skid be, it's like the 13,000 mark. But you can split this number, or 130,000, sorry. You can split this number in half and then split this as well. And it will also maybe work better for your PC. And it'll just stabilize in games and that. So you won't have any like huge noticeable down spikes in games for your frames. That helps. TRD pre, we just went 18 because I didn't want the 17. TWR pre 116 because I didn't want the 117. And this works. This works just fine. No, I'm into, so I do DDR3. So any like the system I have now that's streaming all this is i7 3770K. It only has 8 gigabytes of RAM. I overclocked it a bit though, so it helps. And it has a 1080 Ti. That's what it's running right now for streaming. The new system is my daily, so my editing PC, my gaming PC, my streaming PC, and my recording PC. I just switched everything over to this one now. That way I can do this. I'm into everything though, man. Back from early 2000s all the way up till now. But I have a lot of DDR5 timing. I've owned 13900KF, 12900K, and right now I'm using the 12600K. Yeah, so if you're new to the channel too, I do hardware bot. So I do this. Oh, that's right, I got no internet. I have the internet set to the streaming PC right now, which is better for scores anyways. But what I'm doing right now is just doing benchmate. So benchmate has a lot of benchmarks that you can put into the hardware bot, which is right here, hardware bot. And this is the Team Cup 2024, which I'm currently working on, which I need to get my butt working on submitting some more scores. And we're just doing 7-zip. So this run should be around 90,000, maybe 91,000. So the core and thread on this CPU is 12600K, so it's an i5 12600K. It has 6 performance cores and 12 threads on that, and it has 4 efficiency cores. So it has 10 cores, 16 thread. And it's all on stock right now. I'm only worrying about overclocking the RAM. You can always overclock the RAM till its max and then overclock the CPU later on, and that will help know for a fact it's not your RAM that's causing issues. Almost 90,000. Not terrible. I did run the test kind of quick, so I'll probably run it again and it would be better. Just because I didn't let Windows load. Usually when I'm doing these tests, I don't usually run them on my daily PC because it's so bloated. There's so much bloatware and everything on it from downloading all these other things I need for streaming and recording. and I haven't taken it all away. My other systems, like the system right now, it's no bloatware. So I'll go in, I'll download the basic Windows 10 Pro version, and then I'll get rid of all the bloatware. So basically just the operating system, and then you download Benchmate, and that's the only thing really that you need. And then you'll get way better scores because your system doesn't have to worry about any other processes than basically just the benchmarks. 90,000, yeah, I kind of figured. So it was a little better. So 90,000, we'll save this. And our last one was 8956. It was 89, yeah, 8956 right here at 4.9 gigahertz. That's its boost clock on a 12600K. It's all stock. That's single core. And these are some other, like I've gotten this 12600K to 5.6 gigahertz. I think I got some tests only showing 5.4, 5.5, but yeah, 5.5. I do have 5.6 gigahertz. Oh, 5.7 right there. 5.7 gigahertz on this 12600K. Not bad. But yeah, right now 90,000 on 7-zip, all on stock, except for these DDR5 micron, which yeah, not very good. Not bad though. I don't have IDA. I have to redo IDA, but actually let's run a Y crunch. A Y cruncher is pretty stressful. CPU's on stock, so I'm gonna say it's probably only gonna hit like a max of like 60 degrees maybe. We'll go real time. We'll make sure we do it real stressful. And what I like to use is use memory mapping on your memory allocator. Use memory mapping, and then I'll do task queue. Parallel framework, task queue. Okay, workload. You can just leave it on auto. It'll find what's best for the CPU it's running at. And we can run. See if it's stable at 5600 at these timings. It's making it. It's doing it. It's doing it. Wow. And the RAM's only at 1.25 volts. So, nothing crazy. I kind of want to see what the system agent voltage is at, though. Alright, so 32.8 seconds. Save the result. So, yeah, didn't even hit 60. Max of 4.9, which is good. Max of 3.6, which is good. Yeah, everything looks alright. Running these tests on Windows 11. So again, this is my daily, so I'm trying to keep it all updated, just easier for recording and streaming. Everything runs smoother. Generally, I would do a certain Windows 10 version. A Windows 10 version from 2021, I believe. It's not a new Windows 10 at all. It's an older Windows 10, and that would make it so it cannot update itself, and you can get better scores on your CPU. Like way better scores for Y Cruncher. Although it does use more power on that Windows 10 for some reason. But like, let's see, it should be all good to go. So let's do a R23, and I exit that because I didn't put priority up. So we'll do just a SimBench run. SimBench, more or less, the RAM does not matter at all for SimBench, by the way. Oh, did I move the? Like, it does not matter at all for SimBench about the RAM. So you can have a really unstable RAM, and it would still work. Again, this is on, so it looks like it froze in that. This is on real time, so it'll just go, usually goes to a black screen, and then all of a sudden it's done. The score should be around 18,000, I think. or 16,000. 16,000 it should be, sorry. 16.4, 16.3, all on stock. Oh, it did 17.7. Oh, I did better than what I thought. Is that just because of how cool it was? Let's see. Yeah, so you can see it only hit 51 degrees. It is on a 360 mil on a mono block, so like a CPU and motherboard cooler. It's a pretty good system for cooling. On 13900 KF stock, it wouldn't even go past 80 degrees. That's how good the cooling was. So not bad. 17.7. That's way better than what I thought it was going to do. So if we exit that, save the result. Oh, that's fine. We don't need that. We can see R23 at 5.4. Oh yeah, this is R23 5.4, just 6 core. I did almost 17,000, so just shows you. But R23, I should have one around here. No, I don't have one saved. I was hoping to find one that was saved for my overclocked version, which is over 20,000 score. It's good. I'm gonna go back into the BIOS and I'm gonna lower some timings, and hopefully it's still stable. Our Y Cruncher worked. Y Cruncher and 7-zip worked. And maybe later on I'll overclock the CPU to over 5 gigahertz. Overclock the CPU to 5 gigahertz at least. I'm not sure if I'll be able to run a Y Cruncher at 5 gigahertz. But it's chilly this morning. It's only about 19 degrees in my room. 19 degrees Celsius versus the 24 normal. So we got a little bit of a thermal headroom because it's a little bit chillier. And we'll just get back into the BIOS maybe. Yep, there we go. Yeah, I should have set up my phone for another camera, but I kind of want to keep up to date with the live, just in case there's new people joining. By looks at new people are joining. It's nice. They're looking at a black screen. That's always nice. And we should be going into BIOS here in a second. Taking its sweet time to go into the BIOS. Just gonna take its sweet time to go into the BIOS. But still, 90,000 on 7-zip. Not bad. 7-zip is a CPU and RAM kind of test, so better timings and a higher frequency or mega transfers on 7-zip is better. So go back into the BIOS here. Again, everything's all on the stock 5600. Let's try out a different timing though. 38, 40, 40, 80. We're gonna maybe keep those. I would like to say we can lower the TRRD, but we won't be able to change the reads. Probably. So they're not bad. Actually, we should 6 I don't is probably making it so it's not liking that 6, to be honest. Even though it said it, it's probably not liking it. So we'll raise that a little bit. It won't change performance really. And we'll split this. So we'll split this instead of it being the max. We'll just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we'll split this to 123. No, we'll split this to 155. Yeah, we'll just take off 100 off of it, just because I am a bit lower than what this should be. The DDR5, you usually split it, so it's max. You would split to do it, and then you'd split a number off. The TREFX 9 would be a split off of this, so a value for that. So this should just work. TXP 22 is actually not bad for TXP. PL 63, we can switch to a 60. 2 works. Actually, we'll set all these now. And we could do 42 for our read. Right. This will have to keep pretty high for micron. For like a Hynix M die and A die, we can lower these quite a bit. But we'll try to keep it around the 100 range for this micron. The 18's fine. See how it did changed our pre as well. We can switch that to like an 80 will be fine for a pre-charge. 14 looks good. 12 might work, but 14's fine. And we'll set this to 20 because 20 will definitely work. What else we got? T-mod for stability, we'll go 56 instead of it's 46. The TXX DLL and the offset, TXS offset, we'll just leave those to auto, and the motherboard will do its job for that. We can set these though to like a set number. I'll figure out what micron prefers. We'll do 14 because it probably prefers a little bit higher on the SG-ver. DR would be, yeah, 16 looks good. 18 looks good. 20 looks good. So let's go a bit faster there. 20 looks good. 22 looks good. 22 looks good. We can go 26. We can go lower on that just fine. The 8 looks good. 14 looks good, and 14 looks good. The SG, so your read writes, SG will be 64 would be okay. We cannot lower this too far, even with Hynix M die or A die or even Samsung. We can't lower that too far. 52, we can go 48, should be just fine. And 14, 14. Now, with these two, so a read write and write, their DR and DDs will be the same. Keep them the same. And that's generally going to be the same with your read to write. And write to read. Alright? So we might be able to lower these to 12. Probably not, but we should be able to lower these to 12. Maybe even 10 or 8. But 14 for now. And that's all we need to worry about. We're not going to worry about the round trip latencies. It will set that as well. The motherboard will. And we should be good for the voltage, 1.25 volts. And that should be good for now. Again, anyone that's just joining, this is the timings. Oh, we're going to set these to 36, 8, 12. It said 6. It did set it to 6. I'm setting it to 8 because it might help stability, as These micron kits of DDR5 don't like going past 12. I'm gonna set that to 14. I set that to 48. That's fine. Because these microns don't like going past really 5200, and I'm at 5600 with tighter timings. So hopefully it likes that, and we'll just put it back over the tester. Save and exit. I'll let it load, and I'll be right back. How are we doing? Alright, it's doing its thing. It's doing its thing. The motherboard is saying 69. Alright. Stuck on 69. That's not alright. I mean, should be fine. Might have to change the voltage though on this. That's kind of sucks. Now, once you start going past what the XMP can do in that, and then you have to change the voltage, then you have to really start tweaking because the motherboard's only gonna like certain parts of it, and the RAM itself is only gonna like so much. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to hit that. But it looks like it worked. Everything looks like it worked just fine. See how when I got into the BIOS here, everything still says the 5600 and everything hasn't changed to stock. Means, yep. Means, so it lowered it. That's good. I just want to make sure it, yeah. Let's see how I set these before. Now, these don't technically matter unless you're on AMD. Anyways, yeah, everything looks good. Everything's set good. I'm gonna search up the micron for the TX DLL and the TX offset. I'm gonna search those up. The offset doesn't really matter, but more or less the TXS DLL. We can set this to a specific. So instead of it going, its max, so its max will be about 8,000. The general number would be around 3,000, or 4,000. I'm pretty sure for Hynix it likes around the 4,200 mark. So we'll see. I'll have to search it up. But we can, yeah, save profile. Just make sure I save it back into the tester. Just make sure everything's set. And it should work now. Yeah, everything looks good. Just motherboard doing its thing now. Nice. Nice. Anybody new in the chat? Should be loading up here. All right, we made it. We made it. So everything should be looking good, yeah? Yeah. Sweet. I like it. I like it. All right, let's get this all set. Try to 7-zip. 7-zip is, again, not the most strenuous for RAM and CPU. It is somewhat strenuous, but Y crunchers could be our real test, and we will be running that. So let's give it a second before I run it, because probably a bunch of background processes running right now. Actually, let's see. Yeah, a lot of background. This is all this kind of stuff you don't want to have in your benchmarking system. See how it has like the gigabyte, all these updaters, the graphics card engine. That's more or less for EasyOC, 4 GB. But the Corsair services, all that should not. Java, all that should not be running. Everything should be bare bone as you can. Just basically the operating system and whatever benchmark you're running. But anyways, we'll run because we are good to go. Oh yeah, scores already not too bad. 92 there, 88. Should be around 90 next one. 91. 92, hey, it's a decent score. And again, these are all the timings that I put in after the motherboard did some timings. I did switch some because I do believe it will be more stable. Yeah, it's running this test, so it means it must be somewhat stable. And then after this, we'll do some Y cruncher. Some Y cruncher. Oh, oh, that was loud. Oh, 90,000. Well, we didn't change really anything that was gonna help us. I'm pretty sure we can't lower the refresh anymore, like TRFC. We're basically at its max, which is, that's fine. 90,000 still nothing to complain about. Try some Y cruncher. We'll do real time mapping. Yep, it's all good. Now we'll see how stable everything is with Y cruncher. Y cruncher 5B is more or less the one you want to do it on for stability. Ida's also good, but Ida's pretty rough, man. It's especially if you're doing the smalls, it's brutal on your system. It's not really recommended. We got 32 before on this. We got on this now. There, yeah, same. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So everything seems to be pretty stable at these timings. Again, the voltage won't be much. 1.25, maybe 1.26 on the voltage. Yeah. So that's good. We can do the out, like we could raise some parts of it. But it's not really gonna help us with micron. It doesn't help us with micron. What are the temps we at? 25. See, look at that. The temps are crazy good. 25C. Yeah, seems. Yeah, no Y cruncher though. If I did like a Y cruncher 5B, it does take a while, but it's very strenuous. Really good for checking to see how stable everything is. But the real test, if you do gaming or editing or anything like that, is just using what you use. For gaming, this would be a fairly decent overclock, more or less because you're changing the TRFI and TRFI X9. That's you changing those, and that really does help stability in games. You're not dropping frames or getting hiccups. Yeah, I don't like micron. Don't like the micron. That's why as soon as I got this kit, and yeah, when these kits came out, like DDR came out, these kits were not cheap. As soon as I got them, though, I was like, man, these are crap. Like, this is crap. Couple months later, I bought the Hynix M die kit. And yeah, from there, I don't know, probably for a good 6, 7 months straight, just overclocking them, try to find the best voltage and tuning for them. Like every day after work, till like 1 o'clock in the morning. That's all I did was overclock them. I got some good scores on HardRobot to show for it, but not the best. I need to do like dry ice or liquid nitrogen to really get better scores, or I need an Apex Encore. I need a 2-DIMM motherboard, more or less, to get more performance. Like the fastest speeds I got out of them so far is 8400 mega transfers. I know I can go higher on them. Pretty sure I reset the round trip latency. What's going on? That's also one thing I like to do is check out like who's running what. So like a lot of my scores I could be running on like a DDR4 i7 8700K. I beat some newer 13th gens with the DDR4 8700K. Like, and they were, let's say, on liquid nitrogen and I was on air. Well, I guess I was running more or less AIO or custom water loop on it, but I wasn't doing anything too extreme. And my scores were close to theirs or beat some. Or like my 12600K here. It's good for overclocking RAM. Beats some 14900Ks. Really doesn't matter what you have, it's how you use it, how much you know about it. Nope. I think we're going into the BIOS now. Come on, let's go. Let's go now. Let's go. There we go. Alright. Down to the memory time and see what we got. Now, these seem good. I'm pretty sure we can't lower these anymore. Like, even that 600 is pretty low for these microns. Like, we're as low as Hynix MDI right now for our refresh rate, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. But we can't lower our primaries anymore. This is our max for our primaries. 38, 40, 40, and 80. Which is that's not good. I wish we could get like 36 at least for the cast latency. And a TRAS, I don't think we can put TRAS lower. TRAS would be nice to have around 48. Yeah, these timings we won't be able to do anything with. TFA. I wonder if we can lower the TFA. Maybe we can do 24 on the TFA. I don't think we can do 16 or even 18. Actually, let's try 18. Let's try 18. If we can do 18, we're talking like Hynix MDI here for these timings. Like literally for all these timings will be around Hynix MDI, which is good. I don't think we can lower these any lower. Tmod 56 is going to help us with stability. 14, 16 would probably be better, but we'll keep it there. Now, what I want to do with these, so write to read and read to write. We'll change all those to 12. Alright, read to write, write to read, right? Changing them. 12. 12. Now with Hynix like MDay and that, we can go to 4. No problem. And we can even lower these more, but we'll try 12 on read to writes and write to reads. See how things are. Save profile. I'm just going to save it to the 7600 stock. That way I have 2 different sets. Again, I did change the TFA to 18 and the read to writes and write to reads to 12. So we'll see. If anything, it's going to be the TFA 18 because that's low for micron. At least, sorry, at least from what I've seen and done before, I wasn't able to lower the TFA to below 30. I always kept it around 32. Another test I would like to do with these microns is seeing if I can get 6,000 megatransfers out of it, but raise the primaries and the secondary timings, like set my own primaries and secondary timings on all of it, and just loosen them all out, see if it is workable. If it is workable, then you can go down from there, right? See where it's stable. Looks like it might work. Maybe not. Stuck on 7F, which I haven't seen before. That's odd. Yeah, I'm just gonna let it retry it again. Should be alright, but again, the TFA, I did lower the TFA to where I don't think it might work. TFA on like Hynix M die and A die, you should be able to go down to 16, no problem. Oh yeah, it's rerunning it. Might be working. Yeah, there we go. Yep, did not like it. So I'm gonna say it was the TFA. Gonna say, see how everything on the side here resets, but it didn't reset any of our other timings, which is good. So we're gonna go back down to the TFA and we'll set the TFA to 32. Because I know TFA at 32 is a guarantee. That's the only thing we're gonna change though. We're gonna keep the read to writes and write to reads to 12. So I'm pretty sure we should be able to go to like 8 with them. But that could also be a Hynix thing. And 12 might be our limit. 12 is not bad though. Send it down that low. When normally it's like 16 and 14. Some kits are like 18, which isn't good for lower's better. 4 is the best. While 2 is good, but that's hard to get. 4 is generally as low as you can go. Yeah, I just don't think I like the T5 18. It's going. Okay, come on. There we go. It's what I like to see. That is what I like to see. Just something. Alright, so I'm gonna say, not only does it not like the T-Fa that low, it does not like a write to reads to 12. 12, 14 there. We'll keep that, and we'll set these to 24. So, again, another read to write. Saving it. Should be good. Should be good. Yeah, a read to read should be good at 12, but the read to writes are not. Like, it's different for the read to writes. Sometimes you can lower them, sometimes you can't. Again, these microns are very, very finicky for their timings. The next step I'm going to do is just crank the voltage to 1.4 volts on them. And cranking the voltage, I should be able to lower the cast latency on them to 36 instead of 38. You should be able to, but again, this is micron versus Hynix. The BIOS I'm on for the Z690 is F28, so it's not even a new BIOS for it. It's still on the older BIOS because I found the F28 BIOS works the best for RAM overclocking. And if you have like a 12th gen, you really don't have to worry about the microcode. But even if you do have a newer one, you can just set the microcode to the new one and the voltage won't be a 1.6 lock on all core load. I mean, if you can set all the voltages anyways in XTU, if anyone's used XTU2 for Intel, So every time you load into the Windows operating system, it will set its own voltages for each core, which is nice. Also helps with, yeah, so we're good. See how it didn't change anything this time around? So again, that the only change I did there to make sure it was stable again, I guess I'll do that way, it's faster, was the right here, a write to reads, and read. Alright, a write to read. We had to change it back to 14, which kind of sucks. A write to writes though. Sorry, I clicked the wrong one. A write to writes though. We should be able to lower these more than 12. But again, that's for more or less the Hynix dies. That should help performance a bit too. Know for sure with our reads to reads, we won't be able to lower these anymore. Like even a 16 would actually help more stability of anything. But what I want to do now, since I have all these set to what I think is fairly decent for this micron, and now I want to change like the cast latency, all that. Primary, see if I can change them a bit. Set the voltages. 1.4. That. 1.35 for that one. And we'll do the same in here. 1.4. 1.4. And we'll keep those ones in there. 1.4, 1.4. Anything we're going to raise this one here to like a 1.45. We'll keep this to 1.4. So like our VDDQ, which we can see when I open up like the hardware monitor, and then our VDD. We'll keep those like that. The SA voltage, so internal SA voltage, 1.3, and I don't ever go past 1.3 volts on that, because that is a separate voltage that goes to the CPU and the RAM. Now, I guess I'll save profile to stock. And we'll save it and load. And this is just to get the voltages through it, and hopefully the motherboard and the RAM will accept these voltages. Once I figure out that it's okay with these voltages, we can start lowering the primary, which is more or less the cast latency we're going to lower. Try to get 36, which would be a little bit better of an increase for 7-zip. More or less our refresh rates though are going to be our main. The refresh rates and the frequencies for DDR5, and our frequency or mega transfer is only going to be 5600. Not very good. And then after, hopefully everything accepts these voltages, when I go into the hardware monitor to check to make sure it did accept the voltages, I'm going to check the temperature. It's right around 25, 26 C before, probably around 30. It's before it was at 1.25 volts, 1.256. It's making its way around. Looks like things are going. we're getting somewhere. Hey, okay, so we are in. Now I'm just checking to make sure it accepted the voltages. Yep, so it accepted my voltages, my timings, my voltages. And then we go system agent, there we go. So it's set. Yeah, it's a little bit higher than what I set it as, but that's because it's not on a load yet. When I'm on a load, this will go to probably 1.3. But yeah, so everything looks good. Again, the CPU is just on stock settings. And let's see how PL1 and PL2, so maxed. Again, not gonna hurt anything because CPU has a limit of 200 amp. Yeah, that looks good. I like it. Everything's set. And the temperatures are still right around the same temp, although it is 19 degrees in my room right now, so it's not all that warm. So these temps look good. Now we're gonna check for Benchmate for stability. And the first test is always gonna be 7-zip. More or less to see what kind of performance increase. 7-zip is a little easier to tell than Y-Cruncher. Y-Cruncher's CPU and well, really hard on CPU and pretty damn hard on RAM. So we're just gonna run 7-zip. Should be again around the 90,000 mark. Yeah, looks like it's gonna be right around the 88 to 90,000 mark. It should be. And now that I have these voltages that are in and it's actually working, and the system agent's been changed, I should be able to raise or lower some more timings. So that's good. I like that. That's good. We'll do a Y-Cruncher on real time. Again, all those settings. Run that right away. And as soon as I'm done this, I'll check the temperatures of everything again. Should be still good. And also now that I have these voltages set, I should be able to lower the T5 from 32 at least to 28, maybe 26. We'll try that. Yeah, still right around the same 32-second mark. Yep, perfect. Everything still looks good. Again, check the temperature. Yep, so not like they're gonna be getting too hot. Everything looks good. Again, CPU looks good. Everything looks good. I'll restart and we'll lower a little bit more timings. Actually, now that I have the voltages, I'm not gonna lower the timings. I'm gonna raise the mega transfer up to 5800, maybe even 6000. We'll try 6000 on it first before going 5800. It's 1.4 volts. Should be able to get around 6000. If anything, I'll have to raise the refresh rate to 700 or 800 and 500 on the low. It's doing its thing. Should be going into the BIOS here in a sec. Again, I would like to get 6,000 out of these. Timings I know for sure aren't going to go too low. So performance isn't going to be great, but if you're going to increase the performance a bit on them, then why not, right? Just taking its sweet time. Taking its sweet time. Let me into the BIOS so I can change the frequency, please. Swear it's not this tricky with Hynix. It's cool. It wants to go into the BIOS. I swear it does. It's like just bypassing it, rerunning the test. I'm pretty sure I set the round trip and the round latency to be off. So it should rerun the test. It should just run it once and that's it. Especially when it's been set. And you'll have a faster load up time anyways if you set everything after you find all your tuning. You set the enable fast boot or normal. And it will just bypass all this and just run your timings. Only really works if you know for sure they're set for like stability though. If they're not stable, that's not going to work. Stability is what we're looking for. A lot of people like the IDA for stress tests. It's too much, in my opinion. Just run a Y cruncher. Okay, I might have to restart things. Oh, I can't wait to be doing the Hynix one though. Oh, not this much of a headache, that's for sure. I wish I had the my old settings for the micron. I don't because I've changed so many different gone through so many different BIOSes to figure out what works better for the Hynix that I don't have anything set for the micron. So it's like I have to redo it. I know some parameters that I can and cannot set, so it does help. But apparently I did not like that. So we are going to be changing the TRFC 2 and a TRFC PB on the gigabyte boards, or your TRFC 1 and 2, and then your TRFC 4. We'll be changing that to 700 and 500. Guaranteed that's going to help. And we're gonna lower that right off the bat because that should work. Yeah, RAM overclocking is slow. DDR3 is so much easier, like it's fast. The motherboards and that for the timings, it's fast. If it doesn't like it, it just won't load. DDR4, it's kind of similar, but it will load even though it's not fully stable. And then you got DDR5 where it will load and then crash 2 seconds later because it's not stable. That's why I like doing DDR3. Even cheap kits are fun to do. A lot of times with the DDR5 though, what I find is usually just the refresh rate. As long as you can give it a higher refresh rate, which is not good. Higher refresh rate sucks. That's why Hynix A-Day is good. You can put the refresh rate to like 400 no problem. And it's fine with it. That refresh rate's what you need for any DDR5. Lower refresh rate. Primary timings don't really matter as much. Lower is better, of course, though. I'm gonna say that's fine, that's fine. TRTP should be fine at 18. Really should. So, man, is there really a limit of 38? So, no, I know we should be, no. Let's do, yeah, let's do 30, no, let's do 40. 40. 40. 80's fine. We'll raise this to 5800. We'll keep the timings looser, just so we can get more frequency out of it, mega transfers. If we can raise that, that'd be nice. Keep the refresh rate low, so the 700 and 500's pretty low still. It's not, we're not going up to 900 on the high, and like 600 or 700 on the low, which is really bad. 500, 700 is not terrible. Generally right around where most people can do Hynix M-Die. But Hynix M-Die, the latency or the primary timings will be way lower. Except for, oh yeah, no, the timings will be right around the same there, except for the cast latency. Okay, it's kind of looking good actually on this. We might actually get the 5800. And a lot of things too on these DDR5. It doesn't even matter if it's Hynix or Micron or Samsung. The voltage is weird. If you have the voltages set wrong, or it just won't post. So having the seeing that I was able to do the VDD to 1.4 and the VDD2 to 1.35 is good. Because sometimes you're not even able to change the voltages, or it just doesn't like it. Either the RAM or the motherboard. Gonna do it? Please. Please. 5,800 is not much to ask for. It really is not much to ask for. Please. It's trying its best. It really is. It's like, please, why you do this to me? Something. Let's say no. Let's say no. Yep, it said no. That's rough, man. That is rough. Can't even get 5,800. Let's disable that. What kind of boosters we got for it? A micron 6000 1.4. Guaranteed it won't work. Guaranteed it won't work. Guaranteed it's not gonna work. Alright. And we'll get rid of all of these voltages that I set. Or else I'll try to use them. Alright, we'll do a booster. It's 4 micron. So 6,000. This is the micron. Time it's saying it should be using for 6,000, 1.4 volts. We'll see how much it puts to a system agent. Hopefully not a crazy amount. I don't like to go past 1.3 volts. Oh, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do 6,000 at the boosted time? Probably not. Probably have to have a specific kit. Yeah, it already looks weird how it's telling me all these codes. It's like doing the same thing over instead of retraining. Oh, never mind. It is gonna retrain. Cool. There we go. That took a second. I haven't been able to do 6,000 on these, so if it is able to do the 6,000, that'd be pretty cool. Move things too much. Oh, is it gonna do it? Is it gonna do it? Looks like it might. Nope. Nope. Back over to the same train. 31, which is no good. No good. Should ask in the chat there, see if people have this kind of micron kit. If they're able to do 6,000 on them. I've only been able to do 5,600. Only been able to do 5,600 on them. Any timing, like, not even do 5,800. Yeah, it's just gonna do the retrain, same thing. So I'll go back into the BIOS. That does suck. I wanted to see 6,000 on them. Back in the BIOS now. What? La boring. Well, I might start the Hynix because this is very boring. Very, very boring. Yeah, it's just stuck in a loop. Stuck in a loop is no good. Okay, I wonder. We'll try another booster. 56. We'll try the 6. Oh, wait. Do we have different voltages for micron? Or nah, just a 1.4. We'll do the 1. We'll do this timing, but we'll try it at 5800. And then we'll have to go here, set the memory to 100, gear mode to 2, memory boot disable. Don't need to worry about any of those. Memory enhancement, I like to use mode 2 on Gigabyte, as I find it more stable. Training settings, leave all those. We just want to take away the late command and the round trip. And we'll save profile onto that one that I know doesn't work. And we'll try that in. Well, it does look like it's doing something. It's not just being stuck in a loop right now. That's good. I gotta say, it is a chilly one this morning. Nope, it is stuck in a loop. I might end this stream because this micron's really annoying me. Let's go on to the micron. Yeah, I might end this one and just go to the Hynix. I can't go past 5600 mega transfers, and I can't get any lower of timings that I want to lower, which is really annoying. I don't know. I can't even get the 5800 that I want. Okay, we'll try one more, because this right here will set to like really loose timings, and if I set it to 5800, it should be alright. Let's disable that, 100, 2, gear mode, or boot mode, enhancement to 2, everything should be good. I don't even care about the round trip latencies or anything like that this time around. I'll say profile just in case it does work to the one I know it doesn't. It crashed. Oh, it didn't crash. Okay. We'll try that. But yeah, this micron's really starting to annoy me. Now, will this work? I'm gonna say no. Of course not. Why would it work? Why would it work, right? No, it's not. No matter what, I can't get past 5600. That's sad how bad these chips are. Really crappy timings. Can only go to 5600 on them. Alright, I gotta throw in some Hynix. Clear my mind. Rid this PC of this micron. Oh, PC's gonna be happy now. There we go. We got the micro. There we go. Updated the live stream as well. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do, we're just going to set the XMP. Everything else should be set. So like reference clock, gear mode, all the timing should be auto, voltages auto. That's what we're going to go off of. The XMP for Hynix M die, 7200, 3646. And the XMP, no problem. So much better than micron. Already at 7200. Oh, these timings are wrong. The 38, 48, 48. Alright. It's okay, still gonna try it, but those timings are wrong. Must have had something set. Let's run a 7-zip, see if things are gonna work. Yeah, I might have left some timings from the micron on. Yeah, I definitely did. So, definitely have to restart. Change those timings, because timings should not be 38, 48, 48, 120, 168. Should be tighter than that. Hey, a Hynix M die is gonna be so much nicer. I could put in my profiles that are saved, but I'm gonna start off with just doing the XMP, just like I did with the micron. If anyone's new to the chat, let me know what kind of RAM you use, if you know what kind of die it is. If not, let me know what timings it's at, voltage it's at. I can usually figure out what kind of kit you have. Let's go to the BIOS finally. That took long enough. Alright, so I have something set. These timings are not right. No, everything's fine. Why did it set those timings off? That's odd, why it set those timings off. I'll redo it, and hopefully it sets the proper timings. This is a CL32 kit for a reason. Should be doing it. Not. A CL36 kit, my bad. Should be doing 36. It's just odd how it changed all those timings from an XMP. Though I did just switch it over from the micron, so something must have stuck. And we're gonna be going in here soon. Again, this is just XMP 7200 CL36 right now. I'm not gonna be putting in my timings yet. I have multiple that people can use. Some 8000 timings, some 7800, some 7600, 7400, and some 7200. I also have a really stable 6400 timings and voltages, which is a lot lower voltage, of course. Still really good performance too. There we go. Now we should be correct. Just using the hardware monitor for voltage check on them. Yeah. Everything's set good. Yeah, it's still 38, 48, 48. It can't be correct. That's not correct. That's definitely not correct. Let's open up. Actually, can we even run a Y crunch? Probably not. Yeah, Hynix MDI finally. This is at 7200, but it's not at the timings it should be. It's looser timings. Not even on the XMP. This looks like it's on the XMP2 timings for 7400, which is odd. We'll see after this. We'll see after this if it's actually running the correct timings, because this will show me the timings too. 33, which means it's no much better. Like, these timings are not good. Why is it? Yeah, CL38, 48, 120. It should not be at this. It should be at CL36, 46, 46. 120 is fine. The RFC though should be at 710. This is on, it's using XMP2 on XMP1 right now. That's what it's doing. It's stable on Y cruncher. Odd. Yeah, if there's any like games you'd like me to try out, as long as they're free, I can try out some games or some other kind of benchmarks. I usually run these benchmarks because they're benchmarks you should be running for testing and for the competition, or just for an actual benchmark. So they're more of a set benchmark. But I can do like Geekbench. I can do like any Geekbench, have all of them. Oh no. Yeah, like I said, the Benchmate, if you just download Benchmate, you can try those out. Benchmate has basically everything you need for benchmarking. And you can, of course, download a lot more. But I have all the pro versions for, like, you know, the 3D Mark. If you ever use Steam, it's on Steam. But I have the pro, so I have all the benchmarks. And then I have all the Geekbench, so from the old Geekbench all the way to Geekbench 6. I have them as well. Better for the pro version for the Geekbench 6, because you can run it at it's 64-bit instead of 32, which gives you more performance. Yeah, finally, we're in the BIOS. Sometimes it takes a while. Oh, maybe it didn't even like that run. It's only because I have certain like the round trip and the late. Actually, I don't have early command on. That's probably also an issue. I should have early command on. Does help a bit for the timings, getting into the BIOS easier. Gotta love DDR5. So finicky. But the Hynix someday is so much better. I'm just going XMP right now, so it's not that much performance. Okay, well, I'm gonna manually set these to what they should be. Well, this right here should be 115, but 120 is fine actually. And this should be set to 455, and this should be set to 710 for this XMP. And that's all I'm gonna do, just to make sure it's, for some reason it's grabbing the XMP2. I'll show you. So it says here, you know, DDR5 7200 36 46 46. I guess 116 is where it should be, so I'll put that to 116. But as you can see, it's just the primary timings, but the XMP2 primary timings were the 38 48 48 120 that it was set at. So kind of odd to grab the XMP2 profile. But because I also set these primary timings to what it should be for the XMP, it should switch all the secondary timings now. So it might take a second, but it should load the actual timings and the performance will be better. Stability? I don't know if it's gonna be stable. I know I have to tune them usually to get them stable at 7200. and that's not stable for like longevity while gaming and recording. Due to recording and gaming, it puts more stress on the RAM, like puts more load. It gets them warm, and these Hynix MDIs don't like getting warm. So you usually have to run them at like 6800. Now we should be around the 90,000, 91,000 mark for the 7-zip, which was where the micron was on its best timings at 5600. So we'll just run this. Should be around, like I said, the 90,000, 91,000. It's only stock settings on the 12600K, so like you won't see much more performance on 7-zip unless you start overclocking the actual CPU. But overclocking the RAM, doesn't matter what you have, it will help performance on 7-zip as well. More noticeable on like Y-Cruncher. But Y-Cruncher is really stressful on CPU and RAM. So getting stability out of it is hard, especially for like the 5B. Yeah, see, 90,367. So that's good. Like, that's good. I don't think we're gonna be stable on Y-Cruncher. And I always run Y-Cruncher for stability on real time. And I'd normally run it on the 5B, but it takes too long. So let's check for quick stability. And if you see where it says the command line options for the memory allocator, I usually use memory mapping, the parallel framework, task queue, and thread count, all threads, of course. And the workload, just set it to auto. It always set it to the best. Again, not much gain. We did gain actually about 300 milliseconds. I don't know, 400 milliseconds off of it. When I was using the 7200, 38, 48, 48, 120, and then primary time or secondary times, whatever they were at, which were worse. So that's how you gain that bit there. Again, this is XMP, so the timings are not great. So we'll save this. Make sure we have that. Now we have that. I can open it. Show some performance here. Again, just F28 for the BIOS, Gigabyte Z690 versions. And then we can restart our, let's do another test, I guess. Geek. There we go. Not sure why I didn't type the G. Geekbench 6. We could try Geekbench 6. Did I have to re-download? I should have the pro version of this. We're just gonna run the CPU benchmark, of course. Usually slow at the second, and then it will go boom. There are certain parts of this test that are worse than others, of course. So I'll let you know when we start getting there. Should zoom through this in a second. It does have a bunch of tests all in it, not just one single test. These tests are fairly easy, as in like it's not gonna strenuously crash your system. It's more or less the end tests that are fairly rough. Just basic tests, like a photo filter, right? Ray tracer. It's not that strenuous, ray tracer. This is all on stock, so it's very slow. Basically, any of the benchmarks that aren't like your Cinebench marks. So any of the Cinebench don't matter about your RAM. Only matters about your CPU. Structure from motion is usually where it, yeah. Yep. Usually where it has an issue. But that was only because I'm not connected to the internet. It finished the test, but I'm not connected. I forgot I need to be connected to the internet. Because I don't have the Pro version on this set, I guess. Should I get a Geekbench 5 open? I guarantee it's Pro version on that. Well, that sucks. I forgot I have to be on the internet when I'm not on the Pro version. Huh. Well, actually, I'm gonna do one more test here. Super Pi. Seven point 7.341. It's not too bad. So it's a one thread benchmark, but also uses your memory. The higher the frequency of your CPU, the better. So stock is like 4.9, but 7.3 is not too bad. So I'll save that. And we'll start cranking in some timings now. Should be going into BIOS now. There we go. All right. Again, I'm just gonna change some timings. 42, 42, 48. Now, changing these can down like TRAS down to 48 can be rough, but it's okay. We're gonna change this to 420. Change this to 600. Again, your refresh rate, so your TRFC, lower is better. Try to get them as low as you can at stable for whatever frequency you're at, of course. So, like I was doing on the Hynix MDI, so Hynix MDI was doing 1832 on the TFA, and I couldn't get the TFA to go lower, but I know for sure Hynix MDI can go lower, so we'll go 1818. I know we can go 1816, but we'll go to 18 for now. I don't know if I'm going to change these. We'll see what the motherboard sets those ones to. I do like to change the TREFI and the TREFI X9. I do like to set these manually. So like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Generally I like to split it from its max. So its max is 262, 143, and then we got 255 for TRFI X9 max. Usually I like to split them. It's fine, I'll just leave it as is there. It does work. And we'll leave those, down here, these timings can mean a lot. SG, actually, we'll set so read to read, we'll set it to 16, and we'll let the motherboard do the rest for everything else. See what it comes up with. It won't be the best of what it can do, of course, but it should be better than the stock XMP settings that I was at. It's also trying to make sure it's stable. To make sure it's stable too is another story. Might have to change the voltage a little bit. My kit of RAM, my kit of Hynix M die with my motherboard and CPU seem to like a weird voltage set for the VDD. And we'll get into that later. Right now everything's set to 1.4 volts though. Just the XMP. But when I start overclocking it to like 7600 or 7800 or higher, you have to set the VDD and the VDD-Q to a weird voltage. Alright, looking good. See what the temp's saying and making sure it's setting the XMP correct as well. Yep, everything looks good. Temps look fine. Hynix M die doesn't like going past 45 degrees Celsius. 40C is the max I like to see on them. It's just better for stability. Yep, still doing the 1.4. That'll go to exact 1.4 after it gets load. But we'll do the 7-zip. See what we're looking like. Alright, looks like we're gonna be fairly good. So the stock XMP was doing 90,000, basically even. I'm hoping to be at like 91, maybe 92,000 after lowering those. Still the same frequency, but better timings. Not the best timing still. Just this will be like your top of the line micron kit timings, or your top of the line Samsung timings. It wouldn't compare to Hynix A die or Hynix M die. Yeah, 92. Like just crazy. That's like, again, this is also a CPU type application too, so it's still stock. Everything's stock. I just changed those timings a bit, and we got a 2000. Oh, like a 2000 point on a 7-zip. Just not even doing much, but more than what you can do on micron. See, again, CL36, 42, 42, 48. The timing's still on 2. I'll never do a 1-to-1 timing on DDR5. It's way more stable at T2. T1 timings are stable if you're doing like liquid nitrogen, but your timings, like your primary timings, are not going to be this tight. The RFC at 600 is really good. If you had Hynix A die, you can do like 380, 400. This though, the 600 is probably going to be as low as we're going to see. But yeah, that's a huge jump. Again, should be hitting 4.9 gigahertz. Yep. So we can save that, keep that in there. That's a big jump over the 9,000 that I was doing before. Stock. This is stock XMP 7200, and this is just barely changing the timings. Oops, I closed the wrong one. I want to do Y cruncher. See if things are stable on the Y cruncher. Again, it's not on, like, I'm not doing longevity stable. I'm just doing for quick stability. It's generally the 58% mark that's rough. And does it make it 72? Hey, alright. So we already like that. Barely changing the timings, we even got better time. 31.9 instead of the 33. Already improvement, and we're not even doing any overclocking on CPU. That's great. I like it. But we only hit 4.7. Oh no, that's correct. Yeah, 4.7. That's fine. Everything looks good. We hit 61C max. It is getting a bit warm in my room. I took off the extraction fan, so we'll save that. Boom, boom. We'll restart it and we'll set a couple more timings. I'm going to be setting the read to reads and the write to writes this time. And that's all I'm going to do this time around, just the read reads and the write to writes. Oh, sorry, the read to writes and the read to reads. That's what I'm going to do. Actually, I might do the writes. We'll see. We'll see. I'm probably just going to do the read to writes and the writes to reads. Because we can set those quite low on Hynix MDI. And setting those lower does improve performance quite a bit. But stability, no. So we won't be able to go past 7200 probably by lowering these, but that's okay. And we'll just give it 1 second, it will be going into the BIOS. To get past 7200 that I've been finding on these Hynix MDIs, and this is a 4-DIMM motherboard, so it's not like it's the best for overclocking RAM, but what I've been finding is like you can't have low refresh rate and you can't have the tightest of primary timings, but the secondaries, it's not too bad to keep them low. And the voltage, so you don't need to go crazy with the voltage with the Hynix MDI. Don't go off of what other people are saying. The 1.7 volts or the 1.65 volts is fine. It's not fine. And that's because they're using the Asus boards. They're great. Those boards are great, but you need to pump a lot of voltage through everything. You can get the numbers that you want, but you're gonna degrade everything. Alright, there we go. I'll go back into the timings. Lowering these primary timings, I probably won't be able to, just because I'm at 7200. CAS latency, I could probably do 32, but for the Y cruncher part of it, for stability, actual stability, 36 is just better for Hynix MDI, especially at higher frequency. Oh yeah, I'm going to be changing the read to reads. Write to writes. Alright, write to read. Yeah, it is write to read. Should we go as low as we can go? Nah, we'll do 8. We can go 8. We got 8 on these. We can go lower. Definitely go lower. 16's fine. Actually, no, let's lower this to 14. 12. We can go as low as 12 on the read to read. Can't really change this, so we're just gonna keep it at 8. These timings aren't terrible to begin with. The read to read, not too bad. It's hard. I find it's hard. It might be just my motherboard though, because it's a 4DIMM. To keep these the same, 16 and 16. I've been finding it's best to keep them around like a 14-16 or 16-18, which I'm gonna keep at right now. We can lower this to 36, no problem. 72 and 48. We can lower these more too, especially this one. Actually, might as well. I'll do it. I might as well go lower. So we can go lower, so might as well go lower. We can go lower than what these are set at, and what the write to reads are set at, and your write to writes are set at. We can go lower on Hynix MDI. Even with a 4-DIMM motherboard, we can go lower. We can go 4, 4, 52, down to 38 that I find, but 40 and 42 work good for the write to reads and the other write to read. But your like secondary type part of it is gonna be 4-4 as well. You can go as low as 4-4, even at higher frequencies, higher mega transfers now, I guess. Alright, we're gonna save this profile to over our micron because I'm done with micron. Micron sucks. All of these timings, by the way, for like DDR3 and DDR4 will be a lot tighter. Except for your read to reads and your read to write. You can go, I believe, as low as 4 on them as well. Maybe 2, but it's generally 4. These Hynix MDIs for DDR5 are great because you can lower them so low, which is nice. So it is like real world performance lowering them. And that's what we're looking for, is real world performance, not just benchmarks. And we should be going good here in a second. Again, most time for stability it's definitely going to be your refresh rate, your TRFI. Having them low is better, but for overall stability, even with tighter primaries and secondaries, having that set higher will help for overall stability, especially when your RAM sticks get warmer. It'll technically help cool them off the higher it's set. And we should be going in here soon. Come on now, let's go. Like if anyone's trying to get into like streaming or recording, you don't need the new top line best stuff. It does help, but like I said, I'm running off of, right now. I'm streaming off of a i7 3770K and a 1080 Ti. You don't even need the 1080 Ti, and only 8 gigabytes of RAM. They're slightly overclocked, but they're just 8 gigabytes of RAM, and I'm on Wi-Fi. You just need more or less a decent CPU, so I would not probably go lower than like an i7 3770K, more or less, because you do need the 4-core 8-thread, and a little bit more frequency does help, because it's more or less for the audio while you're recording or streaming. You'll get choppy. It's very choppy, and it distorts everything, even with like noise suppressors and that. And if you add noise suppressors like software, it will make it worse. It's too much stuff to process, basically. Alright, so it did not like those timings, and that's probably... So I did set this down to 14. Probably shouldn't have. These other timings are just fine. But your TRD, RD, so you read to write, SG, generally you cannot go too low on it if you have higher frequency. And if you start tightening certain timings too, it wants to be up a higher. Lower than it does help real world performance, but it's fine. Again, it's mostly frequency, because DDR5 has so much bandwidth to begin with. It's usually just the frequency and your refresh rate timings that really matter, and that's why Hynix MDI is good, because you can get decent frequency out of it while lowering the TRFI, which is your refresh rate, down low. So now we should be going into step, yep, OD, blah, 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 here we go. But those timings there, your reads there, your SG read, generally needs to be around 16 or 18 if you want to keep raising the frequency and lowering the other timings, the other secondary timings, for still just stability, really. And we should be going in here soon. Yeah, if anybody's in the chat and uses Hynix MDI, let me know how well it performs for you, or if you've used any other RAM kits besides Hynix MDI. Not liking these timings, why? I've had these timings going, I don't know how many times. Now all of a sudden it doesn't want to work. Of course not, right? It's fine, that's fine. We'll just restart it. And I'm just gonna put in my one profile. Timings, yeah. But I'm on Hynix MDI now. I'm not using a micron. Timings take a long time, yes. When DDR5 first came out, it's very tricky and no one knew anything about it. So, like every day after work until like 1 a.m., I would be doing timings, figuring out if like enabling like an XMP and then doing your own set of timings will be better. Yes, no for some things. Changing the voltages around. Yes, no for some things. Timings to get better timings with the same kind of frequency. Only certain things work. I'll load up a profile. So I'll load up my 7600. That's for 5.3 gigahertz. No, we're not going to do 5.3 gigahertz right now. We'll do a gaming profile then. 4.8 gigahertz on the CPU. 7,000 on the memory. And then I'll show you the timings I have, which are, these are some pretty good timings, by the way. So cast latency 36, 48, 48, 36. This is kind of broken. This gets broken because I've changed some things. When you change certain things, you can break timings. Those timings are really weird. Like these would not work for any other kits. Only Hynix MDI. But these timings, we'll just go through slowly here and show you how these are good. These are really good. The TCC, when you see these two here, these are for AMD. It's AMD, so I don't need to worry about them. The TRC, I could show you, and I'll show you all that. But 1818 as well. Again, I have these maxed out. I generally do. For one benchmark, I'll split the TREFI. I'll split it. So it's just divide this by 2. I'll split that and I will lower this. Generally, I split it too, but sometimes I'll keep it higher. But see how my TRDP den, TWRP den, your reads and writes down to 4 instead of like 48 and 120. 4 and 4. Tmod 56. The Tmod I generally like to have at 60 when I have everything cranked low and a high frequency of the 7,000 I'm gonna be doing. I generally like 60 because I'm gonna be doing benchmark right now, not the gaming. Now 16 again. Low is generally what we can do is this for over 6,800 megatransfers per second. If we go lower, so like 64, we can do the 12, which is good. Like good performance. Good world performance. Send it to 12. It doesn't seem like much, but it is. 36, we can lower that, but we'll keep it. Again, 4 and 4, right? 4 and 4. 70 and 50 is kind of loose. We can lower these, but we're going to keep them there. But 4 and 4 this is what we're talking about for MDI. Look how low these are. This is in world, like, not just synthetic tests. This is good for everything. The CPU though. Max voltage for DDR5 depends on what you're running. Hynix A die. As long as you have a fan on it, you can run 1.6 volts on them, no problem. It's only Hynix A die. Hynix M die, the max I like to do is 1.4. 1.45 isn't much different, but as soon as the temperature goes above 40°C, everything becomes very, very unstable. So again, that's how you do it. Just try to keep your Hynix M die below 40°C or below 45°C. Hynix A die, you can go 65, 70°C on them, but again, you do need a fan. 1.6 volts on Hynix A die, 1.4 for Hynix M. For micron, micron only really likes up to 1.4 volts. Putting too much voltage in the micron, it just makes them unstable. But generally around 1.4 volts is just fine. I can show you here. Instead of just talking, I can show you here. So everything's on XMP voltage, so I did, these are not manually set, but it's not at 1.1 volts. It'll be at 1.4, 1.4. But, so like your VDD, you can set for Hynix M die 1.4, and then the VDD-Q, what I'll set it as like a 1.35 or a 1.375. I don't know, it likes those voltages, the 1.375. It really likes it on the VDD-Q. And that just might be because my motherboard, but more or less what I probably, just the chips themselves, like certain voltages on the certain spots for the SA voltage. So what it talks to your IMC, it even tells you right down here. So this right here, generally if you set XMP, it depends on XMP. XMP 8000 will do like VCC 1.4 volts. That's too much. The max I would say for VCC is 1.3 volts, and try not to go past 1.3 volts, as that is a separate voltage that goes from your CPU to your RAM, and that is just its own. So you got to make sure you don't go too high, or else you can do some serious damage and you won't even know. Your CPU will be at like 30 degrees, but because your VC CSA, or your system agent voltage, will be going to talking to your RAM about that much voltage at 1.4 volts, in my opinion, is just too much. So try to do 1.3, because you can't cool it. It's something you can't really cool. So I'm just gonna check over the timings. And again, these are really good timings for Hynix M die at 7000, 36, 48, 48, 36. Looks good. We can loosen these up a bit, as in lower them, but I keep them here for now. And save profile into the tester. The stock rating on this kit is a 7200 mega transfer, so it's a 7200 CL36 kit. So it's a Hynix M die kit, and you know it's a Hynix M die kit not just by it telling you it's Hynix M die, but also it was manufactured in March. So these kits were manufactured in March, September 2022, and that's how you know they're Hynix M die as well, is that they're CL36 made at a certain time. You can also search it up on the back of the sticks as well, but these are Corsair titanium 7200 CL36 with a max bandwidth of 7400 mega transfers per second, as in its secondary XMP of 7400 CL38, which it's not very good. Still at 1.65, no, I wouldn't do 1.65. It's just the chips themselves, right? The Hynix A die, yeah, sure, they work at those temperatures, but I don't think anything should be running at those temperatures and at that voltage. So now we are at 7,000, but at my timing, like the really good timings, 1.35 volts. Again, see, I'm not even at 1.4 volts. 48. Ooh, we're doing 4 gigahertz on the E-cores right now. She might get toasty. She might get toasty. I can do 4.4 gigahertz on the E cores and 5.6 on the P cores, no problem. But yeah, no, everything looks good. 31C, everything looks good. That's just a quick show, just to make sure it's doing the CL36 and my timings. I just go check. Yep, although the 48, 48, yeah, no, yep, 36, 48, 48, 36, 84, command rate 2. Everything looks good. Now we can do a 7-zip at 4.8 gigahertz and 4 gigahertz on the E-cores. Okay, it might get toasty. Alright, remember before we were doing about 90,000, 92,000. Nope, can't even run it. Can we do it at normal? Nope. And that's probably due to the fact the refresh rate is kind of low for doing this test, which means I won't even be able to run a Y cruncher. Or it's definitely CPU. It's not the RAM actually, CPU. 4 gigahertz right now. It's not that cold. And 4.8 on the. Actually, what do I have the voltage set to? 1.26. Oh, I gotta raise the CPU voltage. That's why. I'm gonna try it. Probably won't work. Nah. I should open that. I want to see what the temps go to. What's the spike? Nothing. It's not showing anything. Maybe do a super pi at least. It's only a 1 thread, so it should be alright. Yeah, but it's not good. Well, I do have programs running, but still, it's not good. It's number before with the Super Pi as on the 4.9 gigahertz because it's on the single core boost versus the 4.8, even though we do have better timings on it. Not stable though, not stable at all. I'm gonna say it's due to the refresh rate though, the TRFI. I can raise that to 800 and raise the lower value up to 600. Should be more stable. Also, the voltages aren't crazy right now. This is a winter time overclock, so summertime's not great. We are gonna set this to 0, 0, 0, 0. For some people, this works pretty good, the elevated OC mode. I'm gonna set this all to stock because might as well get back all the stock. That way I know. Again, these numbers don't matter that they're set that high. It won't ever see those numbers. Lower all these. This you can manually set these. So when you, let's say, download XTU, it's XTU2, so Intel's Extreme Utility. you can figure out which cores are the best, and then you can set which one of these go actually to its single core boost of 4.9 gigahertz, and you will get more stability out of that too. Same thing with the E-core. E-cores do have a better E-core as well. That's generally the P-core you want. And we can just set all those there. We are going to change some things. 800, 600. It'll help stability there. T-mod 60 is fine. Those are fine. Those are fine. Although we're only at 1.35 volts, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a different XMP of the XMP 7600 because I have my own timing set. None of the timings will change. It'll just change the voltage at the RAM and the system agent, which generally the lower 7200 uses a 1.2 or 1.25 system agent. Now it might use 1.3, and I'm okay with 1.3 for longevity. If you're just doing a quick test here and there, I guess you could use 1.35. I don't want to. Some people say 1.4 is just fine. That's really high on just the system agent. And usually 7,000 is a weird number technically. Like some motherboards don't like seeing 7,000. They'll rather run at 7,200. And that also goes for DDR4 too. DDR3 is a weird one. It runs everything, whatever you want, really. If it doesn't load up into the Windows operating system, it just won't work. That's how you know. DDR4, it can load into the operating system and be really unstable. Same thing with DDR5. Like I'm in the operating system, I'm definitely not stable. It's not a 24/7 overclock. Although raising the voltage there will help. So I should be able to do 7-zip now. Keep it in real time. Yeah, looks like I'll be able to run it no problem this time around. I'm looking for a decent score. It's all stock settings for the CPU again, so this is how I knew it was unstable. It's just the CPU. I had an overclock for a winter overclock. It is summer, so temperatures are quite a bit warmer. Nice. Alright. Even though I was lower frequency, I'm still getting around the same score, which is good. Let's see if the Y crunchers can be stable. Probably not. I'm gonna open hardware monitor here just to see CPU. CPU should be fine. 70, 80. Oof. Quite warm, quite warm. 81 on the P. 85, 86. Quite warm. It is stable though. Not good because I had more processes open, but It ran it. It ran it. Temperature. Oh, I still have my voltage set for the CPU, that's why. 1.26 volts, I can go 4.8 gigahertz on it, and then 3.6 gigahertz on the E cores at this voltage, which is great. Great. That's why it's so hot though, because we're hitting 157 watt. Again, we'll never see these PL 1 and 2 max. We'll never see them up to on a 12600K or any CPU. It just guarantees we're gonna get our max without it saying no. Everything looks good. Look at that. Temperatures. It is summer, but it's kind of cool this morning, so that's kind of nice. Perfect. Alright, stable there. Well, not stable. Somewhat stable. Alright, now guaranteed, and I'll just lower that because we don't need that much voltage. And I don't think there's anything else really lower we can do. I guess I could lower that 56. And lower that to 56, but 60 is usually help the T-mod. Having it set higher does help stability for more or less the higher the frequency. And the TXSDLL. So see how it says 2048 on the side? For micron, again, I have to search up the micron. I already know what I can do that will help as well, and that is do 4 0 9 6. Double it up. And double up this number, and that will help. So anyone with micron, it's generally you gotta want to have it lower for micron. So generally higher for micron. It'll probably be like a 6000 for what I've been seeing. And over on its like JDEC speeds and its XMP speeds will be around 3000, not as low as this. So, but I know for performance wise and stability, having this a bit higher or double what it is on JDEC speed, I find is better. Now, this 36, I know we can lower, but we're going to lower 64, 48. We're going to lower our reads, writes to reads down to 64 and 48. 48 is as low as we can go, really. Doesn't really matter about the speed. 48 is as low as we can go. The write to read SG, we can go a bit lower than 64, but it's also dependent on frequency and voltage. Voltage also can help lower it a bit, but not much. We can only go so high with voltage as well for stability for any CPU or any RAM and CPU. This also depends. I'm pretty sure we can lower this. Okay, so yeah, we can. I know for sure we can. Alright, so our read to write SG and DG. We can set those to 18 as well. Our read to write DR, we can set to 20. And our read to write DD, we cannot lower this past 22, and that might be just because of my motherboard. It could be a RAM thing, but from what I find, I can't go lower than 22 no matter what. And for our read to write SG, we can do 32. We can do 28, but 32 is more stable. We cannot lower that any lower, and we cannot lower our reads to writes any lower, and our writes to reads. We cannot lower them anymore. That's it. I did see a couple people have them at 2, but even a lot of people saying those are fake. Everything looks fine here, especially at 7,000. I'm probably gonna go up to 7,200 on this one. And I'm gonna save the profile to not my tester, but 7,600 stock this time. I am making a video here about the Hynix M die. It just takes a long time. Trying to make it so like it's not like everybody else putting it out there. Trying to show people how to go through doing the math on certain timings to help understand what the RAM's doing. It's also why these live streams are kind of boring too. It's like I can't go into full detail on a lot of things. I can, but then my videos are kind of pointless. Alright, there we go. Should be going into Windows. There we go. Now we should be at 7,200. Better timings too at that. Yep. So we're still at the 7,200, which is good. CPU, I changed the voltage to auto, so now it should be like 1.15. Yep, good. Now I won't see that temperature either. That's a lot. Alright, I'll go back to 7-zip. Uh, 7-zip's really fun to test for older CPUs, especially on the LGA 1366 platform. So your i7-900s and your Xeons, your Westmere EP series. They're so fun. $92.8, a little bit more performance gain. Again, these will all be roughly in the same. Well, I mean, it's quite a bit jump from the micron. The micron we're doing anywhere from 88 to 90 after the full tune, and now we're at 92. All stock settings on the CPU still, so that's good. Can we do a Y crunch? Probably not. Oh, we're doing it. I think my best Y crunch is at 7200, but the CPU was cranked. Yeah, coefficient too large. That's due to the refresh rate again. This test is just so hard on the CPU and the RAM that having a higher refresh rate, so worse timing technically, a higher refresh rate helps stability through these tests. And these tests are stability tests, but not real world. Let's do a Super Pi. Again, thread 0. Should be around 7.4, 7.5. Stock CPU settings still. 8 seconds, that's terrible. Again, that would also be for DDR5, because I raised it. PY Prime's not going to really show anything. 1.659 on the first step isn't bad though. 9.35 seconds, that's not bad. That's not bad for stock. Even though my refresh rate's so high and it's still giving me a decent score. Dismiss. Let's see what else I got. Yeah, this is a crazy overclock. There's 7.6. 7.4. 7.2. Probably one of my best ones. What was it running at though? 5.5 gigahertz CPU. Temperature's at 18C. I was also at 7600. 34, 44, 44, 32. T2, RSC 625. Again, I'm still on the same BIOS, and this Windows 10 version is not a good one. You want the 21H2 version if you want to do overclocking. It just helps for the CPU. Just better operating system. But yeah, that's only because I was able to get the RAM so cool. This is winter time. What other tests can we do for it? Do Geekbench. Geekbench 5. Actually passing these tests pretty quick. Yeah, this CPU is still on stock settings. Hynix M dice set pretty, the timings are set pretty good on it. I can lower the refresh rate though. Hey Hammy, how's it going? How goes your day or your morning? Oh, hopefully we can pass this test. There we go. Alright, we're good. We made it. We made it. And because I'm not loaded into the into the internet right now, it just gave me that. That's fine. I'm gonna do a Geekbench 3 because I do have Pro version. So I'm gonna use the Pro version, 64-bit, and I shouldn't have to use the internet. This test should be fairly quick too. I need to put the fan back going. And get moss in here. And it's passing these tests just fine. End body is a rough one. No problem. Cool. And that's not bad. That's not bad. This is all stock for CPU, so this is not bad. 7,362 and 51,584. That's not bad. What we're doing for memory though? Memory multi 12,000. That's not bad. That's not bad. We ain't doing half bad. That's good. I'm okay with that. 12,500. Damn. I kind of want to search up now. So what I'm gonna do. Oh, why is my camera going crazy? What's going on? What is going on? Why are you doing this? Just focus. I'm gonna do too. Might help this. That'll probably help out a bit too. Now it won't auto zoom for some reason, or autofocus. Took that right off. But yeah, these squares, that's not bad for a stock 600K. Kind of would go into hardware bot. Go into hardware bot and figure out if that's good or not. Maybe I'll run another test too. just to see how well things are working. We are gonna run. Let's run super high. 32M. I need to set the affinity. Now this test does take a while, but I kind of want to see the overall score. Should be fairly good. Yeah, quarter way done now. Not bad time by the looks of it though. This is just a single core, single threaded application, so should be boosted at 4.9 gigahertz. Oh, how boring this kind of stuff is. But how fun it is. Especially for Hynix M-Die. So much better than the micron I was doing earlier. So much better. Oh, 10 more iterations. 10 more, and we got done. Let's go. Hey, how's it going, Yuri? We're just doing a long test on Super Pi. Just kind of see what the overall score is going to be. At 7200 CL36, all on my timings. CPU is still on stock. The Hynix M die is tuned pretty good. Pretty damn good, I would say. Oh, nice. What do you get her? All right. Save this. One. Save that. Yeah, it's like a face purifier. Just opens up the pores, helps clean them out. Women like it, so good job. Oh, we only hit 4.5 gigahertz for some reason. Everything looks good though. That looked good. Not a bad time. So I'll save the result there. Then close this stuff because don't need it. Yeah, actually I'm gonna rerun this 7-zip. See if we can get better score because I did load up Windows and just jump right into it, so hopefully it's better. Oh, nice. What? That's odd. $91.7. Yeah, so we're still around the same. So can't really complain about that. Still around the same. You can fight them terminating you though. So none of those are gonna be any different. We're gonna just have to raise the CPU. And raise the CPU. I'm just gonna raise it all up to, I don't know, I'd say 4.8 gigahertz and 3.6 on the E-cores. Should be alright. Then I'll rerun the 7-zip and hopefully see at least 100,000. That'd be nice. Because right now we have everything set on the RAM now, the Hynix M die. And it's set pretty high up there. I'm just gonna do this. Oh, that's fine. What we need to do 4.8. And 3.6. And down here, again, all these aren't really gonna matter because we're on a 12.600K, so just maxing them out is just better to begin with. Max 4.8. 1.36. There we go. And the voltage, we'll do 1.225 volts. Should be okay for that. Yeah, so 1.22 volts should be just fine. It's only at 4.8 all core, 3.6 on the E core, so it should be alright. That was a pretty quick load. Let's just make sure everything's looking alright. I'm just using the hardware monitor to just check quickly for voltage. It's faster than hardware info, that's for sure. Looks good. 1.22, yep. Looks good. Memory. Yep. Let's try 7-zip. Should be a lot better now. That's 4.8 all core. Oh, a lot better. Almost. We're gonna see at least 95,000, hopefully. Oh, nice. Oh, we got decoding error. I'm gonna say we're gonna need 1.35 or 1.235 or 1.245 volts then. That sucks. Let's try a Super Pi anyways, because I wanted to make sure we're running it at its overall. That's not bad. 1.115 for the beginning. 7.59, that's not bad. Again, for a lot of the tests on the other ones, we're usually boosting up to 4.9 gigahertz, so the score is going to be roughly the same or worse. But due to the fact we were only boosting to 4.7 on 32M, we should be now boosting to 4.8 gigahertz. So this should be faster than 384 seconds. So yeah, I'm definitely going to need to increase the voltage to run 7-zip. Y cruncher will be, definitely won't be able to do Y cruncher. It's just too much of a benchmark. It's just too strenuous. Yeah, it shouldn't take too long. Should be better than hopefully 384 seconds. Because last time we were only boosting 4.7 gigahertz, so. And this will guarantee switching it to all core 4.8, it will go to 4.8 gigahertz. Oh, really? Yeah, that's generally how it is. Oh, come on. I don't know if we're gonna beat the time. Should be boosting 4.8. Better be. Yeah, I'm glad I went to school way back where there's none of this online crap. Oh, nice. Four more iterations. Almost there. Gotta beat 384 seconds, I believe it was. Or 385 seconds. Pretty sure we beat it. Two more iterations. Times don't look bad. 4.187. It's alright. Yes, and did we beat it? Did we beat it? Did we beat it? Please. Please tell me we did. Yes, we did. By a whole 23 seconds. Just because we guaranteed that we boosted up to the 4.8. That's awesome. So 136 versus the... where is it? 361 versus... where is it? Should be saved here. Oh, I guess it was that one. It was, wow, 387. It was 387. So we beat it by 26 seconds. Over 26 seconds. 26.5 seconds. Just guaranteeing that we're hitting the 4.8 gigahertz. Awesome. That's good. That's good. That's not much. Like, we can still go more, but that's good. What's our... don't think this is gonna be any good. Only because we're only at 4.8. This should boost up the 4.9 gigahertz on this test, but it's only gonna boost up to 4.8 because that's the max. That's why it's not gonna be any better. Y Cruncher, I don't think Y Cruncher will even run. What would get for a fail? In function, fail. So I have to raise the voltage in order to get that stable, which if I run this again and then watch the temperature. So the main thing is watching our temperature, which right here, because it does do a little bit. So if the temperature, see how it boosts so fast there? 74, it can't even keep up. 79. Oh, because I have this application open, it's actually going to run it. Wow. So dumb. Because I have an extra application open and the application doesn't take much like load on a core, which it might be using one of the E cores. It's making it so I can run it. That's kind of funny. 34.4 versus the 35 that we were doing. 35, I believe we're doing. Oh, I can't even find it. A couple were at 31, but again, it's also for boost speed. But yeah, no, we ran it because we were able to run it due to having one of these things open. Although the test could be slower when we got normal instead of real time. That's okay. W prime, I don't think it's gonna... Actually, it should be fairly good. We'll do this. Let's see what kind of mark we get. 2.5, that's not terrible. That's not terrible. My best is a lot better than that, of course. So we got 1.9 here. Let's run a stability, see if it does it. If it can do it. Should be able to run the stability. Just run it quite quickly too, it's not bad. This one, this test here, you actually have to set it up proper for the different kind of RAMs you're using. So you set a parameter on the W prime to run certain, you'll get crazy amount of glitches. It'll be fast, but you'll get crazy amount of glitches. And then by the end of the run, it factors in some of those glitches into the run and your score is crap. Not bad, 65 seconds isn't bad. I don't have any other ones saved. So I'll save that one. 65 seconds. Hit a maximum 71C. Not terrible. Do PY prime 32B. Oh, I was hoping making a quick hot dog would be good, but no. For CPU stress tests, uh, like I said, download this Benchmate. Download Benchmate, and there's a bunch of tests you can run. For CPU stability, like if you're looking for like longevity stability, you also need a really good cooler. Like you can run these PY Prime, but Y Cruncher. Y Cruncher is going to be your stability, and you're going to run it at real time. Y Cruncher. But if you just download Benchmate, so Benchmate, go into Google, type in Benchmate, download that. It comes with all the benchmarks you need, and the like Y Cruncher, in my opinion, is the best. Instead of using IDA, in my opinion, it's too stressful. It's past like this kind of benchmark, the Y Cruncher. Especially if you're using the small NFTs, like it's crazy how much power. And if you don't have the proper cooling, it's not good for your CPU or RAM. But Y Cruncher's the best. So I did 160 seconds. I'll save that. What temp did we hit? Only 41C on this one. Good. But yeah, the Y Cruncher. 7-zip is good to tell for overall speed for your RAM and CPU to see what it's running at. And it is also helps for like a stability type test too, especially if you're running it real time. So basically just do what I'm doing. Try the 7-zip first. Make sure you're running at real time though. If it passes that without a decode error, you're good. Then you can try Y Cruncher. But while 7-zip is going, try to have like a hardware monitor going so you can see the temperatures. If the temperatures are getting too hot on 7-zip, you shouldn't do Y Cruncher. 94. That's good. Versus the micron where max we're getting was 88, 89. Now we're doing almost 95,000. Pretty steady. So I'm pretty good with that. I'm going to check to see if SimBench is going to be stable. Oh, shoot. Stop. Oh, like. Set temperatures? What do you mean? Can't really set the temperatures. Already. The max temperature you want to see is 80C. 80C. So you can set it to 80, but it doesn't matter about that. Don't set that to 80. Set that to like 85 in your BIOS. So that way, if it does have like a quick spike of like 81C, it won't crash anything. But we got almost 1,000 point lift from going from stock settings to 4.8 gigahertz on SimBench 23. That's awesome. And I kind of messed up. I did do some fiddling, so we might have done better than what it says. Oh no, our Wi-Fi is going. We don't want Wi-Fi going. Disconnect. Here, let's do that again. Nah, about the same. Alright. I don't think this isn't really gonna matter. It's a CPU type. Still, it's going pretty quick though. The max temperature you saw was 75. That's fine. 75 FC. 60,000 nip. This is on what CPU again? Mm-hmm. That seems like a good score. Yeah, no, that seems like a good score for 7-zip. You ran it at real time, right? Good, good. Okay, no, that's good. So the next one you can do, because you only hit 75C, this one, the Y cruncher, you might see over 80C, but you can run the Y cruncher. You don't have to put it at real time, but Y cruncher at real time will be more of a stress test that is good for CPU overclocking and RAM overclocking. So I'll let you know whether or not it's a good overclock for like a daily without using IDA for like their smalls. It's just it's not as strenuous, but it's a really good stress test. Oh, new one or old one? It don't really matter. The new one is really what you want to do though. So the 0.8.2 version, and just make sure you set it to real time, and don't go past 1B. Not until we know for sure your CPU doesn't go above like 85C during the test. If it's hitting like 90, 95C, you cannot do a long test. Do not go past 1B. So here, do not go past the first step. And make sure you memory allocator, use memory mapping, parallel framework, task queue, and the thread count. Make sure you're using all. Workload, just let it do whatever it's going to do. Yeah, make sure you set priority to real time. The memory allocator, use memory map, parallel framework, task queue, thread count, all thread, workload, keep it to auto. $60,000 nips is pretty good for R5 3600. Remember, the 7-zip is a CPU and a CPU and a RAM test. So the higher the RAM clock, and it's all core, the higher the clock on all cores, and the higher the RAM frequency, and also tightening the timings on it will raise that score. What should we? Maybe I'll try no, because I already know it won't work for me on this right now. I have to raise the core voltage a bit, because right now that's fine. That's fine. Do a Geekbench 6 again. And this time it should be better score too. We'll put on the Wi-Fi. And I'm gonna run CPU benchmark. How long in the test were you? Was that like right off the bat it was doing that? If it was right off the bat, then yeah, good thing you stopped it. I mean, you're not going up to 100 degrees Celsius, but I don't like to see past 85C, so that's good. There's not much you can really do for that unless you get a better cooler. So I wouldn't run Y Cruncher for a stress test. Yeah, see, yeah, like after 2 seconds, 85C is still a lot, and it depends. In a way, it's not bad because it's such a strenuous test that it's a lot of wattage all at once, and it's a lot of load. Like it's a lot more load than a lot of tests, so it's like a full load on all core. Um, so isn't terrible that 85C, but dependent on your cooler, which I'm pretty sure yours is just a two heat pipe type cooler. It's not like a crazy six heat pipe cooler. It will just continue to raise temperature quite quickly, actually. So don't use the Y Cruncher then. You can just keep using 7-zip for a stress test. IDA is even worse, so if you tried IDA, the temperatures you'd be up to over 100°C by that time. Yeah, due to the cooler just being a two-pipe cooler, it's not going to have enough pull away from the CPU die to just to wick away that little bit more and more heat. Again, I do recommend the Peerless Assassin 120 SE. This 6 heat pipe, good for 200 watts. It has really good wicking away property. Like it dissipates the heat very well, even on strenuous tests. That's okay though. I mean, you could keep trying it. It's not like it's gonna destroy anything. In the BIOS, do you have the temperature set, like a max? Like if you have a temperature set max of like 85 or 90, then it would help, because then it could downclock some things. Yeah, you should try. Just look in the BIOS and see if it has it. We'll have to go. Well, I'm in Discord though, to be easier. So that way I can show you, or you can take pictures for me. And that limit set is not like what it will go to. It's dependent on your cooler for the CPU. So like even if you ran the Y Cruncher again while setting it, you will still see 85C. But it will start downclocking after you set it. It's not instant, of course. Yeah, this is just Geekbench 6. It's a bit longer of a test. You can try Geekbench 6 if you want. Download Geekbench 6. You do have to be on Wi-Fi though if you don't have a pro version. So that's why I put the Wi-Fi on. I don't have the pro version right now. I gotta go back into my Hotmail and figure out where the code is. Ah, I gotcha. Yeah, Geekbench 6 is another good one for tests. It will take you a lot longer for your CPU than what it's going to take me, but it's good. It goes through a whole bunch of tests all in one. Then we can actually go and see a score. For me right now, I'm not really caring about what the single core or the multi-core is. For me, what I like to see is down here. Not here, not here. Oh, wait, where's the... I should be able to see memory. It's like, yeah, I already know 40 gigs, 7200. I thought there was a memory test. Or is it in this? Oh no, it's only 4 Geekbench. 3 or 4. That sucks. That's okay though. Still, 2683 and a 14925. 4.8 gigahertz on the CPU. It's not bad. benchmark. I'm gonna run one more longer test, and then I'm gonna see how high I can get the CPU. Like 5 gigahertz on the P cores, maybe 3.8 on the E cores. We'll see. It is summertime, so the higher temperatures harder to do. Super Pi. And I want to do another long test of Super Pi. Yeah. Just ready for it. Yeah, it's good. You don't need like no one needs a crazy system to get into the overclocking. I overclock a lot of the older hardware. Actually, a lot of the top rank guys do older hardware. For the newer hardware, we're just looking to get the world record. There's no actual like world record for CPUs, but there's an overall record for certain tests, which is a world record. And most of the time, it's workstation CPUs that are up in the world records. It's not even commercial grade CPUs. That's fine. It's not terrible. Like Threadripper, the Threadrippers are still up there for records, holding records. The new Ryzens are of course breaking records, but that's because it's not going against Intel's new stuff yet. And the 7800 X3D that people are buying right now are fakes. It's kind of funny. The auto voltage goes all the way up to... I'm not sure what the Ryzen 5 3600 voltages will be. It could also just be because it's trying to get that single core up, it's boosting up the voltage. But like a all-core load, it'll bring that voltage down to 1.25 or 1.3 probably. I'm not sure. I don't do a whole lot of AMD, or I used to do a lot of AMD CPUs and that, but not for a long time. So I'm not sure. I know back 10 years ago, Intel and AMD voltages were roughly the same. 1.4 was like a standard. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, 1.4 isn't terrible, depending on the CPU. It's only 1.225 volts right now for me because I'm running a 12600K, and I'm also able to keep everything super cold, like within its range for when I run the test to how long the test runs and how hot it gets. It's stable because it's cooler. The max amount of voltage I need to run on this CPU is 1.365 volts, and I can get it up to 5.7 gigahertz, which is insane, to be honest, on water. To modify the XMP profile, you're gonna have to run an XMP profile and then change that XMP profile, like the timings and the voltages yourself. Then the next time you load in, it should make a XMP profile for that. As long as you're saving it in like an XOC profile. And it should set it, it should make its own XMP profile for it once it knows everything's stable. It should. I'm not saying all motherboards are going to make an XMP profile. But you can just load an XMP profile and then change the voltage and the timings from there. I can show it after this here. It probably made an XMP profile for this here, for what I'm running right now. Because I used an XMP, well, I didn't use an XMP profile, I used a booster profile, which I'm using an 8000 booster profile. So that way I can utilize the voltages that it sets for 8000, but I'm running it at 7200 right now at extremely tight timings. So that way I can get the motherboard, the RAM to be happy with the voltages all around, and then I'm able to lower all the timings due to having that extra voltage. It's kind of weird how DDR5 works, but it also works for DDR4 and DDR3 a little bit. More on DDR5. 3 more iterations, and then I'll show you the how to make an XMP profile. It might work for your motherboard, it might not. Oh, there we go. One more. Oh, I touched the mouse. Oops. Yeah, maybe later on, like in the future, and maybe my YouTube catches on more than that. Maybe I do get monetized. I will buy into AMD products and then do more testing on them so I can have more thought on it, because the RAM overclocking on AMD is different. The overclocking still roughly the same. You should go off of certain steps. That's, look at that. Look at that. 10 seconds, almost 11 seconds off. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, let's go. That's awesome. From stock. So stock we were doing. Actually, I could probably just take this. View screenshot. So stock, so that way we can show you everything. So 387 versus the 349. 349. Oh, my RFC is still up at 800. I can lower this. I can get way better timing then. Yeah, I can lower this more. I can get even better timing. That's awesome. Nice. Glad you fixed it. And maybe I'll run one more W prime long test, and I'll be right back. Hopefully this should run it. Should be alright. How we doing? 65.4, so yeah, about the same. So not changing, so it's within like 0.3% roughly. So that's no problem. So I'm gonna restart. Actually, what temperatures are we hitting? Well, we might be almost at our max right now because it is like 20 some degrees in my room. Reopen that. See what kind of temps we're hitting. I believe we're hitting around 80. Yeah, it's because that's max we're gonna be able to do. The hardware info can't keep up, so it probably hit almost 80 degrees Celsius there, a lot faster than what it showed, and that makes it so it's unstable. But we're also hitting 167 watts. It's not terrible. Should I do the 6800? I don't know. Try another Geekbench 3 because I know I have Pro version. Yes. Hopefully, should be a really good score on this one. Oh yeah, that's an uplift. That's an uplift. Holy moly. We get on the memory though. Not a crazy amount, but a crazy uplift on the CPU. Of course, like we aren't gonna change much on the memory just due to the fact that, and that's down here, the 12633 for the multi and 8400 for the single. 12633 for the multi-core is pretty good. And that's pretty good. Good score. Good score. I'm happy with it. No, I want to show like in-game performance of this kind of tuning. So I'm gonna restart, go back to the BIOS. We'll go from like a stock settings to this settings for a game and show you what kind of uplift we can get. It's quite a bit of performance. I mean, it's a lot of performance to be honest. So I'm just gonna make sure I have this set. So I'm gonna save the profile again to my 7600. All right, so guaranteed. So we are again, it says auto, but we're at 4.8 and 3.6 on. Oh, whoops, and 3.6 and 0 on that. That's what we're at, and so we're gonna go back to stock settings. So we're gonna load optimized defaults. Go yes, yes. So everything's now back to stock, 100% stock. We're gonna go into a game, and I'm not sure what game we should go into yet. If anyone's there, let me know what game I should try. As long as it's a free game, I'll try it out. Show you what kind of performance we get from stock to a nice tuned RAM kit. Especially Hynix M-Die tune. It's a big increase. Alright. Alright. What game should we try out stock settings versus a well-tuned Hynix M die? Yeah, what game should we try, everyone? We'll go with Steam here. I do have a few games. I do have like Tomb Raider benchmark as well, like Tomb Raider, so I could do the Tomb Raider benchmark. We could do the Tomb Raider benchmark. We could try Apex, CS2, Dead by Daylight. A whole bunch of different ones to test it. And right now I'm currently at stock settings, so any game, let me know. I will look at the chat here in a second. And it looks like we got some updates. Or we could do some 3D Mark if you want to see some 3D Mark tests. Yeah, it looks like there's a bunch of updates. And this does not have the greatest Wi-Fi on it right now. I'm using the good Wi-Fi for streaming. But that's okay. What test though? Like what game? We're on stock settings, so this is stock Hynix M die at 4800 megatransfers. So it'd be at JDEC speeds 40 120, I believe. Should be all at stock, and it's all at stock for a CPU, 12600K. What game should we try? Binary benchmark is a cool benchmark. No one's seen that before. Actually, I'm gonna go into it. We're gonna try it. It's for ray tracing graphics cards, so like your 20 series and up. It's designed for ray tracing. Look at this. The sun actually moves just in the loading. Isn't that cool? I think that's the coolest thing. I mean, we launch, we can do whatever, but like that's awesome. Actually moving background. DLSS. Should we just keep? Oh, we should put it on ultra performance. Yeah, let's do ultra performance. 1920 by 1080. Sounds good to me. This test's pretty cool, I find. It's one you can find on Steam. Boundary benchmark. And yes, it uses the Unreal Engine, of course. And I haven't made a video about this. No one's seen this benchmark before. I like it. Has really nice graphics in it. Completely different kind of benchmark. Right now, it's running on a 3070 Ti, 12600K stock. The RAM, the Hynix M die is on stock JDEC speeds as well, and the 3070 is all stock. Need adjustments here. There we go. That looks better. So we get an average of 188. Can we save? Alright, cool, it does save. Oh, there you go. That's our max for all JDEC speeds, and that's gonna get crushed. So we can quit. Back to Steam. What game should we try though? I know Counter-Strike has benchmark, which is nice. Do I have... Where is it? Should be in here, right? No. Thought I had Tomb Raider. Oh, I do, right there. Oops. We can do play. We can go into the actual benchmark. Get why it's looking like that now. I didn't move anything. There we go. Tomb Raider is unavailable. What are you talking about? Oh, can do this. For some reason, the Tomb Raider is unavailable. It's fine. Oh, no, yeah, okay. Let's say. Continue. Mike Sherlock. Yeah, I want the benchmark. I don't want that. Let's go. Don't need the gameplay. Display and graphics. Is it? Yes, there it is. So there we go. There we go. 1920 by 1080. Blah blah blah. We're good. Good. This is all stock, by the way. What did I do? 4. Yeah. That's fine. Graphics. Ultra is what we want. So everything's cranked. Good. And we can run a benchmark. This is all stock settings. Looking really good. 72 frames, 73, 72. I mean, that's not bad for stock settings. Good to be running benchmark tests if the game has it. So then you can see roughly the actual performance you get in game. It's not going to be in game performance, but it's going to be close to it. So if like you're building systems for people and they want, it's only going to go to my max screen refresh rate right now because I can put my screen refresh rate up. It looks like it's just going to go to my max screen refresh rate, which might have been my fault for the settings for the benchmark. That's okay. It might be the max frames you can do in the game. I don't know. But like if you're building a system for somebody and they want to play a certain game, if that game does have a benchmark, you don't have to go into the game, play the game. You can run the benchmark and it'll give you a very close representative of what it'll do. That's why I like any game that has a built-in benchmark. Certain Call of Duty has it. This Tomb Raider has it. CS2 has it. Apex Legends needs to have it. But you could always just go into firing range, put on all the bots to movement and that, and then you can get a somewhat in-game performance. There's not a whole lot of games out there with benchmarks, and they need to make them so that way people are building tests can just run a benchmark and get an actual representative of what it's going to do. So we got frames rendered 12,926, an average frame of 83. And this is stock settings for 3070 Ti. It's telling me I'm on Windows 10. I'm not on Windows 10, Windows 11. So that's kind of odd. Showing me video drivers correct, system memory is correct, video memory is correct, GPU bound, we only hit 95% of the GPU. And that's probably because we're all stock settings right now, JX speeds on RAM, so or the GPU could use more power for probably more or less from the RAM. That's not bad for that test. I'm gonna rerun the benchmark, see if we get about the same, and figure out the average after a couple runs, just to make sure everything's right. So we did 12, 9, 2, 3, and 83 average. Test 1, test 2, test 3. We'll do 3 tests. And we'll get an average from that. And we'll just do the average for this benchmark. So for Tomb Raider, let's see what kind of performance increase we can get with the RAM overclock. I do believe we're going to get quite a bit of an increase. If people would like to see like 4K rendering, I can do 4K rendering too, or 1440p. I can change that in the video control panel for output, and it'll give you a relative idea of what you're looking for, 1440p or 4K, if anyone's looking for that kind of performance. Most people though just want 1920 by 1080, good old 1080p. See, I like this kind of test on this because it's kind of like an old style test, but it's a newer kind of render, so it's a cleaner look. Oh wow. Like, exact same, almost. That's cool. Like, alright, I'm gonna run it one more time. Always good to see, holy. That is... Like, if I saw, like, a major difference from running the test from one test to another, it just means the test wasn't, well developed. So, like, the benchmark wasn't well developed. It's not it's giving you like a plus or minus 5%, when a well optimized benchmark or game would give you better, like a plus or minus, so like a plus or minus 1%, which is a way better. So I have like 100 tests, you might get one test that's off by more than 1%, while other tests will be off by like plus or minus 5%, so that could be up to a 10% difference on some tests. And that's just due to how it was made, how well it was made. And since I ran test 1, it did 12,923 rendered frames with an average frame of 83. And the second test was 12,932 rendered frames with an average of 83. That's really good to start off. So hopefully my test 3 here is roughly the same, because that'll be within a plus or minus 1%. Actually better than 1%. Again, I'm not sure if the max, why it's saying 120, is due to settings that are on, and it's going to my max frame rate of my monitor that I have it set at. My monitor can go more than 120 frames per second, but I have it set at 120. So I'm not sure if that's part of it, or this game only has a max of 120 frames per second. So I'll have to see. There'll be another test here to do. Overall, like the past few tests I've done now, since they've been so like even within 10 frames of max rendered frames, that's crazy. So here, this should be about the same, hopefully. 12,900 and something. 12,947. So again, we're not plus or minus like 1%. That's good. It's a well-developed benchmark. And average frame of 83. So this is just stock setting. So I'll put stock RAM and stock CPU. Stock GPU as well, so that's good. So that's 3 tests done, and an average. I'm just figuring out the average right now. So the average off of 3 tests for this, and this is stock settings on the RAM, so JEDEC speeds, Hynix MDI, all JEDEC speeds, 4800 megatransfers, 40, 40, 40, 120, 12600Ks stock settings, boost up to 4.9 gigahertz on one core, 4.5 gigahertz all core, I believe, somewhere around there. Again, it's just stock settings, stock voltage, GPU stock as well. And the average off of 3 tests we're doing for max rendered is 12,933 with an average of 83 frames 83 for the average frames of all tests. So all the tests was an average of 83, so you can't do really an average on that. So it's just 83. That's awesome. Well developed game. So I'm gonna restart the PC. So we can close all this now. Quit game. If anyone's new to the chat, I'm just going over Hynix MDI. I've tuned it, but now I've set everything to stock. So everything's stock again. CPU stock, RAM stock. And now I'm going to go back in and I'm going to change the RAM timings and RAM to my kind of timings. Or actually, no, I'm going to do XMP 7200. And then I'll do my timings at 7200 and show how much of performance gain it is. It's a big gain, by the way, for games. Starting off from 4800 JDEC speeds to, and then we'll go XMP here. I'll just put XMP1, keep everything stock. What we'll need to do though, set that memory reference clock, gear mode, this just helps. And then disable fast boot mode, and rec mode 2, just more stability. That's all we need to do. Just make sure we disable the fast boot so that way it will switch over to XMP1 there, which is 7200 CL36 at 1.4 volts. Or 1.35 volts, sorry. And this will just take a second to initialize, and then we'll get back into the Tomb Raider and see how much of performance. This is just a RAM, just the RAM overclock. So this again, just stock CPU 12600K on stock right now. I did put, oh, sorry about that. I did put XMP on, but it's not the good timings that you can put on. I will put the timings on after I run 3 tests on Tomb Raider again, so I can get the average frames rendered. The frames average of it was 83 before on all tests, so I couldn't get an average of that. But for the other test, there was like a plus or minus 1%. So the average of the last test was 12,933 frames rendered. All on stock JDEC speeds and stock CPU and stock GPU. Which is great. Like, that's, I'm happy with that. So now we can go back into Steam. Load back up Tomb Raider, and from those tests I was just doing there, the 3 tests in a row, it being a plus or minus 1% between them means the game's benchmark is well utilized, and it's just overall stability on the RAM and CPU as well. But the game is well developed. I will say. Where's Shadow? There it is. So now we go back into Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Again, everything's on stock CPU, stock GPU. I'm not even gonna touch MSI. No need to. Now I'm hoping to see quite a bit of a uplift on this, to be honest. Going from JDEC speeds to XMP 7200 CL36 Hynix die is already going to be an uplift. I know I did Counter-Strike 2. I did Counter-Strike 2. There's a couple videos out there on it. And yeah, crazy. Again, all these are going to stay the same, all on Ultra. So we keep all that the same, so that way all these tests are the same. And we will run benchmark. But yeah, with the Counter-Strike 2, again, stock CPU, and all I did was change from JDEC speeds of 4800 megatransfers per second up to, I think I did 7600 or 7800 on the RAM. I'm not sure if it was 7600 or 7800. It was pretty good overclock. I think it was 7600. But it was over 60 frames gained in game. That's a crazy uplift in my opinion. 60 frames just from doing better frequency and better timings on your RAM. Not even touching the CPU. Or the GPU. Letting the GPU do its thing. Now, I'm not sure if that's just because you're giving it so much more bandwidth that it can help utilize the game more, or it's the actual timings. But going from 4800 megatransfers to 76 or 7800 is a lot more bandwidth. So maybe some games scale better with bandwidth. Test looks good, but it's looking fairly similar to JDEC speeds, and that's probably because the timings aren't that great on XMP. At least on this kit, the timings aren't great. I can lower the timings on basically everything a lot more. You do have to raise the voltage a little more from 1.35 to 1.4 volts on them to lower all the timings as low as you can go, but that extra 50 millivolts not terrible. Yeah, but it looks like we're probably gonna get about the same frame average. We might get more frames rendered though for overall, so we're not gonna be like getting our like 1% or 10% lows. No, it's even worse. It's worse. It's worse. Although that was probably my fault. I did run this test right away when there's a lot of background processes going. So I'm gonna rerun this. Yeah, because we got more GPU usage out of it too when we're only getting about 90%, and we got 98% now. So I'm gonna say it's my fault for having too many background processes running. So I did run this test right off the bat when I just loaded. And before I didn't. I did a lot of testing before, so I'm gonna rerun the test 3 more times and get the average off of these next 3. I'm not gonna classify that one because that was way too much of a drop. It should be right around the exact same, even though we went from JDEC speed to XMP 7200. Just due to the XMP 7200's timing's not that good, it should still not give us that much of an uplift. The only difference it's going to do is give us more bandwidth. Or, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe this game doesn't care about actual RAM speed or even timings, because the timings are a little bit better on XMP, but not much. So I don't know, because it doesn't look like the frames are going to be any better. That kind of sucks. I was hoping to see better frames on this one. So maybe this test here is not going to help us with showing RAM. If better RAM, more RAM, or faster RAM is going to be better. I don't know if this test is going to be better to show it. Well, the first test on how similar the tests were, that's good. It knows that this game's well utilized then. Again, it doesn't look like we're gonna get an improvement for RAM overclocking on it. I am gonna, again, run this 2 more times. And then, yeah, we went down. Which is odd. I'll run one more time, so I'm gonna classify the other run as good. So this game does not care about RAM speed. It's good to know. Means I'm not gonna be running this one for showing for RAM. I know Counter-Strike, RAM, it just loves it. Eats all of it, as much as you can give it. At least speeds and timings. Sorry. Yeah. For some reason, I don't know if it's this game just doesn't like the RAM overclock, the XMP maybe profile, or what. It's lost 2 frames on the average, and its frames rendered average is 12,700. It's not good. It's not good. I will say. So Oh, maybe we should run the test again just to make sure. Yeah. Hey, what up? CS2 next? Yeah, I was thinking about that. Next thing. We don't need to update. No, we don't need to update. I don't know why it keeps moving. There we go. Yeah, by the looks of it, it's just this game. And this game this is the benchmark for Tomb Raider. It does not care about RAM. It's what I've been seeing now with the RAM. So this is an overclocked XMP RAM. We were on stock JEDEC speeds for this Hynix M die, which was 4800, 40, 40, 40, 120. So it's a CL40, 4800. Now we're at an XMP 7200, CL36. And it's getting technically worse frames. Not much, like 2 frames less average, but it's still, we're getting less frames even though we have an XMP going. So player 1, 2, 3, I will be doing CS2 Counter-Strike 2 next because I know it will utilize the extra RAM speed and the timings. But I thought for sure this benchmark would be a good test to show JEDEC speeds versus XMP versus my tuned Hynix timings. But it doesn't look like it's going to, because this will be the last test, and yeah, I don't know what to say. So we'll just quit the game, quit all this. We're definitely gonna go into our. We're just gonna restart and go back to the JEDEC speeds for the RAM. Everything is on stock, so 12600K stock still, and the 3070 Ti is stock. The only thing I'm changing is the RAM speed for these tests. So this test I'm gonna do Counter-Strike 2, like player 1, 2, 3 said. And I already know Counter-Strike 2 does utilize the RAM more, so I'm gonna switch it to JEDEC speeds. We'll run a benchmark for completely stock, and then we'll do XMP, and then we'll do my own Hynix MDI timings because they are better than XMP. If anyone is new to the chat, we started off doing micron. I got fed up with it because of how crap it is. DDR5 micron, so stopped using it because I just couldn't get past 5800 megatransfers per second, and with the CL38, best I could do. So I switched over to the Hynix M die, which I've already done some tests on, and got it up to CL32 or CL36, but extremely tight timings at 7200. So we are going to go back to default setting and run Counter-Strike 2. And if you're new to the chat as well, this will give you a rough idea what you're going to get with a 12600K on stock settings with stock JADEC speeds of RAM. And then I'll be testing with the XMP and then my own timings. This Hynix M die, so you can get some really good timings out of it. Helps the performance quite a bit, at least in Counter-Strike. Tomb Raider, I thought it was going to be good for Tomb Raider. Apparently it's not. Tomb Raider doesn't care about your RAM. Tomb Raider only cares about your CPU and your GPU. Alright, we are here. Back to Steam. No, Counter-Strike 2 this time though. Now, yep. Play. Do some Counter-Strike 2, and we'll just do the benchmark because it gives a standard. It also goes into in-game performance too, by the way. It's not just for the benchmark. The benchmark also helps. So we will go to play. Go to workshop maps. If you don't know, I use CS2 FPS benchmark. So that's the new Counter-Strike frames per second benchmark. CS2 frames per second benchmark. If you don't have it, you can go to workshop maps on Steam and download it. We can go. Again, this is all stock settings, all stock. Again, I do have a video about this, about I believe it was a over 2000 megatransfer per second increase on speed, and it does help quite a bit. Again, this is all stock settings. Generally, for gaming, I'll be at 5 gigahertz on 6 performance cores, 0E cores. You can get some really good frames out of games with just 6 performance cores at 5 gigahertz. I think generally I'll be seeing about 400 or 500 frames instead of the 300 or the 200 frames right now. But again, this is all stock 12600K and stock RAM, so 4800 mega transfers at CL40. And it's not bad for the frames. This is the settings aren't low settings, by the way. I'm getting about 500 there, 300, 120. That's not good to see. A low of 120. I mean, it's not bad. So if you have like a 60 Hz monitor, you'll never see the problem. Or if you have a 120 Hz monitor, you will see a slight 1 frame drop once in a while, maybe, which I don't think you'll really see. We'll see about the 1% lows though. The 1% lows you can see, but the 0.1% lows is nothing really to worry about. What we got? What did it say? What was it saying? So we got an average of 272 frames and a low, also like a low of 149.3. It's not bad. 272 frames average, a low of 149. I'll make sure I write this down so that way when I show. Oh wait, what happened? CQ disable resyncing user command and simulation. Oh, that don't matter. Okay, so you gotta grab my pencil, got paper. So we got average 272.6 and our P1 equals 149.3. Okay. I will run this test again just to make sure. It's always good to rerun tests just to make sure. I got some mail. I didn't realize I had mail. I haven't been on Counter-Strike in a while. I quit Counter-Strike because when you get up in the high ranks, up past 20,000 Premier and that, you start running into hackers like every game, and that's no fun. So I quit playing Counter-Strike 2. And apparently some things came out and they made the Premier, so the high level Premiers, they made it so a lot of hackers would be going into that, so that way they could figure out who the hackers were. Kind of annoying that they would even do that. Implement an actual like banning software of some sort better than the easy cheat or whatever they use, and just use that so that way there's no hackers, so that way the good players don't have to go against them. Because that was top like top 1,000 players in the world, and I literally quit playing because what's the point? What's the point of playing against a hacker every game or every other game and losing all those games because they're hacking? But it looks of it, the test could be about the same. So if it does around an average of like 270 to 275, then I won't even rerun the test for an average. I already know the average would be about 272 to 275. I wonder what the low though. If the low is odd number low, like gives us a way higher or a way lower, then I'll rerun the test again. Because the lows can vary. Like let's say there's a background task that just opened up and needed a little bit of power. It can make you go do that, so. Nah, oh yeah. No, that's not terrible. That looks fine. 270, 154. So I don't have to rerun it. I know my average will be about 270, 153. So that will be my average. And that's for all stock settings. Yeah. See, I don't even have a. But if I played, I'll be playing against 18 or 20k people. Because that's where I'm stuck at. Return. Let's see. Show people where I am for competitive, not Premier. So Premier, I was up. Wasn't on this board because that's top 100. But for Canada, I was in the top 100. Competitive though, I should have. Oh no, I have to rerun these two. Wow, guess it has been a while since I played. That sucks. It is what it is. Alright, I'm gonna quit. We will rerun the test, but at XMP 7200 CL36 this time. Right into the BIOS right off the bat. I like it. So that's all stock XMP now. XMP1. Just because running a higher clock, it's just best to set these. Makes it easier. So disable fast boot gear mode 2, and our reference frequencies give you 100, of course. And setting this to 7200 just to make sure. And we keep the rest to auto. And no timing is done. We're just using XMP CL36. Then we'll rerun some Counter-Strike 2. And I believe our average is going to be probably up to like 320-ish. Again, if anyone's new to the chat, I'm just overclocking this Hynix M die from JDEC speeds to the XMP for Counter-Strike 2 now. I did do Tomb Raider. Wasn't much of a gain or anything at all for changing the RAM. Counter-Strike, there will be a change though, as I've done this test before. So, showing it live how just changing your RAM from JDEC speeds of 4800 mega transfers to 7200 XMP, if you have it, can give you an insane amount of performance in Counter-Strike. And then we go library. There we go. Load that all up. I'll give it a second because all the background processes and that from loading up. This is my daily system, so there is a lot of background processes. This is my daily system for gaming, streaming, recording, editing, everything. So it's not bloatware free. Workshop maps, I'm just using CS2 frames per second benchmark. And let's give it a second here. And we'll go. And we should see quite a bit improvement from JDEC speeds. Again, CPU is all stock. GPU is all stock. And they did make it so Counter-Strike 2 utilizes more GPU now, so GPUs do matter for Counter-Strike. You guys watching, not chatting this time? All right. So, are we going to beat the average of 273 and a low of 150? So, let's stock right now. This is average is, what's it say? We got an average of 278 and a low of 157. So, not much. We'll rerun the test to make sure that it's correct and that it wasn't just a one-time bad run. But like I said before, I know with my one test that I did, there was quite a bit of a gain from JDEC speed to well-tuned Hynix M die. So hopefully we can get the same result here live. Be nice to prove one of the videos that I did. This is just on the XMP. It's not well-tuned Hynix M die by any means. This is not well-tuned right now. It's just on XMP 7200, the CL36. I just want to make sure the average is going to be about the same, so that way when I go to the well-tuned, it's going to be the same. I already have that saved in a profile, so it'll just be go back to the BIOS, click on that profile, and see what it does. It looks like everything's going to be about the same as the last test. Yep, 157 there. So, yeah, it is going to be about the same as the last test, which is good. It's always good to see that your tests are within a 1% at least. Yep. Well, 278.2 and a low of 165. So, I mean, we can average that to a 278, 160. So we'll give our average on that one. Average 278 PL equals 160 for XMP 7200 CL36. So there we go. There's a baseline for that then for the XMP versus JDEC. And then we're going to go well-timed now. The well-timed could be quite a bit improvement. I think average should be about 300. And around 200, I think, for the low. Right around there. It's really good. Like, it's really good. Come on. The BIOS. See what we got going on here. Yada, yada, yada. And it should be going into BIOS now. Might have to reset once. Yep. That's fine. Oh yeah. Gotta love looking at a black screen. Although I'm not looking at a black screen, I'm looking at a bunch of numbers changing for the codes. Let me know if I'm going to be able to go into the BIOS or not. And it looks like I'm going to be able to go into the BIOS. Here we go. Alright, we are in La BIOS. Now we're going to do the time. So Should just be able to go into my profile, the 7600, which is 7200. I'm using the XMP booster for the voltage, so that way I don't have to do anything with the voltage. CPU is not stock. I'm gonna have to switch that. So we'll do 0, auto. We'll do all that. That's fine. Actually, no, because this is supposed to be for tuned. So disable. This though, we'll put to all stock again. All stock. There we go. Same thing with the voltage. And the memory, we are at some pretty crazy timings. CL3648 on TRCD, TRP48, TRAS 36. We're gonna go, yeah, no, we'll keep it at 36 for now. TWR 72, TCWL 38. We can lower these, so we go 455 and 700 for that. Just because I know we're not doing hard stress tests now, we're doing like games. We can lower these down for Hynix. We can lower this to about 400, but 455 is good. 420. 420 is awesome. So 420 is also really good. And we could also lower this probably a bit more, but 700 is just going to make sure things stable. TRTP 18, TFA 18. TFA we can go 16, but 18 is more or less, I'm doing this for most people can get these kind of timings no matter what. We can split this number in half and it would be fine too, but I'm going to keep these max for now. So some things, these are the Hynix part of it, is your TRD PDEN, which is 4 instead of like 46. Your TWR PDEN is 4 instead of like 160-ish. So like these are what's gonna really help performance. Let's just say that. 18 for your TRD pre, your TWR pre 48, so big difference. TCP DED 4, big difference again. Your TCKE 4, it's another big difference. It's for Hynix MDI. So these kind of timings are what you can do with Hynix MDI. If your motherboard can't do it, you can set it probably to 8 and be fine, and it's still going to be extreme amount of performance gain. Your TXS DLL, generally for like most XMPs in that, they'll do like a 2048. I'll double that up and do 4096, and I find that works better. Tmod at 56. Tmod we can do 60 for a little more stability, but 56 for games is fine. TRDRD SG 16, lowering that makes things unstable, so keeping around 16 or 18 is better. TRDRD underscore D, which is your DG. It's just your other read to read. You can go as low as 8. Generally, Hynix XMP has already set that to 8, so don't matter. Your another read to read DR this time is going to be 16. Your read to read DD is going to be 18. Your read to write SG is going to be 18. Your read to write DG 18. Read to write DR 20 instead of 22, or some memory kits will put them like 26 or 28. You can put them to 20 on Hynix MDI and be no problem. Again, this is at 1.4 volts, so 50 milliohms higher than the XMP of what 7200 will run at. So you do need to give a little bit more voltage, but again, you can just set a the booster XMP profile that will run that speed and then set these timings, and it will be easier for you. Be easier for the motherboard too. So another Hynix type thing is your read to writes, which is your read to write. So 4 and 4, your read, our write to read. Sorry, our write to read. 4 and 4, a write to read, and read 64 instead of like 84. We can go 48. We can technically go lower on the read to write SG there. We can go lower, but oops, I find 64, 68 on it is just fine. And again, for another Hynix type, is 4, of course. So your read to writes again, DR4, and read to write 4 instead of like 14 or 16. But I find for most people, setting your read to read SG, set it to like 16 or 18, and you should be able to lower your other timings lower than what they are set at currently. If you have this set higher or lower, I mean, if you had this set to 12, or if it automatically sets it to 12, which some motherboards or some kits will set it to 12, set it to like 16 or 18, and you can lower these timings to a better timing, which is better overall. Better have more timings lowered than just one single timing, so that way you're getting more performance out of not just games, but editing or any other kind of thing you're doing with the PC. So that's all we need to do there. And then I'm gonna save that to there. And we're gonna run this. Oh. Yeah, you've been on a couple where they're always the DDR3s. Yep, this is a newer setup. This is my daily system, but I'm trying to show some Hynix MDI. So this is a Z690 Ors Master with 12600K stock, and the RAM is a Hynix MDI. Its XMP is 7200, but right now it's at 7200, but all my timings, so the timings that I can tighten the most for stability and performance for games and for benchmarking. Yeah, it's a lot better of a BIOS setup. For like a Zeus board, some things are named different. For MSI, some things are named a little bit different, but basically the same as a Gigabyte board. A Zeus though has things just seem like they're completely named completely different than any other board. They have their own words for things. We are in, I believe. The screen's black still for some reason. Is it gonna load the screen? There it is. There we are. I'm gonna check the CPU Z, of course, just to make sure it's still at the 7200. So yep, we're still at 7200. So even though it says 3600, yeah, times that by 2. So we're at 3600, so 7200. CL 36, 48, 48, 36, 84. Command rate T2. Perfect. Now these timings on this game before. So completely stock. So the Hynix MDI on stock settings. So the JEDEC speeds, we're getting an average of 272 and a low of 149. For XMP, still stock on CPU, but XMP profile enabled. This gives us an XMP of 7200 CL36 and it gave us an average of 278 with a low of 160, which was not much of a gain from JDEC speed, to be honest. So now we are on the Hynix M-Die fairly tuned 7200. We're going to see a massive performance gain, even though the CPU is on stock and the GPU is still on stock. You'll see a massive performance gain. So this is tuned. We will go to workshop maps. We'll give it a second because that's what I like to do. It could be the game. The game might not be a well optimized game. That's all. If your i9-9900K, you went off of the overclock.net, right? I believe. I'm pretty sure you were the one I was talking to about the i9-9900K. If you went off of their 5 GHz overclock and your CPU is not reaching 90 degrees Celsius, you should not be crashing at all in any game unless the game's just not like well optimized, because there's so much testing that was done on the i9-9900K that's what was set out for people to use, because it's just like a guarantee overclock for people. You can't have that now with DDR5, by the way. Like, you can't just give someone the exact voltages, the exact this and that, and it'll work. It just doesn't work nowadays. But for the i9-9900K and all those CPUs back then, you basically just went off of a set voltage curve or voltage set and set it to 5 GHz all core. As long as the RAM wasn't overclocked terribly, then everything ran perfect. If not, the game just wasn't optimized to use 8 cores and 16 threads like that. Yeah, see? 7700 load is just fine. Alright, I'm going to run this test now. This is going to be hopefully a great improvement. Yeah, 7700 load's fine. Even under, like, let's say a 95 to 100% load and you're hitting 85 degrees Celsius, to be honest, that's not terrible. Because in games and that, you're not going to have 100% or like a 95% load on it at all times. You just won't. Yeah, I'll take a look at when I get into Discord. I should be ending this stream fairly soon. I have been recording quite a while now. I did want to get a bunch of these tests done though. And this one right here is just more or less to validate one of the videos I have posted about how much performance gain you can get with a JDEC speed versus a well-tuned RAM kit. And this is Hynix M-Die, so you can tune them quite well. It doesn't look good on stream only because technically I'm only recording at 4K 30 frames, and then it's uploading as like 1080p 60 frame, but it's not really 60 frame. You're only getting about 30. Have you done anything with the RAM? Because if you did everything that over at overclock.net said to do for the i9-9900K, again, I have not owned one. I've owned like the i5 8600K and the i7 8700K, which is a generation below it, but they are fairly similar for overclocking. I know a bit, I know more for RAM overclocking. So I know a lot about DDR4 RAM overclocking and DDR3 and a lot of DDR5. So I can help you tune your RAM, which will help stability. But if you followed overclock.net's everything they did and you're seeing only 77 degrees on load, then we don't need to do anything with the CPU. We'll have to learn how to tune your RAM, and we need to figure out what kind of RAM you have. So we did 283.5 and 159.3 on the low, but for some reason we got something here. World render. I don't know what this is. Do I have to rerun the test for some reason? It's odd. Okay, so we're gonna rerun the test because that seemed odd. I haven't had that pop up before. Yeah, so you just have it on XMP. XMP is not great for timings. It is a little bit better than JDEC speeds, but more or less it's just giving you a little bit more RAM frequency and not really giving you a whole lot more RAM performance, really. So it gives you more bandwidth, which is good, but having better timings will help in games and for like editing and a lot of other things it can amount to. And making sure it's stable, of course, is the main thing. So XMP might not always be stable either, especially for DDR5. XMP is like rarely stable, especially if you have the 8000 kits. Getting a XMP to work at 8000, good luck. I mean, good luck. And then like the voltages that it sets it to too is like, what? It'll set your system agent to 1.4 or 1.45 volts. Like what? What? And you're gonna run that on your daily system? Nice. Good way to destroy your CPU, your motherboard, and your RAM. Because if you go into the actual like manufacturers and that, they'll tell you the max voltages that certain things can go to. And system agent on DDR5 for the 12th gen, 13th gen, 14th gen, the max that they want you to go to is like 1.2 to 1.3 volts. And yet some XMPs will put it up to almost 1.5 volts on the system agent, which is absolutely insane. So yeah, no, it's the average is 280 and 160. So we just got a little bit better than the XMP there. Now, what I'm wondering too is if I probably do, I might not put the settings proper in game. Refresh rate, 120. I think it's on high. No, it looks alright. So setting your maximum frame per second in game to 0 makes it so it doesn't have a limit. When it normally you have like 1,000, you can literally have 0 and guarantee you get the most amount of performance. VSync disabled. Okay, so it did look good. We didn't gain much there though. Weird with my up to 7600 or 7800 I did on the video. Whoops. Yeah, that was quick. I did like a crazy XMP. I think I did 76 or 7800. And it gave me like 60 frames extra. So maybe I'll have to raise the frequency more to actually get it to do that. We'll see. Hmm. These. What? This cool. What are you guys saying? How's it going cooking? Exit that. I don't know what other game would be a good one to test for showing how RAM overclocking can benefit. Red, are you still here? Do you have Benchmate downloaded? This Benchmate? If you don't have Benchmate downloaded, you should download Benchmate because it will give you a bunch of benchmarks you can use to figure out stability. And you can go from like the 7-zip, which is more CPU bound than RAM. RAM does account for it though. But for stability wise, we can go from the 7-zip, and then if everything's looking good on the 7-zip, as in the temperature's good and everything's stable, we can do the Y cruncher, which is a very stressful test, and we can run a Y cruncher to see if it's stable. Yeah, download Benchmate. So let's go to Google and type in Benchmate. Download it. Of course, it's not gonna be. I'm at 7200. I gotta raise the voltage a bit more to be able to run Y cruncher, but we can do like 7-zip, probably no problem. But also because you're on DDR4, DDR4 is a little easier to overclock. Because you generally won't get to the windows if it's not stable. Unlike DDR5 where it can be incredibly unstable and you still get the windows open. DDR3, if it doesn't load into Windows, it's not stable. If it loads into Windows, you can run any benchmark and it'll be fine, basically. Sounds good. Oh, we got a decoding error. Let me think. What would that be? Oh, I don't have my T-mod set to 60. So I don't have my T-mod set to 60, which would also, even though it's at 56 right now, it is a bit lower, but 60 will generally make sure I can run this test at this speed. Games and that, it's fine running in this speed. Maybe I can run a different. What other test do we got? Easy bench. Easy bench, not bad. We're just gonna do 1080. No loop mode. Sound don't matter because I don't have the sound on. This one's a different test. It's kind of cool. And you see the graph where it looks like a heart rate monitor basically right now. That's like it will show you what's going on. It's kind of nice. It shows it in the game or in the benchmark than having like a process open. Things don't look bad. Like it's not crazy spikeage. It may look bad just because there is some spikeage, but there's no massive spikeage, so everything looks pretty good. So 13,870. That's without DLSS on, by the way. So we can show the performance of DLSS too on this. So we did 13,870. And we can do oh, it should have been on. No, auto performance. It should have been on. Why did it say it was false? Let's try photogrammetry. I actually haven't done this test on this before. I didn't even know it had this test. Nice. Yep. Yeah, after you install Benchmate, you should try 7-zip. And make sure it's on real time. Ooh, a few good spikes there. Whoa. Is that just what it has to render? So we're doing about 115 frames, about almost 120 average. 126-ish, 125, 126. Like, oh, it's actually, like, those spikes are weird. I wonder if that's actual data. I don't think it is. Okay, so with okay, so score of fatal error. The UE benchmarker game has crashed. Is that because I ran that test? I've never ran that test before, so that's different. Okay, so if you're still there, we're gonna go on the benchmate here. Oh yeah. You did 7-zip, right? This one? Real time? Do you have like a hardware monitor of some sort so it tells you the temperature of the CPU? So you should open up like a hardware monitor. A lot of people don't like hardware monitor. I like this hardware monitor. Everything looks fine. I will use hardware info though for checking over things, but this right here works just fine. You know, it gives you the temperature of your CPU and that quite easily. And you can just run the test, watch the temperatures. Yep, 7-zip with real time. It's gonna make your system chug. You shouldn't touch your system if you run any of these tests. Any benchmarking, you should never touch your system after. Like you press run and you make sure that mouse does not move. Like a lot of times when I'm running benchmarking, I won't even have, or I'll only have a keyboard in, and I'll use my keyboard only, and have no mouse in, no Wi-Fi, no nothing running. I'll have only just the benchmark going, and it still chugs because that's the benchmark. Everything, all the CPUs being utilized to it, all the RAMs being utilized to it instead of everything else. See, I even got a decoding error, but that's because I know my Tmod. It's because of my Tmod. That's why I'm not finishing the test. I can basically go through all of it, but except for the last bit of it, is because it's my Tmod and it's also my refresh rate. My refresh rate right now is too low to be able to refresh the RAM enough to allow it to get more processes through. So this is why when you start learning more about benchmarking, about what tests can show you what's going on. So this test, because I'm almost through the test, my CPU temperature is fine. Of course it is. It's going to hit maybe 56 or 60 degrees because it's on stock. And in my RAM, yes, it's overclocked to like the max. Like it really is overclocked to the max. I can't run Rye Cruncher even if I wanted with this timing. Unless I raised like the DDR5, oh, the voltage I had up for some reason too. So the temperature probably to hit 65 or 70, but still. So we'll go back into like the timing. And for me, what I know I need to raise is either the TRFC2 or TFC. So on a lot of boards, that'll be like TRFC 1 and 2 and TRFC 4. So we can just raise this to like 850, and we can raise the lower value, which will help us too, to like 650. And then my Tmod, which I know my Tmod's set to 56 right now, right here, we can raise that to 60, where I know for a fact if I raise it to 60, it helps me through all my benchmarks, like finishing benchmarks. Same thing with the refresh rate. The higher the refresh rate, the better for your RAM to be able to finish a test or to be more stable throughout the test. And then your Tmod can help it finish the test. It's weird, yes, but that's how it goes. Oh, whoa, I have fixed view core. We'll do auto there. Now, and I'll save this profile again to that, so that way I don't have to change anything again, just in case something happens. Yeah, that's fine. You're gonna decode in there, but your temperature is just fine. That's fine. It's probably the XMP. The XMP is it's just a relative timings and value of which will work for most motherboards, CPUs, and all that. That's it. Doesn't mean it's gonna work. Most time XMPs don't work. Your XMP is on or is it off? Because if your XMP is off right now and you're at JDEC speeds, then maybe we need to raise your voltage of your CPU a little bit. Not much, like probably like 10, maybe 15 millivolts. Yeah, see, you're on an XMP, and XMP2 is not usually a good one. XMP1 is usually the better of the XMP. Usually. I'm not saying it is. Again, you'll have to test that. And now since I changed the tier, so the refresh rate, the TRFI. So since I changed that and I changed the Tmod, I didn't change anything else, even though I'm on incredibly tight timings on this Hynix M die. I should be able to finish this run. If not, I'll have to raise the TRFI to 900, but I shouldn't. The 850 and 650, changing that 50 points basically. That's it. And it should be able to finish the run because as you were watching, if you're barely able to finish the run, it's more or less like the Tmod and the TRFE 2, and I guess for some other boards it's like 1, 2, and 4. So that's the only thing that's different. Like you have to be specific on motherboards and make sure you're using changing the right settings. See, I'm already at where it would crash before. If I can pass this one, I'll be able to pass the test. What do you know? and that's barely changing anything. Like that's literally barely change. This is all stock, by the way, stock CPU settings. So it's still running on stock, but I'm gaining so much more performance, and able to keep it stable throughout the test by just raising these couple of timings. Even though I'm on, like I said, insane timings to where the Hynix M die, when you set the Hynix M die timings this low, it breaks the BIOS. Well, not really, it doesn't break it. Like it makes it so it doesn't read things correctly and will set things lower than what they should be, and it also helps performance. There you go. Just by changing a couple of things, able to finish the test. And that's all you need to do. So if you're doing any of these kind of benchmarkings and you're not passing a test, like you're like a 85, 90, maybe 95%, or one thing away from finishing, just change the T mod, raise the T mod a little bit, and raise the TRE5 TRE up. Again, not much. It's generally like your 1, 2, and 4 for Asus. Again, I'm pretty sure Y Cruncher won't be able to finish, but we'll see. Generally with the Y Cruncher, I would have to set it around 900 for like a 700 to 900 instead of like the 650, 850. If it passes, it passes, but hey, it looks like it might pass. There you go. And that's only stable for 34.5 seconds, by the way. So if I tried like the 2.5B, probably won't finish it. What voltage are you at, Red? I'm pretty sure the i9 9900K takes quite a bit of voltage for it, like 1.4, 1.5, 4 or 5 volts, somewhere around there, right? 1.5 volts? Really? I didn't know it took 1.5 volts. Oh, 1.35. Yeah, okay. There we go. Yeah. That seems more. You're gonna have to raise probably your voltage a bit to make it more stable. And that just could be due to silicone lottery on that too. Or motherboards just needs that little bit more voltage to be able to give to the CPU the correct amount of voltage through load line. Have you changed any load lines at all? 93. 93 is not terrible. So, never mind. I was able to pass the 2.5B at these crazy timings, so that's nice. I might actually save this result because I'm pretty sure this is a pretty good score. We'll see. We'll see if it's a good score. We'll log in. Benchmarks. Oh, what test was that again? Y Crunch. 2.5. Oh, that's 25. 2.5. 10 core, minute 23 is what? 83. Okay, so I have to get 10 seconds off to beat my best, which is CL30. CL30, 40, 40, 48. I can beat this. I already know I can get these timings better. So when I did this test here, I was able to do about 6,400 mega transfers CL30. I was trying to get CL28 working, but I forgot to lower TRC. Oh, let's see the 7-zip results. Holy moly. Wait, what? Yeah, here's the start. Uh, 58. I don't know. You gotta have a screenshot. Screenshots are better. Like do a screenshot of. So in the benchmate here, after you run the 7-zip, so after you run it, just click the save result. So like I'll save this result. It'll give you this. Just save result again, and then it will give you down below. You can right click on that, view screenshot, and then give me that screenshot through Discord. Just easier for me to read instead of, because it's putting numbers in where it shouldn't be. Making it very hard for me to read. Anyways, I can close that one out. I rerun the 7-zip. Should be right around the 94, 95,000. Again, stock settings on CPU. It's only changed in the RAM, and we're getting almost 1,000. Yeah, almost 1,000 points more. And that's literally just by changing the RAM. Once this test is done, I'll open up Discord and look at your score. Oops, I touched the mouse. Yep, 94, almost 95. Again, that's good. So from 88,000, that was stock RAM. And then what I'll do here is, and so that I don't show the Discord anymore, so I can go through some things. There we go. There we go. I like the screenshot. It's a lot nicer. 67,000. Yeah, see, before I was reading like a max of 56. So, yeah, 67,000 seems good. Temperature of 75 is good. It did hit your max core, which means everything's working. 1.35 volts. Looks good. Your RAM, 48 gigabytes. 48 gigabytes, so 4 sticks of 4 by 16, 48 gigabyte. That doesn't make sense. Do you have 2 different RAM sticks in? Do you have 2 different? How do you have 16 gigabyte G skill, but you have 48 gigabytes of DDR4? Do you have 2 different kits of RAM? That's why your probably things aren't stable. You have 2 different kits. You should take out 1 kit. I'm just leaving the 16 gigabyte kits. That's crazy they're even working right now. It's probably why Cruncher doesn't want to work though. It's more strenuous. But yeah, that's probably your issue right now, man, is because you have 48 gigabytes DDR4, but you have 16 gigabyte G-Skill. Times that by 4, that's not 48, that's 64. You should have 64 gigabytes of RAM. So what tells me is you have 2 different kits of RAM in. Take out that 1 kit of RAM, make sure it's the exact same kit that you're taking out from, and then, yeah, things will be a lot more stable. And you're at CL 16, 18, 18, 38. That looks okay. Your RFC we can probably lower to like 500 or even 460. Any DDR4 should be able to do about 500 or 460. But other than that, everything looks good. Like the temperature of your CPU only hitting 75 after the test, not bad. But if you're having like stability issues, it's not due to your CPU. It's due to the fact I can literally see you have 2 different kits of RAM just from that. So change that out. Even if it just gives you the 32 gigabytes, it'll still give you the same amount of performance as the 48. You just won't be able to run crazy games that use like a ton of RAM. 32 gigabytes is still a lot of RAM for any game, really. Yeah, that's why I've kind of figured 2 sticks of 16 and 2 of 8. Take out the 2 sticks of 8 and just use the 2 of 16. Make sure you set them so they're set up farthest away from the CPU. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that they're both. Does not matter that they're both the same. They're not the same. It says they're the same. They're not the same. If you buy 2 different kits of RAM, even though they are still 16 gigabyte or 2 by 16, so 32 gigabytes, and they're the exact same brand, the exact same number on them, they are not the exact same. I would not buy 2 different kits of RAM and put them in my system. There's potential for instability either with the XMPs or with just tuning them. Or not even tuning them, just instabilities out of the blue. It's because you're using 2 different kits of RAM. You have to use 1 kit of RAM. So if you're going to buy a kit of RAM, buy 64 gigabytes. If you don't need that much, just buy 32. Never switch or put in different kits of RAM. Even with DDR3, you can still have issues. If you go to DDR4, you get more. DDR5, I can't put my microns with my my Hynix, but with like DDR3, you could. But there was issues for instability. And again, you only need 32 gigabytes, man. 32 gigabytes is more than enough. What's on my system right now is 2 by 24 gigabytes. So 24 gigabyte sticks. That's why I have 48 gigs. I only have 2 sticks of RAM though. But yeah, that's why you're probably having instability issues. Just take out that 1 kit of RAM, man. You don't need it. Or if you do, like if you do need that little bit of extra RAM, I suggest taking away the XMP and just going into 4800 megatransfers, just JEDEC speeds. It makes things more stable if you keep them at JEDEC speeds. Alright, now we'll bring the screen back. That's my little piece of information on that, is you're going to need to just keep the same RAM. do not put different RAM kits together. It doesn't matter if they say they're the same. They're not the same. I wish they were, because, you know, it'd be a lot easier to get more RAM. But let's say you had any kind of crashing, and you were always using this setup, and you were having just weird crashing of nowhere. That's the reason why, because you have two different kits of RAM. And it's not even that one kit is a 32 gigabyte kit and the other one's a 16, or that. It's, you can have a 32 gigabyte kit and a 32 gigabyte kit, Corsair Vengeance, CL40, but they're two different kits, but they're not the same. And that's just the way things are manufactured. They will manufacture kits of RAM to be kits of RAM because they are literally within like a very minor tolerance of each other, compared to another kit of RAM that might have a completely different tolerance set for those. That's why I suggest going to just one kit of RAM. Alright, so I don't know, should I, oh wait, Steam. See, I test out one more game. Exit. Never mind, not Steam. Yeah, restart. So restart and then go back to JDEC speeds. Load Optimize default, yes. Save and exit, yes. Then we go back to all stock JDEC speeds for RAM, and what should we go into this time? What should we go into this time? Load. Load. All right. Back to here. For some reason, I keep kicking this over. Don't need that. What game? What game? Actually, launch a 3D Mark. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. There's a test. We could do a test. Takes a while for 3D Mark. Or if I have any updates to do. No, I just did the updates. What am I talking about? I just did them. Steel Nomad's a cool one. They just came out with it. Which test should we do? Good, yeah. You'll have, and then you can reset the XMP again, and you should never have an issue now. Only because it's DDR4, those are G skill you said. So just say, like, just from looking at the picture that you sent me, the screenshot there, I'm pretty sure you'll have a better time with 32 gigabytes, either the XMP1 or 2. If the XMP1 is a higher XMP, you use a higher XMP, then you should never have an issue again. Because again, 32 gigabytes, man, is still a lot of RAM for gaming, for even light editing, like 4K editing, not 8K for sure. 8K you need like 128 gigs anyways. Should I run a time spy? Run a time spy all in stock. See what happens when we do some RAM timing to it. See if it does anything. Well, that sucks. Tell it not to go black. Again, having two different kits of RAMs could be worse, so I don't care that your screen went black. You probably did something. Taking out 2 sticks of RAM. Oh, where were those other sticks of RAM? Were they closest to the CPU? Like the channel 1? Because if you didn't switch the RAM sticks from the farthest RAM slots away from the CPU in, okay, so it should be alright. Just reset your system. Maybe it didn't take something. Maybe it didn't take the XMP or something, which can happen. Because if you took the 8 gig sticks out of the 1 and 3, then they're in the right slots right now. So it's probably just due to, like, it might not have took the XMP, or might not have reset timings or something. So just reset it. Could take multiple times. But having 2 kits of RAM is worse, especially an 8K or 16 gigabyte kit and a 32 gigabyte kit. It's not right to have. Again, if you're gonna be running any kind of 7-zip, you shouldn't have anything running. It's gonna utilize it all, like not all of your RAM and not all of your CPU, but a lot of it. Like it's gonna put a lot of load on it, a lot more load than, and like its priorities, like your RAM priority and CPU priority is gonna go to it. So if you run it right away from launching your Windows, it can slow some things down, and it can crash just due to the fact, yeah, like you said, your wallpaper, or like let's say RGB software was trying to load, it could crash something. What XMP? Did you put XMP1 on or XMP2 on? Because you said you were running XMP2 before, but it also crashed too, but you also had 2 mixed kits of RAM, so 71K score? Like that's a good jump. What's the XMP? Like you said, I told you to put XMP1 on if it was a higher RAM frequency, right? So XMP1 is higher than the 3200 it was at. So what, XMP1's at, what, 34 or 3600? Yeah. Because if the XMP1 was still at 3200, it means XMP1's timings were way better. Because that's like 2000 point increase, man. That's a crazy good increase just by taking out that mixed RAM kit and putting XMP1. That's a crazy uplift. 2000 points on 7. That is crazy uplift. Yeah, because the last time you did it was a 69K. Now it's 71, so either the XMP1 was a higher RAM frequency, maybe close to the same timings, or it was just better timings overall. So this I did. CPU 13215. And graphics ain't gonna matter for this. It's more a CPU. Looks alright though. Score's not terrible for. This is all stock, by the way. 100% stock. Okay, not bad. Now I'll go put the XMP on. See if we can raise the score from 14.6 to something better. Yep. So the target DRAM frequency, you're trying to see a higher one. So if XMP is a higher one than XMP2, use XMP1. Now we will do, I'm just going to do XMP again on this. So the 7200 XMP. I'm just going to set 100, gear mode 2, disable fast boot. Also, if you're in the BIOS, make sure you disable the fast boot if you enable XMP or do any kind of RAM timing, because if you have like a fast boot on, it will skip the RAM timing process and it'll give you basically JDEC speeds, or it won't even give you the RAM frequency that you're wanting. So disable the fast boot. Yeah, so both are the same target. So if both are the same target, then one of them is gonna have a tighter timing. So generally it'll be like the cast latency, so your first primary. So CL will be either CL16 or XMP2 might be like CL15 or CL17. But generally your XMP on DDR4 is gonna be like CL16. Oh, then they might both be the same XMP. Just maybe a secondary timing is different, which you'll have to check to see. So you have to enable one of them. Again, disable fast boot, wherever that is on your motherboard. Go let it load. Go back into the BIOS. Check the primary timings to check to see if they took. If they did, check the secondary timings to see what they are. Like you might have to write them all down on a piece of paper just to make sure. And then set the XMP2. Make sure you have disable fast boot on so that way all the timings in that will grab from XMP2. Check the primary timings to make sure that they're all set to what they should be. And then you're going to check the secondary timings to see if those are different from the XMP1. And that's really the only way you're going to be able to tell, unless you have like a RAM timing type software, and I'm not sure what kind of software works for DDR3. It's a lot to go off of, but you gotta go in steps if you want to overclock your RAM, because RAM's not easy to get stable. Again, RAM XMP, they could have a slight variation between the two, like a very slight. So XMP1 could be more of a Intel XMP, or XMP2 could be more of a AMD. You never know. Yeah, if you have fast boot on, it won't grab the XMP profile correctly, and it won't grab the timings or anything like that. So if you disable the fast boot, it will just more or less guarantee that it's gonna grab those timings and that and set them. No, no, doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter what XMP1 or 2. More or less, this is just XMP ready. The XMP2 doesn't really mean anything. It's just uh, they had like old XMP and then they had like new XMP and they call it XMP2 basically. It's not whether or not XMP2 is better than XMP1. It's just XMP. It's just saying it's validated. It's a validated XMP on not all, but most motherboards and CPUs. That's all it's saying. And it's not even a guarantee that it'll work. So again, we're back here. Everything looks good. I did set the memory settings. Yep, so everything's good. Except for the enhance, I like to use Rec Mode 2, or DEQ Mode 2 on Gigabyte board. More stable, I find. So that's all we need to do, because we're just going to enable XMP for this and see if we can beat 14,600. Yeah, so did you already set the XMP, disable fast boot, reboot, and then go back into the BIOS? Because now the next step is just to look at the primary timings. So if you check the XMP, it'll let you know what the primary timings are. So the CL16, 16, 18, 18, whatever the other numbers, I'm not sure, 32 or something. If long as those grabbed on the primary, now you're gonna want to grab a piece of paper and a pencil and write down the primary timings. Okay, so it does take a bit of time, but go down the primary timings, write down the primary timings, so TRCD, TRA5s, all those secondary timings, write all of those down as the motherboard has it, and then you're going to set XMP2, make sure to disable fast boot, reset your PC like as you should through the BIOS, and then go back into the BIOS. You gotta check the XMP2's primary timing, so see if it's still, like we said, checked before, it was CL16, 18, 18, whatever, and then go to the secondary timings, and off of what you wrote down, check to see if any of the XMP2's primary or secondary timings is different. If there's a little bit of a difference, it could mean that one of those is more stable or there's tighter timings on one of those XMPs. So you can check just by doing that way and see which one has tighter timings. And if the one has tighter timings already, if you are not into doing RAM timings, like putting them out yourself, typing them out yourself, all the timings, then just use the tighter timings, go back into the 7-zip, retest it to see if you're still getting around the 70,000 plus mark. If you get a little more than the 70,000 or the 71,000, you know it's a good XMP and it's basically stable. I'm not going to say it's 100% stable, but it will be more stable than when you had that other kit of RAM in, and it will technically be faster too. So again, just take your time, man, and write down the secondary timings, and then go into the XMP2, redo it till it goes back to the BIOS, and then just check over what you have written down versus the XMP2 secondary timings, and that'll let you know whether or not it's different. Alright, so now I'm back. I am at 7200 CL36, but this is all XMP. This is not tight timings right now. This is just XMP Hynix 7200 CL36. And I'm going to show that by CPU Z here. Then I go back into 3D Mark Time Spy and see if we gain any kind of performance on Time Spy. We gotta beat 14,600. Timings look pretty good. So we'll go Steam. It says auto on the left side, but on the right side, it should tell you the timings that it's at. So when you're in that kind of setting, does it say JDEC or COM on the top right? Or does it just say all auto? Because it should have the timing set already, and then also like the JDEC speed, or all the auto is where you can type in the timings yourself. That's how you type in timings, is where the auto is. But beside the auto, so it would be to the right of the auto, there should be times like 12, 16, 32, all those numbers. Like there should be numbers beside the auto. The auto is only where you got to put the numbers in if you want to put in the timings yourself. There should be timings already set in place. Yeah, you're gonna have to take a pick, because again, it should be fairly simple to see timings. We'll go to Time Spy, and you're gonna have to wait until I'm done Time Spy, because we gotta beat 14,600 from JDEC Hynix MDI, so CL40 at 4800 megatransfers, and now we're at CL36 7200. Yeah, right now I'm looking at, yes, that's good. Not gonna lie, that 560 should be lower, but I'm not sure what kind of RAM kit you have right now. So keeping it around there is fine. But DDR4 usually you can lower that like 560 to like 400, but 460ish. It works usually good on most kits. But just take a picture and put it onto the Discord, and I'll take a look at it for you when this benchmark's done. If anyone has Discord, I do have Discord. I have not put it into the chat yet, but if you go to my channel info and click on the Discord link, bunch of people are in the Discord. We share PC stuff, so pictures of PCs, pictures of RAM timings, everything about PC stuff, or anything you can overclock, really. Could be old hardware, could be new hardware. I'm currently working on the Hynix MDI right now. I'm just doing more or less this live stream for some testing purposes before I come out with my Hynix MDI video. And if anyone's new to the chat, again, just say hi. You don't have to say a whole lot if you don't want to. If you do use Hynix MDI, let me know how well it performs for you, what kind of kit you have. This is Corsair Dominator Titanium 7200 CL36 kit. So this is a guaranteed Hynix MDI kit if you buy from Corsair, and it has to be manufactured from March 2022 to March or 22 November is the only time they made the Hynix MDIs, and then any time before then was Hynix A die, and Hynix A die afterwards was made till a certain time, and I'm pretty sure Hynix M die there's a very limited amount made versus the Hynix A die. I just know Hynix M die you can buy from March 2022 till like September, October, November-ish, I believe late or early November 2022. And that's when they made Hynix M die. And they made a first production of Hynix A die beforehand. And then they made a second production of Hynix A die, which was a better run. 2022 December till 2023 April or May is when they made the best Hynix A die. Wow, we gained 200 and some points from just changing the RAM. I didn't think that would happen, actually. Do I have to rerun this? I'm going to rerun this test. Because that's an extra 200 points from just overclocking the RAM. Or XMP. That's not even good timings. This is not even good timings. So I'm going to rerun this test because I don't believe... Oh, wait. Alex, I have to go to Discord. Wait 1 second, you guys. I will rerun this test, though. If you guys can just give me 1 second. I just want to check something for somebody. Check the Discord. Yeah, because you're at CL 16, 18, 18, 30, 82, and RFC of 560. That RFC of 560, I'm pretty sure we can go lower and you'd be fine, but the score looks good, man. Like, yeah, it looks good. And you haven't sent me another picture of the secondary timings yet, so I can't really help you out much farther than what we're at. Kick my old. Oh, that's your old? Yep. Kick. Alright, I kicked your old. There we go. And we are back. We are back. We gotta rerun this test. So we're gonna definitely rerun this test because what happened? I have to exit. We're gonna definitely rerun this test because 200 point over 200 point increase just from enabling the XMP. So the timings are crap compared to what you can time these Hynix M dice to. So 200 points is really good. And then hopefully when I put in my timings into it, it will give me even more performance. I have not done this test before. I've only ran this test cranking the crap out of the CPU and cranking the crap out of the GPU. I've never actually thought about the RAM timing for this test. Wow, it does not want to close it. Well, guess what? I close everything. And there's nothing you can do about it. Go. Now we can. Wow, it's still trying to stop it. Why? What is going on? Why? Why? Oh, that's why. It's trying to run 2 of them. Why is Wondershare open? Holy moly. It really does not want to upload or exit. Kind of annoying. There we go. Thought I was gonna have to hard exit it. I want to see if we get that extra 200 points again. So if we can get that extra 200 points again, then I know for sure that this test can perform better with RAM. Like a better RAM overclock and timing. Stop. God! The fuck? Alright, I'm just gonna go restart because I'm done. I'm done with that. Oh no, what happened? Oh, that was just the IO saver mode of the monitor. It's like, what is going on? Yep, just write out all of those secondary time. I'm not gonna be touching going into the BIOS right now. Might as well just keep it the way it is. More or less just had to restart because for some reason it didn't want to close the 3D Mark, which is kind of odd. I haven't actually seen that before. And let's say I've done a lot of testing. I've never seen it not exit out of 3D Mark. And then when you close Steam, it's still trying to exit. That's odd. Maybe a one-time thing? A 1 in a million chance, maybe? It's just a 1 in a million chance. Alright, if we can get that 200 point increase, then I know for a fact it works. I would like that 200 point increase because any extra point increase on a benchmark is good. And after I run this, I'm gonna put in my own Hynix MDI timings, which is way tighter timings than the XMP. So I'll put my own timings in. I can show whoever's new to the stream here the timings that I'll be using. You can try the timings if you would like. These timings will work better on a 2-DIMM board. And if you have like a 6-layer board, I wouldn't try these timings as the stability probably wouldn't be very good. 8 or 10-layer PCB is more or less what you're gonna want to run. So I'm doing time spy. I'm doing time spy as in I'm testing it for the RAM. So I did JDEC speeds of RAM, and I was doing 14.6, so 14,600. And the last test I did on the XMP 7200 CL36, it seemed to give me over 200 point increase, so 14,800 points. CPU stock and the GPU stock, so it's not like it's a crazy score, but it's more or less that increase just from the RAM. It will help me understand that I can increase this benchmark score by increasing the RAM. And so the frequency is increased, but the timings have not been set down to what Hynix MDI can do yet. But just increasing the frequency of the RAM, the mega transfers per second, we can increase the actual frame generation on this benchmark, which is good. That's what we want. Yeah, so this test is fun. It's a good test for DirectX 12 graphics cards. Yeah, you got all the timers now? Nice. And the XMP sets the voltage to 1.35 volts, or how much volts on the RAM? Does it let you know how many volts is set? I'll check the Discord after I'm done this test. I want to figure out what kind of RAM kit you have, so let me know the primary timings and the voltage. Usually I can figure out what RAM kit you have, like what die you have. Yeah, 1.35. Okay. They're definitely not Samsung B die. Okay, so yeah, roughly about the same, about 200-point increase. So that confirms that. That's good. That's good. I like that. So what I'll do is I will say I'll come back soon for a second. I'll check out the Discord. Oh, okay. You use XMP2. It's setting other parameters, which XMP1's not. So definitely use XMP2 because it is actually doing more for you. But you see how it says the 4-act win time? And how it says 39? Put that to 38. Because you're not on a 1-to-1 timing, keeping all of your timings to an even number. So 39 is not even. So put it to 38. Putting to 38 won't make it unstable. It's literally 1 and 38. It's not low for that timing. So set that to 38 and you'll get more stability because you're on a 2 timing. It's just a rule of thumb to keeping all your timings even if you are on an even time. If you're on a 1-to-1 time, you can change the timings to an odd number, which will help stability. But everything looks better on XMP2. I do prefer the XMP2 because then you don't have to change. You don't manually have to change much. It looks good. Everything looks good on it. Your refresh cycle time 256 is fine. Your refresh interval is 12480, which is just fine as well. You can set it to like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 if you wanted, and a 255 for refresh cycle, but everything else looks fine. I mean, it looks fine. XMP2 because it does set more and it is a better timing overall. Because it is not letting it go to auto on certain parameters on it, which will be like JDEC speed on it, or whatever the motherboard makes up. It's actually going off of timings. So definitely use your XMP2 then. Yeah, you can lower that 560. The refresh cycle time there for DDR4 for basically any kits, you should, I'm saying should, so enable your XMP and lower that 4-act win time to 38 and change the refresh cycle time to 500 or try 500 first. But you should be able to do like 460 or 480 no problem on it, and it will give you more performance in world stuff like in games and everything. So set it to 500 for now, and set the 4-win act to 38. That will help. Other than that, yeah, XMP2 is the better profile. Yeah, I would. I would lower it. And like I said, you're on DDR4, so uh, in what I've seen, you shouldn't have to raise the voltage either. Doing this either. From what I've seen on all the dies, so Samsung A, B, at the micron kits to the Nanya chips, so the cheaper chips can do 460, no problem. So lowering it to 500 is no problem, should be no problem. So again, rerun the 7-zip after you do it, and your 4-win act. So change that to an even number of 38 or 36, and then rerun your test, and you should be good. So what I'm gonna do on my end though, I'm gonna restart and I'm gonna put in my timings for Hynix MDI and see if I get better score than 14,800 on Time Spy. If that's the case, then I'll know for a fact running these tests again, at least for the Time Spy test, having a better set RAM, so frequency, so the mega transfer per second higher, and a better timing means I'll get better frame generation, which you should technically get better frame generation if you have more bandwidth. So, and a B side, maybe it doesn't like 500. I guess 560 is its best. See, and if I get to look at like your motherboard too, I can see if that's setting more or less the TRFC 2 or your TRFC 1, or depending on the motherboard, your TRFC 1, 2, or 4, and we can tweak all three of them and help. Like we probably would get the 500, but since I can only see that it's setting that timing, I'm not sure if it's gonna set the lowest value to that or the highest value to that. So maybe it's the kit of RAM, or maybe you do need that extra voltage. And I should be loading up here now with to the BIOS so I can set my timings. Really hope these timings are going to give me the performance I want. Just setting the XMP seems to give me 200 extra points, so. I mean, 560 on your refresh rate there is not bad. I just think you should be able to go a bit lower than 560, especially for DDR4. Same thing with your primary timings. Your primary timings were 16, 18, 18. You should be able to go 16, 16, 16. But again, it also depends on motherboard. So if you have like a 6-layer motherboard, 4 DIMM, it's not gonna perform the same as a 8-layer motherboard, 2 DIMM. Yeah. It tried to do something it couldn't do, so it said, "I'm gonna crash." That's basically what it said. At least, at least it lets you know what it was. Like, at least it let you know it was the memory, because that's what it means. It tried to do something it couldn't do, so it crashed. That's easy enough. You can just go back into the BIOS, set it back up to 560. Is your motherboard easy enough to reset? Like, you have a button to reset it, or do you have to take out the CMOS? I'm gonna set my profiles I already have set. Now we are at really good timings. Uh, so some motherboards have a memory reset button. Some motherboards have a CMOS reset button, or most motherboards you have to take out the CMOS battery. So turn off the power, take out the CMOS battery, wait 10 seconds, put the CMOS battery back in, turn on your PC, and it'll reset all of the timings that were done, and it'll reset everything to factory. So you'll have to reset all your timings. So that's why you have like a OC profile saved. So that way you can just go and click the OC profile. If not, you might just have to wait a couple retries and it'll go back into the BIOS. I'm not sure what motherboard you have. Some motherboards are easier than others to get back into the BIOS after a RAM timing error like that one. Although execute, non-execute just means, yeah, it literally tried to execute something that it was not able to do, and it crashed. I mean, it's fairly simple what it means. And it was memory. That's a memory. Z398, yeah, it's a good motherboard. So do you have a button where you can just press the QMOS? It'll kind of look like an arrow in a circle glowing. And it'll say CMOS usually on it. You can just click that and it'll reset everything for you. If it won't allow you to go back into BIOS. If not, you'll have to take out the CMOS. Or you can wait, you can just restart your PC a few times and it'll go into the BIOS. Back into Steam here. Yeah. Every time, it doesn't matter. We're only creating an error for the RAM. It doesn't harm the RAM. What harms the RAM is the voltage. And since the voltage XMP is 1.35 volts for DDR4, that's nothing. You can go 1.6 volts on DDR4, and in my eyes, as long as you have a fan on it, that's good. DDR5, that's max as well. DDR3, I go up to like 2.2 volts on DDR3. So, I mean, DDR3 is a little different. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, okay. Easy enough to get back into your BIOS then. That's good. Yeah, so like on my new Z690 Oris Master motherboard, I have a button. So let's say I mess up the CPU and the RAM and it completely crashes and it won't allow me to go back into BIOS. I can hit that button and it'll completely reset the factory. Let's say I have a power outage while I'm updating the BIOS through the Q flash. Well, I can take out the CPU and all that, and I can put the new BIOS on it still by taking out CPU and hitting the Q flash and then putting the CPU back in. And a lot of people think motherboards will brick. If you have a decent motherboard, you'll never get a bricked motherboard as long as you follow a few steps. Like ever have a bricked motherboard. And a lot of people will sell the motherboard saying, "Oh, I bricked it." No, man, you didn't brick it. Your motherboard makes it so you can never brick your motherboard. It's just you gotta follow a certain steps to be able to allow it to take the BIOS. That's the only issue. But yeah, that like a QMOS reset, or some people don't have one of those, so they have to reset the QMOS by the battery. CMOS, sorry. Alright, so we're gonna run this test again. Hopefully we get a better score than 14,800. Did you reset all your voltages or your CPU back to the way it was in your XMP2? If not, your 7-zip scores could be really low because your CPU is running at stock and your RAM stock. Yeah, the 3.8's fine. Your refresh time though, because you changed that to 500 from the 560. Apparently, it might just be your motherboard, but most RAM kits don't like the refresh rate too low. Having a higher refresh rate will make it more stable too, especially when the temperatures get higher. Yeah, like I said before, if you're on a T1 or a command rate of 1, you want to have even or odd numbers. If you're on so that would be like a 1-to-1 timing. If you're on a T2 timing, which most people run it at, T2, you want to have even numbers on your timings because that's just what it is better. And it makes sense, to be honest, to have even with even and odd with odd. No, because you had your CPU already set to as stable, and we've been playing with the RAM, we know it's the RAM that was unstable to begin with. And that's because we changed the refresh rate. So try to keep your CPU to what you had it set from whatever overclock.net said. Like I said, they're good for their i9 9900K. The voltages are good, especially with that 5 gigahertz overclock. It's a great overclock. And it's very, very achievable. Still really good. Like at 4.4 gigahertz, that's still really good. And it again, because you took out that kit of RAM that's not appropriate, and now that your motherboard has retrained itself a few times, it will become more stable with that kit you have in it. So retraining can take a few times of resetting your PC, so it should be more stable at those timings. Holy what? How? That's a crazy increase. So this is my Hynix M die timings. Still at 7200 megatransfers per second. CL36, still at CL36, but all my other primary timings were set, and secondary timings have been tightened a lot. So from 14,000 600 to 15,000 points from JDEC. XMP from 14,800 to 15,000. Well, let's go. Okay, so I know for sure this benchmark now scales with RAM timing and RAM frequency. I thought it was like it really liked GPU and CPU speed. So what I'm gonna do, so we did 15,000 on graphics score and 15,000 on CPU. So that's how well balanced 12600K and a 3070 Ti is. Even. So what I'm gonna do, actually raising the core voltage does nothing on this series, so I'm not even gonna do it. I'm gonna raise the fan speed, crank that. I'm gonna crank that. We'll give it about 50-ish. We're around 50. 52 is fine. Memory, we'll put 1,000 on the memory. I'll rerun the test, see just how much more the graphics score goes up. Not really the CPU, but the graphics score should go up quite a bit. What do you mean cooler is at 184 points? Hopefully you can't hear the GPU right now. It is screaming. I cranked the GPU. I can go higher on the overclock, but I just want to see how much more points I'll get from giving it more juice. More or less the graphics score, not CPU. I don't know what that means. In your BIOS above where it recommends voltage? What do you mean? It recommends a voltage? I didn't know BIOSes would recommend a voltage. I thought the voltage that it recommends is just JEDEC speeds for RAM and or CPU. I didn't know they would give you an over voltage or a fixed voltage you could set it to. Oh, they use AI tweak. Oh no, 5 gigahertz is fine. Yeah, man, on an i9 9900K, 5 gigahertz is the sweet spot because it's not. Well, it is a good overclock for 5 gigahertz on any CPU. Really is a good overclock. So just do the 5 gigahertz, man. Like that's good. You're doing like 70,000 points on 7-zip. It's not nothing to laugh at. You're not gonna get around where my 12600K is on stock because that's how far ahead this generation is. 3 generations ahead. It does look like I am gonna get a better score. So I wonder what my graphics score is gonna be this time around. Now that I have the graphics power limit up and it's overclocked a bit. Because the graphics score and the CPU score before was 15,000. Like that's how even they were. That's crazy. Almost done. Here we go. What we got? Oh, that's right. CPU test. CPU still stock. 12600K here, stock settings. So I'll basically have a max all-core boost of like 4.5 gigahertz, something like that. Looks good, looks good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we got an uplift of 500 points on it. That's good. Why not valid though? Oh, it says, yeah, check it. Yeah, extra 500 points by not even a crazy overclock on it. Wasn't even crazy. We're already back down to low temperature. Nice. Just 1,000 on the memory and 52 on the core. We can go like almost 2,000 on the memory. I have the memory copper modded, so some tests I can do 2,000 on it, so give me 11,500 overclock, which is not bad. Generally, I'll do about 15 to 1,600 on most tests, and then anywhere from 160 to 240, 250 on some tests on the core. So that's not bad though. I mean, now I'm gonna overclock the CPU and see what we can get on 7-zip and see what we can get on the time spy. Did you like you said it's hovering 4.7? So have you gone into the 7-zip? It might just be because you didn't disable like speed stepping, which means it's just gonna bounce around until you hit a full all core load. Then it should go to the 5 gigahertz where you have it set. That's just from what I see. Oh my! I just let it just what? Wow! I literally just went into that fast. I just loaded up Windows in like 15 seconds. Completely skipped the BIOS. Please don't skip the BIOS. I want to overclock the CPU now. There we go. Alright, now we overclock the CPU. So I'll just load a profile for that. We will do gaming. No, never mind. I'm not gonna do because those are all set for performance core. So we'll do 4.8 and 3.8. And we'll do 5. Yep. Hyper-threading, yes. Disable the speed shift, yes. 4.8, yes. 3.6, nope, I want to do 3.8. 3.8. Looks good. What's our max on these? 4.8, yep. 3.8. That looks good. Back to the tweaker. We have to set fixed the vCore, and I will probably just use 1.25 volts. So that way I know for sure it's going to be, I don't know, 1.245 volts. Should be stable at 4.8 through an all-core load. I'm not even, actually, maybe I should set the PL over voltage of 30, ring voltage of 15, GTPL voltage of 60, SA voltage of 30, and the Atom PL I'll give it a 60 just in case it needs it. And the memory controller. What do I generally set the memory controller to? 45 or 60? I'll set it to 45. It's not a crazy test. The load line we generally want to set just a turbo, like give it some give. And I generally just set these to 200, the CPU vCore and the XG protection. You don't need to crank it. You don't have to have the 400. Again, the CPU vCore, again, I only like to have turbo, not extreme. And disable stable, that's all good. Tweaker. And to make sure we are That's why. Disable, save and exit. Now this should give us quite a bit of performance increase. Yeah, kind of figured you forgot to put the speed step back off. Now it should sit around the 5 gigahertz. And it's also easier when you go into like a strenuous load test. So like a really heavy game that can depend on the game. Whether or not it's going to be more stable. Because it's not having to jump and give more or lower the load line. Doesn't have to do as much either. Because of it. That's why I don't like the speed step. Alright, so it looks like we are good. I will show some timings. If anyone would like to see these Hynix MDI timings that I'm currently using, just let me know in the comment section. I'll show the timings next time I go into the BIOS. We are at 7200 CL36, but the timings are set to as low as what I can do with this Hynix MDI and this motherboard currently. The DRAM frequency is your RAM frequency, so whatever the target is, the target's going to be XMP, so like 3200. Or if it's saying 1600, then it's a split of the 3200, so just keep it at the 1600. It can depend on your motherboard what it's saying there. If it says 1600, it means 3200, and just keep it at that because that's that split of it, of the frequency. So just keep it at that. If it says 3200, just means it's the DRAM frequency, or your RAM frequency is at 3200, which is the XMP. You can just keep it there. Oh, it's saying low. Okay, yes. Okay. You just gotta keep it the 1-to-1 usually timing. APC index mismatch. APC index mismatch. Cores I set right. What didn't I do? No, I'm just gonna redo it. Something didn't work. Yeah, just keep it to a 1-to-1. Is it at the 1-to-1, or is it at the 100 to 133? Which 1-to-1 or 1 to? They generally set it to the 1-to-1, so just keep it at 1-to-1. I go back into BIOS and see what it's saying about this APC. I might have changed something. I didn't think I did, but I might have. Yeah, you change like the BCLK, you're gonna change frequency of your motherboard, so there's no need to change it, just keep it as whatever it's set at. So whatever the motherboard likes. So just keep it whatever it's at. So back, I've done a few other lives, streams, I'm pretty sure I have a couple videos out. I have a motherboard overclocking, and it's the BCLK, and that's your motherboard overclock. So your motherboard, just leave it as whatever it wants because that's its standard, and going off of that can change the frequency of certain components on your motherboard, depending on the motherboard, of course. But some motherboards you're going to overclock the motherboard itself without affecting the actual RAM or CPU. That's more or less like the new 12th gen, like your 12400 12100s. Like you can overclock the BCLK on those, and it won't affect the actual any other time, like your CPU or your RAM, which is nice. But any other kind of motherboard, generally it will affect the RAM speed and your CPU speed. So changing your BCLK can change your RAM frequency and your CPU, which can make things unstable. So that's why I say just leave the BCLK on your motherboard to whatever it says, because that's going to be its set standard, and all the frequencies off of that will be correct. So we won't have to change voltages. We won't have to change timings on your RAM again. You won't have to change your CPU if it does affect your CPU and your RAM, because usually it will on those motherboards, the Z390. I have to reset. I have to reset the motherboard. I did something it did not like, apparently. I thought for sure I kept all the timings the same. I might have not. So, I'm gonna check again. CPU should be fine. 4.8 gigahertz, all core. 3.8 on the E at 1.245. I might have to raise that a little bit. Maybe I will, just make sure. Give it 2.6 volts just to make sure. The load lines, how I set them, that helps. So that's definitely not that. So we'll go back in. Yeah, so it wasn't anything there. 4.8. So we did hit the 4.8. We just weren't stable at it. 1.26 volts this time. And I'm just going to go over all these again to make sure I have it set correct. And if anyone's new to the chat and you want to see some Hynix MDI timings, just let me know. I will show the timings on them. And it's only the timings that you'll be able to do on Hynix MDI. And some timings you can do on Hynix ADI. But most of the timings you can only do on Hynix MDI. And everything looks, oh wait, yeah, everything looks good. So the memory, disable fast boot. So we are at Castlane 36, so it's still at the 7200 CL36 that the kit comes in, but the primary timings have been loosened a bit, but also tightened a lot. And our secondary timings have all been tightened up quite a bit. The TRTP, some motherboards can run 16 and the TFOT 16. My motherboard prefers 18. I can run 16, but for a lot of things it prefers 18. So I just keep it at 18. The TRFI and TRFI X9, we can technically lower those. So split this number in half. So whatever, 130,000, blah, blah, blah. Keep that number, and then this number you can either keep at 255, or you can also split this number. It's just your refresh rate of your RAM. So yeah, so here's more parts. So your TRD PDEN, this is part of Hynix MDI, being able to lower it to 4. Your RD pre, so your TRD pre, also pretty low, and your TWR pre, so your reads precharge and your writes precharge are fairly low as well in Hynix MDI. Your TCP DED and your TCKE are also going to be 4, which other kits cannot do. And that's real world performance, having these set so low. I like to have my TMOT 60, helps stability. Same thing with having TRD-RD, so your reads read SG Having it set to 16 generally helps stability when you start tightening these other timings. This will help stability, especially when you're on a higher frequency as well. I find having it set at 16, generally at 16, I'll keep it at. 14 I will do, but 14 I'll put it at 14 when I do RAM frequency of 6800, but I also tighten a lot more timing, so it's like a give and take type thing. Another Hynix M-die thing is your read to write here. Also 4, which Hynix M-die. And your read to writes. Your write to reads, sorry. Your write to reads here. Also 4, which is a Hynix M-die. Most motherboards can do it too, so it's not just like one motherboard can do it. Most motherboards can set Hynix M-die that low. So I think I was having issues because my voltage wasn't set correctly for 4.8 and 3.8 gigahertz. So we'll just reset that. Yeah, so like sync all cores to 5.0, so that's your ratio. So set it to your 5 gigahertz. So all core will hit 5 gigahertz on your CPU if you set it like that. Again, as long as your CPU cooler can handle it, it's just fine to do. Yeah, so it just says sync all core 50, but it means 5.0. So you get a times 50 by the 100 that your motherboard's BCLK is set at. So 50 times 100 give you 5,000, right? So 5,000 megahertz is 5.0 gigahertz. So I'll give you 5.0 gigahertz on all core. And looks like my motherboard's about to say yes. Everything's fine. We're going to run this test. We're going to crush it. Or it's going to tell me, no, I don't know what you're doing. Even though I've done this before and it's been fine. So, come on. You can do it. Again, it's not the CPU saying it's an issue. It's RAM, but I know these timings are all good. I just went through I don't know how many benchmarks and tests and games and benchmarks and tests with this timing, so should be all right. Your CPU's at 50. That seems odd. Seems really low. Should be around 70C. Before you were doing about 70, I believe. Oh, I don't think it liked it, guys. I don't think it liked it. Like 50C is definitely chilling, but I don't think you're getting the 5 gigahertz. Yeah, so you gotta reset your PC to what you had it set at from the OC from overclock.net. Then make sure you follow their steps again, and then save the profile on your ASUS motherboard. So it'll be AC OC profile, and save it to that. So make sure you always have it, because it seems like it's not boosting the way it was when you had it set before. That's what it looks like. It's just not boosting the way it should be, or way it was before. 67K is still a good score, but it's not the 70K where you were doing it constantly. Yeah, so it's idling at the the base speed basically. So you might have to go back into BIOS and reset the overclock that you had from overclock.net, that 5 gigahertz overclock, and reset everything. Because it reset the BIOS, so it means like if you only set a couple of things and not reset everything like you should, you're not going to boost to the correct speeds. And for some reason, my motherboard is not liking the timings that it's used to. And it's probably because I didn't have a fan on my RAM. I forgot I took the fan off of it a while ago. Oops. Again, Hynix MDI it has issues with temperatures. The timings, you can go crazy low and all that, but you should generally have a fan on them. If they go above about 40, 45 degrees Celsius, they start having issues. And I'm sorry, you guys are looking at a black screen right now. It's currently going through BIOS things and hopefully loading up here in a second. There we go. Now, whether or not it's okay with this, it should be alright. Nope. So ABC index mismatch. Again, that is because I changed the CPU. CPU's not liking it. The RAM timing's fine. If I ran this RAM timing, I don't know how many times, how many benchmarks, how many stress tests. So it's definitely not the RAM. If anyone's new to the chat, I will show the RAM timings if you have any Hynix MDI and would like to see some. I have a pretty good timing for 7200 CL36. If you have a decent kit of Hynix MDI, you can use them. What happened to my live chat? There we go. It's not gonna run. I already know this is not gonna run, so I have to go into the BIOS. Let me into the BIOS. I want into the BIOS, so please let me into the BIOS. I will change the way the CPU is to make you happy. It's probably the E core. Summertime, so it's a bit warmer. 3.8 gigahertz on the E core, 4.8 on the CPU. Probably not liking that. And I'm not putting the voltage too high. I'll never put the voltage high on my CPU. Not unless it's like a lot cooler. Then I don't mind cranking voltage, but I already know the temperature that's going to be running at, and the voltage maximum I want to see is 1.3 volts, so I don't want to go past that. I just want to stay at what I'm at. And again, if you're new to the chat, I can show you some Hynix MDI timings. I'm going to the BIOS right now. That's why we're looking at a black screen. It's not just you looking at this black screen. It's also me. Don't you feel bad for me? I mean, I feel bad for me sometimes. Why do I put myself through this? Because it's fun. That's right, I'll keep telling myself that. It's fun. There we go. Should be going into the BIOS. There we go. So I'm going to auto that. I'm going to put this down to 3.6. Go to CPU. Way down here. 3.6. That should set them all. Go down here. Set that to 3.6. 1.265 is plenty voltage for 4.8. Advanced memory. Timings look fine. I'll set this 900. That's fine. 700. Just to make sure. 50 is not much increase, so I already know everything else is good. So I'll save the profile. Now I have it set. Now these timings should work. Well, this voltage with this E-core should work. I do have a load line set, but it's nothing crazy. I'm not doing a massive overclock right now. Maybe in a couple of weeks I'll do a couple of like 5+ gigahertz overclocks on the CPU. I could do some 5 gigahertz overclocks on the P cores right now, but I kind of want to do an all core just because I want to do the times by again. See if we can get a better score. Oh, gotta love looking at a black screen. There we go. Let's go. Did it work this time? I think it did. Like we're technically in the Windows right now. Show me the screen. Come on. Like we're loaded. We're technically loaded. It's just not showing the screen. And it's not because of the stream or anything. It's literally not showing me the screen either. Come on. We're in the Windows. The motherboard even says we are in Windows. Okay, hopefully one more reset will make it work. Might not have grabbed the timings that time or get it set a certain timing. But we're technically in Windows there, but it was not giving me an actual display. That's usually memory, so I'm pretty sure I didn't change any memory settings. If anyone's here that was watching, did I mess something up? Did I change one of the memory settings accidentally? Because I shouldn't have. Okay, so see, we're good. Now, is it gonna give me the APC error again? No, so it just wasn't, it didn't grab the timings last time, so that can happen sometimes. Even though I have disabled fast boot, it still just didn't grab the timings that should have been. And just to make sure that it did grab the primary timings and we're at 7200 still, I will check with CPU-Z. Just to make sure before we start doing test, make sure that we're actually at the speeds we set it at. Memory, what we got? Yep. Oh. There we go. Oh. There we go. Load. Alright, so yep, we are at the speed we should be at. CPU, 4.8 gigahertz. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. We'll launch 3D Mark and we'll see if we can do Time Spy and beat 15,000 points on it now without changing GPU. We'll do GPU after this test. If anybody is new to the stream, let me know what game or test you would like me to try out on these Hynix M dies. I've done already a lot of tests. I've been streaming for like 9 hours now. So I can show you another test or rerun a test to show how good these Hynix M dies are when you set the timings to really, really tight timings. And these are currently like maxed out timings at 7200 CL36. I could do CL34 if I wanted, but CL36 just to make sure we're stable and I don't have to raise the voltage anymore. And the secondary timings are so tight, it doesn't really matter if I change the cast latency down to CL32. It's not going to be more than a 1% increase. So there's no need to give us that 1% increase to give us more heat and instability. At least in my opinion. Some people have other opinions, I guess. I'm hoping to beat 15,000. Well, 15,200 would be nice to beat. It's only at 4.8 gigahertz, still at the really good timings on the RAM. GPU is stock right now, so I will increase after this the GPU. So, which will give quite a bit more performance too. But I can already see we're gaining performance. The main one is just going to be the CPU test though. See how well it does the CPU test. If I can see like 16,000 points on the CPU, 15,000 on the GPU, then I know for sure I can get way more out of the GPU than I did last time when it was at stock settings. So this should be fun. 4.8 gigahertz. This is this isn't me in like wintertime overclocking. Me in wintertime, I'll be overclocking a lot more. Like I'll be doing like 5.5 gigahertz on the CPU. And on the E-cores, 4.3, 4.4 gigahertz on some tests. So it's not like this is crazy overclock at all. It's only 4.8 gigahertz on P and 3.6 on the E-cores. It's nothing crazy. If it keeps fluctuating down to your baseline, then it's you gotta disable your C step. So not just your stepping, but there's also disable your C step. So you'll have to disable that as well. That's why it's going down to your 3.6 instead of going to a maximum of 5 gigahertz all core where it should be at. It's not a big deal. I mean, going down to 3.6, but is it going down to 3.6 while it's in test, or is it going down to 3.6 while no loads on it? If it's going to 3.6 while no loads on it, that's fine. Yeah, if it's going down that in test, then something was not set in the BIOS, so check the ratio. Did you change the ratio at all to the times it by 50. So it'll give you that 5 gigahertz overclock, all core. And the speed step, you gotta disable that, and the C, disable that. It could be the C then, making it so it goes down. Windows won't do that. Although Windows can be finicky sometimes too, but so we're still right around the 15 mark. But what did we boost to? So CPU we're still at the same. Why? Why are we still 15,000? Why were we getting 15,000? We should be getting technically more. 4.8 gigahertz all core. Should be more. That's okay. We gotta rerun the test anyways with it absolutely cranked. And we'll give it a 121. Just give it 1,000 again, overclock. Nothing crazy. And then give it the 50. So we'll do the same as what I did before. Nothing crazy for the overclock. Just a 50 on the core and 1,000 on the memory. Which isn't crazy for this GPU. And we'll rerun the test. See what the GPU gives us. The CPU though, I'm kind of disappointed that it's not more. Yeah, the C step should be it in your motherboard. I'm pretty sure the i9-9900K was okay with a 4 or 4.5. So like a 45 or a 40. I would try 40 first, but it depends. Like some CPUs or some people, it could be motherboard too dependent, but generally you can do like a 1-to-1. So if your CPU is set all core to 5 gigahertz, you can generally set the cache to 5 gigahertz. But from other testing, you want to set that to a bit lower than your max frequency. So your cache, you generally want to set to like a 4 gigahertz or a 4.5. You can just leave it to auto and it will generally give you a good one, but it's better to set by yourself. But again, check overclock.net on that to see what the cache is okay with. Because you could set the cache to 5 gigahertz, which will give you way more performance. And if they say on overclock.net that that's what they generally run it at, then you should be fine to run it at that. If not, you gotta run it lower. C-step should be located under CPU, like advanced CPU. So you should have like advanced CPU section. Click on that, scroll down. It's generally around the bottom. And you should see the C-step. And just disable that. And that'll make sure it doesn't go down to its like baseline. It'll always run at the 5 gigahertz basically. That's what I have right now. So if I check with CPU Z, you'll see that it's running at 4.8 gigahertz all core, and it will never go lower than that. It's because I have the C step disabled and the speed step. I'm not sure on the Asus board. It should still be called the C step, to be honest, but If there's a way for you to take a picture of your advanced CPU page on your BIOS, send me it on the Discord and I'll check it over and see what it's called. I have not used Z390 Zeus board in years, so I couldn't tell you. I mean, years, probably 5 or 6 years now. Like when they first came out is when I used them. Alright, so graphics core went up quite a bit, of course. So it's basically the same as what I was doing before, but the CPU score went up. So I wasn't stressing the CPU out enough. So what that means with because of how close the graphics core and the CPU score is, because I wasn't able to push the CPU more. It wasn't really able to give me much performance throughout the test. And let's see what it did with the CPU test. Where's the CPU test? There it is. It had 50.78 frames. That's not bad. Although it did not stress out the CPU. It's not stressing out the CPU enough 4.8 gigahertz. So let's stress it out a bit more with Times by Extreme. No demo. See, exit. Yeah, just give me 1 second here. I'll exit this test and check that out for you. I'm going to go in Discord. There we go. What we got? Oh, you got a big old curve monitor, eh? Yeah, you have to go into the CPU power management there. It might be underneath AI Tweaker, but go check the CPU power management there, and then scroll down that page, see if the C step is in there, and disable it. If it's not in there, it's going to be in the AI Tweaker, probably. Should be in the power management, though. Where's your speed step at? Because it should be on the same page as your speed step, technically. But again, we're going back to an older BIOS, and it's ASUS, so ASUS kind of does things their own way. Makes things a little more tricky to set up. What we got? Performance, speed step. I can't read the other two at the bottom. You cut it all off. But none of those say C step, or because speed step's different to C step. Speed step will allow each of the cores to bounce around at different speeds and different frequencies, at different voltages. Disabling it will make it so it will go up to its baseline and stay there. And then the C step will make it so it will always go to your max that you have it set to. So the 5 gigahertz all core, it'll just make sure it sets it to the 5 gigahertz all core, and it'll never go lower. Three. Oh, there we go. Yeah, the CPU C state. See how still C state. See CPU C state. It's on auto. That should be on disable. I have another monitor, but I'm letting my brother and his girlfriend use it so they can play on their Xbox, whatever Xbox newest Xbox is. So I just have my one monitor. That's fine. And I have my 7-inch monitor, which I'm using right now for my other PC. And I have a video about that. I got it all modded up. Alright, we are back. And we are rerunning this test because I want to stress the CPU out more, as you should be able to get more CPU performance than what it's getting. 4.8 gigahertz is not bad for the CPU, that's for sure. It's not great, but what's an RGH? I don't know what an RGH is. Yeah, the fan that I modded, or the monitor I modded, it's a 1080p 60 hertz 7-inch monitor. It's pretty good, fairly cheap. But I took it apart and I added a fan. So I soldered on a fan to the board. I have a video there show how to do that. I'm going to be putting on a potentiometer here soon so I can control the fan speed. And eventually I want to make an aluminum case and completely make it so I have a removable dust filter and just make it so it looks really nice. It's also controlled by remote, so I can control it by remote. I don't have to press the buttons on it. Like be sitting across the room, use a remote, turn it off, volume, all that. Yeah, what something you change something on the CPU, so like the CPU speed, you change something to what it should not have been, and that's why it's doing that. Disabling speed step in the C state will make it so it runs at its full potential. So that means you set something in the AI tweaker to something where it should not be. So how about we go back to the AI tweaker? You take a picture of all the things on the AI tweaker, and I can help you out there. But right now, that's terrible. That's because you set something. The speed, something like I said, the speed state and well, the speed step and the C state. Yeah, because you disabled those, it should be running at the 5 gigahertz if you set 5 gigahertz all core. But it seems like you did not set it to 5 gigahertz all core, or you might have changed the. Hopefully, you didn't change the BCLK at all, because that could have changed. That could have changed it as well. So again, just go back into the BIOS and check out the AI tweaker. We're trying to keep it at the what you had it set for overclock.net there for the CPU, so keep it at that. And once we have all this set, make sure you save it in the ASUS OC profile. It makes things a lot easier for future tuning. Forgot how much more strenuous the Times by Extreme was. Holy. Kind of miss my 13900 KF now, because it would run this test so fast. Alright. Pretty sure that should be the final test on this one. Kind of score we're looking at. 7517. Graphics score of 7759. CPU score 6000. So CPU needs to go up. Graphics score is fine. Graphics score could go up just by raising the CPU. The best is 8086. What is my best? What is my best? Processor. Oh no, video card. And where is it? There it is, times by extreme. My best is 8430. So people that are posting on the 3D Mark and not put it on the hardware bot, by the way, I'm beating your score by over almost 400 points. So whoever's best is the 8086 from what, last year probably. I beat you. And mine's not even the best score. Tractor's probably up there. Yeah, Tractor's up there. He's a guy that I always have to try to beat with the 37 Ti or any of the 12th gen CPUs. Not really the 13th gen. I have some pretty good scores on 13th. But for 3070 Ti, he's got some good scores. He has a really good silicone lottery. I have a really good silicone lottery. I can probably beat this score. What am I at? Yeah. So I was only on a 12900K, and I was only at with the micron memory. I was at best I was able to get. It wasn't good, not good. So 5200 CL38, 3838, not good. GPU, great though, almost 2.2 gigahertz. I could even go past that, but only 5.4 gigahertz. I can beat this score. Because what Tractor's using is probably like a 13900 KF. What I should have used, but I broke mine. And he has at 6.1 gigahertz. The max I got my 3.9 or 13900 KF. I was able to get mine up to 6.5 and 6.6 on some tests. I had a really good CPU. But yeah, that's why he was able to get there. Lucky. I will beat it though. So that's not bad though, I guess. Gives quite a bit of performance, just tuning the Hynix M die gives quite a bit of performance. See if I can beat the Speedway 3D Mark right now. You sent? Alright, give me 1 sec. Oh, let's run that test and then Discord. Okay, so we get XMP on. Yep. PCLK. Yep, 100 is where you need to be. Is use multi-core enhance. Disable, enforce all limits. Okay. Okay, you see how your CPU core ratio, you have it on per core. So because of that, you should have it on all core for one. So CPU core ratio, not per core. Put it all core and set all of it to 5.0. Everything else looks okay. That's the reason why, because you're still doing only like it's trying to go into its boost behavior, but you're having the speed step and the C state disabled, so it cannot do that. So it'll do a lower state and keep it at that. So CPU core ratio, all core 5.0 at the voltage that you have it at. Apparently your cache frequency is just going to be at 4600, so 4600 just fine. That's 4.8 gigahertz. That's fine. See your CPU turbo mode frequency is 5200 and your CPU at AVX frequency 5000. Those should be the same. So that way there's no turbo boost mode frequency past 5000. 5000 or 5 gigahertz is the max you want on all core. So make sure you set it to all core. Once you do that, and your voltage, you said 1.35 volts worked just fine before. So just keep it at that and you should be just fine. And it should go back up to the 5 gigahertz boost instead of it trying to figure stuff out but can't. Alright, so what I want to do is I accidentally close that out. I'll close it all out now. There we go. CPU still up though. Why? Alright, we'll go back into Steam. What test should we do? What test? Oh, it's still saying we're running. A restart. Restart anyway. Just to make sure that it's all good. Maybe we'll reset all things to factory and I don't know. If anyone wants to see the RAM timings, just let me know for Hynix MDI. I can re-show them. I've been streaming for a few hours today now. Probably been streaming for close to 10 hours, maybe 11 hours now. The difference between the dies. So dies, do you know anything about like how chips and certain things they're always soldered onto a PCB? Well, you know how there's pins on like a RAM. There's balls on certain parts. So there's, ever heard about GPU reballing? Well, there's balls on the back of a memory chip, and it will have so many balls. They call them balls. It's just little solder pads. So there'll be so many solder pads on the back, and that's the pins or points of contact that go to the chip. So each chip can vary from different contact balls. They're balls on it. It's weird how gets said, but there's balls on it, and there's so many of them on certain chips, and certain chips have better voltage control, different times they were made. So they'll call a chip a certain chip, like a Samsung B die, due to the fact it was made at this time or manufactured around this time and has this specs. So they'll classify it as Samsung B die first batch or a Samsung B die second batch, and that is generally the the second batch is generally your better batch, but sometimes the first batch is better. Don't ask me. That's just the way it goes. More or less for the Samsung A dies, I believe they had issues with the second batch. I don't know, but Hynix M die, I believe they're calling the Hynix M die because they were produced back from September 2022, March. So they started manufacturing them in March, which starts with an M, right? Till I believe around November 2022. So Hynix A die came out September, I believe in August 2021. No, it's not September, sorry. In 2021 August. Or 2020 August. No, sorry, it was 2021 August. I believe Hynix A die came out. So I believe they started it, called it Hynix A die first batch run because it was manufactured from September 2021 in August till I think it was February, and then March they started the Hynix M die batch. So chip manufacturers will manufacture chips with certain amount of balls on the bottom of them and have a certain rating on them, so not just like 2 gigabyte or 3 gigabyte chips. So there's also that for like DDR5, 2 gigabyte and 3 gigabyte chips, and they'll also classify it on that and also what run they are. So that's how I have found they call them or call the dies is generally the time they were made and what they are. So Hynix M die will be manufactured in March, and it'll have so many balls on the back of it. So the balls on the back of them will also help with like the voltage and the stability of things. While the 7-zip is not really an all-core load technically, but that's kind of odd. It's going back and forth. That shouldn't be from. It sounds like your speed step is now back on. Your C step or your C state sounds like it's off, but now it sounds like your speed step is up. Because it's no, it sounds like your C state is still off or on. Are you sure you took off the C state? I mean, 67,000 is still not bad. It's still within limit, but 70,000 where you were before. And because it's jumping from the 3.6 to the 5.0 means I don't think it'd be your load line or your PL1 or PL2. I don't think it'd be from those. Because those should be all auto anyways. I don't know what test I should do. Let's do a Geekbench 3. Geekbench 3 at this. See what kind of speeds we can get with the memory at this kind of clocks. Not sure why it could be going from that. I don't think that would be Windows doing it. Windows shouldn't be able to just do that, especially when you have it set on the BIOS. And you did set it to all core, right? Like not per core, but all core 50. So that'll give you the 5 gigahertz. That's really odd. I'm not sure what would be doing that. I don't think the Windows itself would be. Do you have Windows set to performance though? like performance mode in Windows. So that's not bad, the score, but what I'm looking for is more or less my memory. So 12,600 still, and it's 8,400. That's good, like it's good. So if we go in a hardware bot, we can show like actual people scores on it too. Pause that store. We gotta find Geekbench 3 multi. But what some people don't know is some people post the scores because not because of the overall like good score, but because of how good the memory score was. So if we find, where is he? The tractor that had it? Oh, wrong one. Might have been tractor here. Oh, how we messed up. Tractor 65,000. We can go and check his score. Did he? No, he didn't set, so we can see it. So sometimes, who has it then? What we'll do is we'll post like the actual benchmark, but then we'll have another page of the same one, and we'll show the memory performance, because sometimes the memory performance is insane, like insane. Who was it? Was it Fast Track that did it? Someone has it close to me. I know that. Nah, he didn't do it. Did it get taken down? What if it got taken down? So yeah, we can go into memory, but we don't. Oh, we have single core though. Look at that. I can beat DDR5 right now. I can beat the DDR5. This guy's DDR5. I can do. I can get 19th place with mine, and he's using a 14900 KF. I can beat his score. Actually, I can get 18th place. No, I can get 19th place. I can take his place. So I can beat a 14900 KF with my timings. But it doesn't matter because it's just a beta test, so it's not really a test you should be looking to go against. But again, Geekbench 3, sometimes we'll post our overall memory, not the single core, but the overall, because it's insane. Some tests we can get our memory to go insane results. I thought you had sync all cores. You should have all core on, and all cores should be synced to 5.0. So like it should just sync it all in the 5 gigahertz, and setting the speed step down to disabled and setting the C state to disabled should just make it run at 5 gigahertz. There should be no ifs, ands, or buts. Like I said, just keep things the way you had it before. Stop touching stuff, because you've been changing things and it's changing the outcome. And what I've been telling you to do is literally changing the speed step in the C state, so that way it would always run at 5 gigahertz. I thought we already had it set at 5 gigahertz. Did you not already follow the OC, like from overclock.net, like I told you? Again, I don't own a i9 9900K, so I cannot tell you. And a Zeus board, I have not been on a Z390 Zeus board since like they came out. I thought you had it synced already. My bad. Yeah, I thought you had it all synced. Yeah, you should have it synced. All cores should be synced to one specific time. Although it still shouldn't affect it. If you had all core set to 5 gigahertz, syncing all core to 5 gigahertz doesn't matter. If you had it per core at 5 gigahertz, it's going to set your boost up to 5 gigahertz and lower your other boost to lower. So it's just not going to work. just messes things up. So that's why it was going down to its 3.6 gigahertz or 3 gigahertz there, 3.6 gigahertz, and then boosting up to the 5 because it was going, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah, so it should all be all good. Did so you did change the per core to all core? And the BCLK, did you ever change that? Was that always at 100 or was it at 133? Because if it was at 133, when the motherboard specifies it should be at 133 and you change it to 100, that can change some things too. The BCLK was auto, then leave it at auto. I didn't tell you to change that at all. I told you to keep it the same. Don't. Last time I saw the picture, it was set at 100. Set it at auto so that way it can run at what it wants. We only need to change that if we're doing some extreme overclocking. We're not. We're doing very, very basic and beginner stuff. So, just make sure you set all those. And then set the BCLK and all that to auto again. And just make sure all cores are synced to the 5 gigahertz at whatever voltage the OC.net said, which you said 1.3 volts is what they said. I haven't gone through it, you have. So 1.35 volts, make sure it's set there. Restart it, and you shouldn't have that 3.6 gigahertz downclock. Because that's more or less the motherboard and CPU not being able to figure things out. And it just automatically boosts into the 5 gigahertz that you told it to go to on all core. Oh no, I dropped placement. No, I don't want to be 6th in Canada. I want to be top 5. Felty, what are you doing to me, man? What are you doing to me, man? Oh, I'm losing worldwide ranking too. I was top 100, now I'm top 139. I'm losing so many points. It's not fun. I don't want to lose all these points. That's crazy. Oh. Yeah, I didn't get anything. If anything, I gained points. Oh no, I lost. No, I lost the point one because I beat my other score. So technically I gained points, but I lost points because I beat my score. It's odd how that works. But I'm going down in the ranks though. I was top 15 Canada overall for career rank. Going downhill. My career is over. Alright, well, I should start making some LJ1366 boards up. Get my 5650 going again, the X5667 going, and the X5570. And I got to do some dogpile tests. So a whole bunch of GPU tests. So I probably should get on all that. Because this is what we are doing. We are doing la competition. Hardware bot team competition. Where am I now? 37th. Ugh. Alright. So I do need to get some points. So I'm in 37th place right now. So that's not good. And I only have 11 more days, so yeah, I do need to get my butt going on this. Alright, I am probably going to end the stream there. I have been streaming for like 10 plus hours now, I believe, so thank you everyone for watching. Watch for my next stream. I might be on later on today, we'll see. I might just set up the LJ1366 system and live stream my progress on what I gotta do to get up in the placements for the Team Hardware Bot 2024 competition. Alright, as always everyone, thank you. And don't forget to get her done.